In the Chaco reservation of Paraguay, a small tribe of people lived. The chief's granddaughter was practicing her aim on a moving target. The chief grandmother encouraged her and gave her her own headband for confidence. With that headband on, Hella could shake off any fear. But her uncle Marcos still joked that she couldn't hit it, even willing to bet a whole roasted pig on it. He thought she was still shaking, but the girl just smirked and took aim. Her arrow flew across the space and hit the bullseye dead center. A satisfied winner's grin spread across Hella's face. After all, her uncle's pork is all hers now. Someone joked that Marcos got beat by a kid, but hey, she's the chief's granddaughter, it's in her blood. The old man kept pushing his son Rodrigo to try harder, but the kid was scared to even touch the sharp arrows. Marcos shoved a hunk of meat at him, hoping it would give him some guts. He was acting so hyped and pushy, his wife figured he'd had a few too many. It was Hella's birthday, and her mom was, like always, praying to the heavens for her daughter's well-being. The girl turned 10, and she already felt like she was all grown up. When she really grew up, she'd be just as awesome a leader as her grandma, who was also totally sure the girl would be strong and protect their tribe. Then everyone started congratulating Hella again and put a flower crown on her head. And the other kids were dragging her off to dance and party with them. And the girl was totally loving her birthday. 10 years had passed, and the goddess statue overlooking their reservation was now covered in ivy. A lot of folks had left this place, and the village itself was on its last legs. Hela was still living there, keeping things running with those who remained. Some had passed on, and others had headed to the city, looking for a better life. One day, the girl went hunting not far from the village, and through the thick bushes, she spotted a wild boar rooting around in the dirt. Cupping her hands to her lips, Hela started grunting, imitating the sounds of a boar. This trick usually gets the critter to react and run out into a more open area, which is exactly what Hela needed so she could aim and bag herself some dinner. Just as she was about to fire, out of nowhere, Pora showed up, her pet bird. The girl jumped, startled, as the bird with the innocent eyes perched right on her head. Just then, Hela heard a familiar voice behind her, one she hadn't heard in ages. She turned around and saw her old friend Rodrigo gently taking the bird off her head. The guy was back from the city out of nowhere, and she was totally surprised to see him. She figured he was having such a blast there he wouldn't want to come back. Truth is, he was just held up for a bit, picking up a few things. But even rushing, he didn't make it back in time to catch Gila's folks, because almost everyone took off for the city this morning. Rodrigo thought the city wasn't so bad, what with the phones and all the books. If Hela moved there too, she could hang out with family and friends way more often. Some of their relatives liked it so much there, they even suggested Rodrigo stay. Only Hela didn't want to leave the reservation, since it was her grandmother's last gift. And she didn't want to just let the place wither and die. She's even planning on rebuilding the old furnace and making everything so the village is even better than the city. Hela's the chief here now, and it's her job to keep things running smoothly. Suddenly, the little bird that was still sitting on Rodrigo's hand pecked him on the finger. It was a little messenger bird, and the guy opened the small tube on its back. But it was empty, even though Pora was supposed to bring a reply. Hela's sure that the bird, who's been clumsy lately, just lost the letter. For some reason, the bird took offense to that, and it abruptly slammed its whole body into the girl's forehead. She huffed off, all pissed, and Hela just grumbled. Rodrigo suggested just calling their friends, since he had a little cash on him. On the way back to the village, Hela filled him in on what was going on around there. Out of nowhere, these huge dude hands grabbed them both by the scruffs of their necks. Marcos saw them trying to sneak off, and Rodrigo explained they just wanted to make a call. But the guy was complaining, saying it'd be dark soon and the forest monster Yasi might snatch them up. Yasi used to grab kids, and Hela started arguing, saying they weren't kids anymore, and she didn't believe in monsters anyway. But Marcos wasn't budging and demanded they head back home. Real quick, Rodrigo signaled to his friend that he was planning to slip away later. And after waiting for Grumpy Pants to fall asleep, the two of them met up again. So they headed into the woods, and Rodrigo suggested taking a detour through the caves. He used to be scared stiff of caves, but now he wanted to show Hela something. He flicked on a small flashlight and told his friend to follow him. But even with the flashlight, it felt super dark inside. The guy suggested Hela grab his hand so she wouldn't be so freaked out. She was happy to, and then she noticed his hand was all sweaty. Rodrigo didn't want to admit he was scared, so he blamed it on the humidity in there. Plus, the place gave him this weird, bummed-out feeling. Like time had stopped and yesterday, today, and tomorrow were all the same. It also bugged him that everyone in town was just living for the moment, and he wanted to fill his life with something more. This cave's got a weird vibe, like you can't even tell if it's day or night. Yahello tuned into her senses, and yeah, it felt like time was standing still. She just wished it felt like this back when they were all still together, you know? Plus, she knows Rodrigo's itching to get back to the city, even if he won't admit it. Or, more like, he doesn't want to go back there without his girl. Then he told her to cheer up, said he brought her here because he's got a surprise. And he started digging around in his backpack, pulling something out from way down deep. A few seconds later, he struck a match and held it to a thin stick. The end of it lit up right away, and Rodrigo handed one to Yahello. They're sparklers, he went into town special to buy them. The girl was totally into it, so the guy asked her to wave her hand around. After she waved, glowing streaks hung in the air, and Yahello was stoked. That's exactly why Rodrigo brought her here, 'cause you can see the effect best in the dark. Then he lit one up for himself, so he and Yahello could draw together in the air. To her, it looked just like the shooting stars they used to watch as kids. That night was special for them, 'cause that's when they became friends. For a second, the girl got bummed out. She really missed those days. Suddenly, she noticed some weird mark on her palm. The girl was a little thrown, not understanding where it came from. Just then, Rodrigo distracted her, wishing her a happy birthday. He held out the box, and Yahello was stoked. She'd even forgotten about her own birthday. Inside was a music player. That's what kept Rodrigo in town so late today. The guy explained it was a hot item and you could use it to listen to music. He popped an earbud in for her and hit play. Yahello couldn't wrap her head around how music could fit inside something so tiny. But she totally dug it and thanked her buddy for the awesome gift. Rodrigo had more planned than just that. He was about to ask her something. But he was shy, and what came out was kinda mumbled and all over the place. He finally admitted he wanted to continue his studies in the city, and he's also worried about the reservation continuing to thrive. That's why he wants to get educated, so he can use his knowledge to help the reservation. Then the guy started stumbling over his words again, and even in the dim light, you could see him blushing. He started beating around the bush, explaining how grown-ups get married. And he and Yahello are grown-ups now too, and she's become the chief. He wanted to say that he could share her responsibilities if they got married. But he just couldn't get the words out, and instead asked her to come with him while he was studying. Then they could come back together and rebuild the reservation. Rodrigo confessed that when he thinks about his future, Yahello's always in it. Because that night she made him smile again, and he wants to do the same for her. Yahello was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a kind of muffled whistling sound, and then these weird glowing orbs showed up around them, and Rodrigo started acting totally bizarre. Next thing you know, he's fading away, just gone, disappeared into those orbs. The girl? She just passed out, like the whistling sound got to her, and woke up back at home. After a while, her Uncle Marcos is banging on the door, and you can hear the worry in his voice. He says he can't find Rodrigo anywhere, that he's looked absolutely everywhere for him. The girl was totally shocked and freaked out, 'cause she was just with him a little while ago. Yahello jumps out of bed and her necklace falls off her neck and hits the floor. That was a bad omen, and it brought back a memory of when they were together in that cave. His last words to her were a plea, begging her to save him. Right after she confessed that if he left, her whole world would fall apart. They say the demon Yasa has golden hair and mysterious blue eyes. He's a kid with a staff, wanders among people after dark, snatching up children who won't go to sleep. The monster whistles a pretty tune, hypnotizing disobedient kids with it, and against their will, they follow him into the unknown, with no hope of return. They're doomed to be, taken care of by Yasa's demonic brothers, the Yatere. Old folks always scared the kids with that story, so they'd get their butts in bed. But Yahello often rebelled and was sure Yasa would never come for her. Back then, Marcos came to pick up his son early one day. Suddenly, the boy bolted and ran off without explaining anything to anyone. Yahello got worried and immediately ran after him before the adults could see. Rodrigo sprinted to the edge of the clearing and, without turning around, demanded she leave him alone. The girl explained that his father was looking for him, and she also noticed her friend was crying. He just kept standing there with his back to her, his head covered with the shawl. And his friend started comforting him, saying everything would be all right because his mom was back home. But Rodrigo didn't want to hear any of it, not even about his parents. Demanding again that she leave him, the boy headed further into the woods, which worried his friend even more, because the forest is dangerous. And trying to catch up to him, Yahello only managed to grab the shawl he was hiding under, And when the boy's face was revealed, she saw his red eyes streaming with bloody tears. Yahello was a little stunned, but she wasn't scared and didn't run away. On the contrary, she got worried about her friend, realizing something was up with him. But he just started grumbling, saying he's a monster now and Yahello should leave him alone. But she didn't give up and begged her friend to go to her grandma to get help. Thinking Rodrigo was sick, Yahello even started pulling him because he was resisting. He yelled that there's no cure for what he's got and tried to push the girl away. But they both lost their balance and tumbled onto the grass, and only then did he calm down a little. And he explained that it's a curse, and when it happens, his parents hide him away. He also figured that's why his mom keeps leaving the house. Yahello felt sorry for him, and then she noticed Rodrigo's blood that had gotten on her hands. And she started smearing it on her face, confusing her friend, but she was drawing marks on her face. Her mom used to put stuff like that on her face for her 10th birthday, and the girl insisted that her friend's version was actually a blessing. Because he had it naturally, but the boy thought it was pointless and ugly. He wasn't convinced at all by his friend's words that it looked really beautiful, and he tried to push her away again, so she would just leave him alone. But Yahello assured him that he wasn't a monster, and even if he was, she'd still be his friend. Now Rodrigo couldn't tell if she was trying to comfort him or mess with him, and she reminded him that her main friends weren't people, and her best friend was Pora the bird. Then she asked her friend not to be down and promised that she and Pora would be his best friends forever. Besides, she's going to be a chief, and a chief has to accept every member of the tribe. That's when the boy realized she was the weirdest person he'd ever talked to. Just then, shooting stars started blazing across the night sky all at once. Yahello took it as a sign that the heavens were celebrating with them. Listening to her, Rodrigo really hoped her words would come true, and the girl promised to help him, not caring who he really was. That sounded even crazier to him, but somehow it made him laugh. That was the day under the meteor shower that Yahello and Rodrigo became best friends. But now he's gone, and nobody's heard anything for days. The cops are on it, but even they haven't found a single lead. Rodrigo's father is completely losing it. He's out there searching himself. It's taking a toll on him, but he's not giving up. Yahello was worried sick about his health, begging him to rest so she wouldn't lose him too. The guy just kept blaming himself for not leaving for the city with his son. But he couldn't leave the village either, because he was waiting for his wife, Koi, to come back. Marcos regretted that they hadn't all just moved together 9 years ago. That's the last time he saw his wife, and now he's lost his son too. But Yahello suddenly argued back, thinking Rodrigo stayed here because of her. Now she felt terrible, and she didn't know how to make things right. Besides, her uncle didn't believe her story about the flying lights and the whistling sound. Honestly, he never believed the monster stories himself, even though he used them to scare the kids. Still, his wife believed those legends, so she figured she was cursed. Every full moon, her family members would weep tears of blood. This affliction passed down through generations, from mother to son. Ko couldn't stand it, so she left to find answers, but told everyone to keep it from her son. But ever since she disappeared, Rodrigo's eyes stopped bleeding. Marcos wanted the mother and son to reunite. That's why he was waiting for her. And now he was afraid he couldn't explain the loss of her own son. And with every word he spoke, Yahello realized it was her fault, because she talked her friend out of moving. Now she thought her dad was right when he said she was incapable of protecting her tribe. After talking with her uncle late one rainy evening, she went to her hut. On the nightstand was a photo of her and her grandma in an old frame. This picture just screams good times, you know? And Yahello was totally lost in those memories when bam, someone knocked at the door. A voice from the other side said he was Rodrigo, but then went silent. She rushed to open it, hoping her buddy was back. But something felt off, and that weird mark showed up on her hand again. Then she heard a whistle from behind the door, but Rodrigo can't whistle. Yahello knew it wasn't her friend, especially when whoever it was started pounding on the door and demanded she come alone if she ever wanted to see him again. She totally freaked, thinking some creep was trying to snatch her too. Her first thought was to bolt, but then she saw the photo, and she remembered how her grandma always believed she'd make a great leader. That gave Yahello the guts to stop being a chicken and go rescue her friend. She grabbed her bow and a homemade knife, but there was still one problem. The demon could start whistling again and put her under his spell. Then she remembered her music player. Music in her ears would drown out that demonic whistling, and Yahello hit the road. At the entrance, she carefully cracked the door open and peeked to see if the coast was clear. The yard was quiet, but Yahello was actually itching to find that demon and get it over with. Then she saw these little glowing orbs floating like they were showing her the way. So the girl followed them, hoping to save Rodrigo and protect his family. Gripping her knife tight, Hela pushed deeper into the woods in total darkness, and those glowing orbs were the only light guiding her way. The whole trip, she was racking her brain for a way to take down that fiend. The fireflies led her to a massive ancient tree, its leaves darker than pitch. But the girl wasn't scared. She was determined to find that monster and save her friend. She started climbing the branches towards a nearby cliff, the orbs sticking close. Hela slashed one of them with her knife, splitting it in two. Immediately, tendrils of dark energy started sprouting out, like grotesque tentacles. It definitely freaked her out, but she wasn't about to back down. Ignoring the orbs from then on, she scrambled to the top of the cliff. There was a small crater there, and something inside was glowing like a raging fire. Assuming the demon was right there, Hela drew back her bowstring. That bright glow was coming from the top of a huge tree with a thick trunk and gnarly roots. And sitting under it is a guy with golden hair and blue eyes. Hela was even thrown for a loop, wondering if he was a demon or a human. But the second he started to turn his gaze towards her, she immediately released the arrow. The shaft with the sharp tip flew a short distance and stuck in the demon's shoulder. But he instantly focused his energy and sent it hurtling towards the girl. The hit didn't land directly on Hela, but the shockwave threw her off balance and she went flying. It wasn't that far to fall, but the possibility of breaking every bone in her body was real. And when she was just a few feet from the ground, that creature unexpectedly caught her. The girl took another look at him, noticing his magic staff. Plus, they weren't standing on the ground, but on some kind of magic shield, and she realized it was Yasa Yatere. Then her eyes went to the arrow, still sticking out of his collarbone. The demon spotted the earbuds in her ears and yanked them out, but Hela didn't even resist. She was shocked by the whole situation, and also by the fact that his wound wasn't bleeding. But the next second, she snapped out of it and immediately stabbed him in the heart with her knife. But the demon didn't even flinch, like nothing had happened. Then he tossed the girl to the ground and the arrow next to her after pulling it out of his shoulder. Only then, in a calm voice, did he explain that humans couldn't hurt him, and asked the uninvited guest not to waste her energy on it. Hela felt that old fear creep back into her bones, and she tried to run. But Yasa threw up another magic shield right in her path. The shield phased right through her, stopping just inches in front of her face. Then it solidified like bulletproof glass, trapping her. She was cornered, and the demon could see the fear in her eyes, the way she was acting. Hela was definitely freaked out, shaking like a leaf, but she still gripped that knife. That's when the demon offered her a deal. If she wanted to save her buddy, all the girl had to do was take care of something for Yasa. Hela got even more anxious, but this was her shot to get Rodrigo back. And in exchange for her help, the demon promised to return the young man to her. Feeling bolder now, she started asking where her friend was. Yazi agreed to take her to him, but only if she accepted his terms. That's when Hela started doubting the demon was telling the truth, especially since he'd tried to hypnotize her too. He just shrugged and said there wasn't much difference between them. After all, when she hunts, she imitates animal sounds to lure them in. Hela realized the monster had been watching them the whole time, plotting something nasty. Still, she demanded he show her Rodrigo so she could believe him. He could, but figured she, like any human, would try to stab him in the back. Because a demigod's word carries serious weight, unlike empty human promises. That's why Yasi would never stoop to the level of a human who breaks their word. Finding out he's a demigod, Hela finally gets why she can't lay a scratch on him. So she asks what he wants, and turns out, his mission is to open the gate. Still, Hela's freaking out that the demon's gonna off her the second she does it. She doesn't even know if her friend's still alive, and Yasa offered to make a blood oath. The mark on his body will stay there until he holds up his end of the bargain. Now Hela's gotta think about what she wants and carve her name into his arm. The girl was curious why he chose her for this whole gig, and he explained that neither of them had a choice in the matter. Hela cringed. Now she's stuck making a deal with a demon. But she couldn't shake her friend's words, that she's always a part of his future. She always wanted to be with him, and she'd sell her soul to the devil for her friend. Right then, she pulled out a knife to carve his name into his arm. And to her surprise, this time his skin actually bled. Once it was done, Yasi swore to bring Rodrigo back after Hela opened the gate. Meanwhile, the girl figured that if he was bleeding, that meant he could be killed. She immediately seized the opportunity and tried again, swinging the knife. But the demon caught her hand before she could sink the blade in, and he was pissed. That just proved to him that she was just like all the other humans, and he told her she was wasting her time. He was angry that she couldn't keep her own word, even though she was demanding it from a demigod. Yahello agreed, but she decided to wait for the perfect moment to try and take out the demon again. So for now, she's stuck with this monster's deal. Yahello raised his staff, and dark energy tendrils writhed from its base. They looked so messed up, even Yahello, who's usually fearless, was freaked out. Then, heads started popping up on those tendrils, whispering some kind of rhyming chant. The heads turned into separate shadows, and Yasi asked Yahello to come with him to the Taulands. Plus, she has to say it out loud herself, 'cause the demon can't just force her. I mean, if he could just mind control people, he would have done it ages ago. But instead, he's got to stand here and have a freaking conversation. Half of what the demon's saying right now sounds like total BS. But it's Yahello's only shot at seeing her friend again. The girl thought for a few seconds, then loudly declared that she agreed. And shadows began to swirl around them, chanting that weird spell. Even the demon started to doubt a little whether she could handle the task. The girl was tense. Those awful dark shadows were still freaking her out. Then Yasi created another magic shield, explaining that they were going to some Ao. Yahello remembered that name from her grandma's stories. It's a monster that feeds on human blood. But there's no need to be afraid of him, as long as the connection to the Tau world is incomplete. Yahello lowered her blindfold to reduce eye contact so the monster wouldn't see or hear her. Then he led Yahello forward a bit and asked her to call out to Ao loudly and clearly, with her hands together. When he let go of her, fear shot through the girl's body again. She wanted Yasu to go with her since she couldn't see anything with the blindfold on. And she's supposed to open the gate, but the demon promised to find her when the time is right. So, taking small steps forward, trying not to trip, she started calling out for Ao. A couple of seconds later, she felt a sudden chill, like she was really in another world. Yahello started feeling around and noticed a low ceiling, but it felt really weird to the touch. Then she thought she heard a gust of wind and figured that must be the way out. The girl kept going, quietly calling for Rodrigo, hoping he was somewhere around. That's when she felt something furry and grabbed a chunk of it, pulling hard. A menacing growl echoed out, and Yahello got worried that she might have been spotted. But she kept feeling her way forward and calling for Ao. Then I started hearing cracking underfoot and some weird sounds all around. And Yahello felt something big run right past her. This thing howled like a starving wolf that just caught the scent. But since it ran right on by, Yahello knew for sure they couldn't see her. Still, they were definitely hunting something. She got scared they were after Rodrigo. Figuring she had to draw them away, she gathered some dry branches and started piling them up. When it was ready, Yahello called out to Ao, but everything was silent now. Soon after, she heard footsteps, but just one creature, so the others must be hunting someone else. Yahello remembered her grandma's lessons about creatures that hunt in packs. They're smart and dangerous, plus everyone has a role just like people. The alpha leads the pack, but the warriors are the ones who decide the fight. They also got a lookout, who warns the herd. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for, 'cause he can sick the whole pack on the prey. That's when Yahello had a bold, stupid idea, and she took off her blindfold. Right away, she saw a monster with glowing eyes. But what was even more messed up was that it was still chewing on a human arm. The thought that it could be Rodrigo's arm filled Yahello with absolute dread. Still, the girl had to finish what she started, and she readied a flaming arrow. She ordered the demon in front of her to call Ao, and it howled like it was saying the name. In the next instant, a whole pack of similar monsters showed up, and they were all charging at Yahello. They were closing in on the victim, with just a pile of dry branches between them. That's exactly what she wanted. When the monsters were right on top of those branches, she let loose an arrow. Flames instantly erupted, hitting the kindling and blinding those beasts. The next arrow flew right after the first, but this one was aimed straight at a monster. Yahello kept firing, but it felt like there were just more and more of those things. Any second now, they'd reach the guy and tear him to shreds. Yahello spotted a huge mushroom high up on the cliff and decided to climb higher. She ran over there and fired an arrow with a rope tied to it. Then she started climbing, but it wasn't as easy as she thought. The monsters were catching up fast, and one of them grabbed the edge of her skirt. The girl kept reaching, but the arrow couldn't hold her weight and ripped right out of the mushroom. With the horrifying realization that she was about to become dinner, Yahello plummeted. Time seemed to slow down, just so she could feel even more terror. But then, out of nowhere, the demon Yasu showed up again and caught Yahello just in the nick of time. They bounced back on a magic shield, and then he started chewing her out for not listening to him. The demons below lined up and started howling, their muzzles pointed skyward. Purple energy started pouring from their maws, and it didn't look good. Then a projection of Ao appeared, demanding they hand over the prize because his kids were starving. But Yasu refused, saying that this girl belonged to him. Ao then demanded a replacement, reminding him that their boss wouldn't be happy if they failed the mission. But Yasu didn't give a damn. He never listened to his elders anyway. That's why Ao just saw him as a disobedient fool, trusting yet another stranger. And again, he demanded the loot, saying it was his only job. While those two were arguing, monsters started circling the shield, baring their fangs. Suddenly, Ao sensed that the girl's aura smelled just like Yasu's. Judging by that, she must be worth 100 regular folks. The monsters were closing in, and Ao was urging them to feast and eat their fill. He was sure this would ultimately benefit Yasu because his father wasn't so forgiving, and the beasts were already reaching for the magic shield, trying to drag out their prey. The girl was so terrified that she clung to Yasu in fear. He told her to hold on tight, and his shield shot upwards like a rocket. Those monsters shouldn't be able to reach them up there, but it was too soon to celebrate. The creatures started leaping, clawing at the rocks, trying to grab the shield. One of them jumped so high he was about to snatch the girl right out of the air. It was tearing at the magic shield with its claws, but Yasi kept repairing it and dodging. And down below, the rest of the monsters were standing in a circle ready to catch them. All of Ao's little darlings had gathered here now, and there were a ton of them. But the demon Yasi kept fighting, refusing to let them take the girl. Another monster lunged from the side, claws spread wide. Yazi managed to stop him too, conjuring up another magic shield. Those claws were putting some serious pressure on, and the barrier was cracking fast. Watching this, Hela realized Yasa was running on fumes. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It looked like the monster was about to shove its paw right through. And to speed things up, it started hammering the barrier even harder with its claws. Finally, it landed a hit that shattered the whole magical thing, and it collapsed to the floor. The shield broke, and the monsters nearby went flying in every direction. Only one was left standing, and he was seeing red, angrier than all the rest. Yasa didn't panic. He started throwing magic at it to hold it back. He conjured up this massive energy collar that clamped down on the beast's neck. While he was holding it, he told the girl to get up there, quick. Besides the mushroom, there were a few thick branches growing on that cliff. But it was all too high up, and Hela had no idea how to climb up there without help. And the monster kept lunging for some human flesh, drooling and snarling like crazy. He finally managed to break free from that magic collar, and he charged at the girl, who was frozen in place with fear. And once again, the demon Yasi managed to save her, blocking the monster's path. With his magic, he placed her on a magic shield and lifted her up, telling her to stay put. And he kept fighting the monster, who couldn't care less about the demon. Shoving Yazi aside, he stretched his ugly maw towards Hela, trying to grab her. But she'd just gotten up to the branches, close enough to grab on. And just like that, she scrambled over, and the instant she did, the monster's fangs ripped right through the shield. But it still wanted to get its claws on her, so it crouched down, ready to leap even higher. Hela suddenly got worried about Yasu, who was still down there. The demon gathered his strength and blasted the monster away with magic. He didn't put up a shield for himself because he'd already used up too much power. Knowing that, Hela started climbing upwards as fast as she could before the monsters could reach her. But even that didn't guarantee they wouldn't get to her eventually. In that split second, the girl told herself it was just a nightmare, because this couldn't be real. Besides, for some reason, Yasu, the kid-snatching demon, was now protecting her. No time to overthink it. Hela pushed off and jumped from the branch to a cave on a rocky ledge. The exit was right there, just a little further, but she had to stop and catch her breath. Her ribs were killing her after everything, and it was hard to breathe. She just couldn't wrap her head around why the demon sacrificed himself, using all his power to protect her. Then she remembered the hand in the monster's jaws. It could be Rodrigo's. Hela needed to know the truth, but she didn't see the signaler among those creatures. Trying to make sense of all this chaos, she got up and peeked out again. All that was left down below were the giant Ao and the demon Yasi. The fight looked uneven, but Hela saw that Yasi had managed to put up a barrier. But right now, finding that signaler was more important so she could get a look at that hand. Then her thoughts went back to the demon's magic again. It seemed way too powerful. Thing is, he was just blocking, not even throwing punches. Maybe it's 'cause they're his brother's kids, but he still doesn't get along with him. But Ao's down to ice him, and Hela couldn't believe Yasu was just gonna kick the bucket like that. She didn't know if Rodrigo was supposed to open those gates too, but he screwed it up. And if she bites the dust too, Uncle Marcos could be next on the chopping block. The girl wanted to know if that hand was Rodrigo's, and if it was, that demon deserves what's coming to him. Pushing deeper into the cave, in total darkness. She remembered her friend saying that in situations like this, time just kind of freezes. And how he asked her to come with him to the city, 'cause there's nothing to do here. But Hela wanted to protect their tribe, just like her grandma did. Even though there's barely anyone left to protect, Marcos and his son are moving to the city soon too. But the girl was sure that if she fixed up the houses, people would come back. Thing is, the old ways are dying, the world's changing, and small tribes are disappearing. Her family was thinking about the future and couldn't stay here just because she wanted to. They promised her a room of her own in the new place, but Hela still stayed behind. She promised her dad she'd keep their rooms clean, just in case they ever decided to come back. So everyone left and she stayed there, clinging to her dream. Watching her family go, she wanted to scream for them to stay. But she didn't, and now she's mixed up with a demon and just trying to survive. Hela didn't want to leave that life behind, to just see it all vanish like that. All her efforts keep leading to the same dead end, and it's totally wearing her down. The monster behind her was still kicking, and the fear was eating her alive. But she couldn't just give up. She had to save Rodrigo. That meant dealing with the demon and helping him out. Peeking out from cover, she saw those two were still going at it. And in the distance was that cave where she'd seen the signal flare. Burned-up monster corpses were scattered nearby, but the danger was still real. The girl decided to climb even higher, trying to stay out of sight. Plus, she needed to grab her arrows, 'cause all she had left was her knife. She had to move on, head in the direction the signal guy ran off to. It's gotta be clear, since all of Ao's kids jumped that Yasa demon. If Hela can snag those arrows, she can take out the signal caller before he summons the whole damn herd. Soon she reached the edge, and to keep going, she's gotta climb down. There's absolutely no way she can get spotted, or things will go south real quick. Because even when that monster just grazed her, the pain was brutal. But for Rodrigo, who's always had her back, Hela tied off the rope and swung down like Tarzan. Reaching the other side, she slammed her ribs hard against the rock. But she couldn't scream in pain, so she clamped her hand over her mouth, trying to tough it out. Below her there was a corpse with an arrow sticking out of it. To grab it, Hela lowered herself further, just a little bit more to reach. But out of nowhere, another monster showed up, charging right at her. She had to act fast, every second counted. Hela grabbed an arrow, planted her feet against the rock, and leaped away. The monster, ready to grab her, slammed its face right into the stone. This wasn't the signal guy, and it was smaller than the other beasts. No time to overthink it, the girl started climbing back up. That's when she noticed Yasa's barrier was cracked. Suddenly, more monsters appeared, all scrambling after Hela. Since they couldn't get a grip on the rock with their claws, they switched tactics. They started climbing on top of each other, making a living ladder. Hela was surprised they caught on so quick, but she needed to get out of here, or they'd be all over her. Dangling from the rope, she lit her only arrow and aimed at the closest one. Torching them all at once wasn't gonna work. They weren't exactly covered in flammable stuff. She only had one arrow. It seemed like only a miracle could save Hela now. Still aiming, she cursed Yasa for getting her mixed up in this whole mess. Suddenly, she switched targets and got ready to fire at Ao. Yasa's demon couldn't die before keeping his promise, but then something crazy happened. That weird mark showed up again on the hand holding the bow. Then she saw herself in a totally different place, like at some kind of gateway. Water started rising around her, and some voice begged her not to die. She felt like her entire body was filling up with water from the inside out. That's when she let the arrow fly, even though she couldn't see where she was aiming. The arrow started glowing with a blue light as it flew, and it hit Ao right in the center of his forehead like it blew a hole straight through. The monster went flying, twisting up in a knot, probably from the pain. Hela's vision cleared, and she could finally see what was going on. All that was left where that giant monster had been was a deep gouge in the ground, and the demon Yasa just calmly reminded her that they were connected. He knew that there were still way too many monsters left in Ao's pack. He couldn't take them all on his own. They'd eventually wear him down. His defenses were already crumbling from just scratches. It's only a matter of time now. Right then, Hela felt a massive wave of weakness, and the mark vanished. The monster was closing in from above, ready to snatch her with its claws. This was the smaller one, and Hela was hoping she could take it down with her knife. The second the monster lunged, the girl slashed its maw open with one strike. But even with that wound, it managed to grab her arm and clamp down with its jaws. Still holding onto her arm, the monster leaped down, dragging its prey with it. The pain was excruciating. She felt like her wrist was about to be torn off. The demon Yasa saw everything, and he didn't want her to die. He definitely had his reasons, but he didn't need this girl kicking the bucket just yet. Gathering all his strength, he strained and conjured a magical flat disc, which he immediately launched towards the monsters to take them all out at once. Sliced up carcasses instantly dropped to the floor, soaking everything in blood. The magic chakram then ricocheted off a rock and sliced through the monster dragging Yahello, but its jaws were still clamped tight, refusing to release the girl's arm. Plus, that thing only had its legs chopped off. That magic trick really drained Yasa. He didn't want to off these creatures, they're practically family, but he's got no choice. With his last ounce of power, he created a magic shield to catch Yahello so she wouldn't splat on the ground. The girl landed okay, but her arm was still stuck in its mouth and she was losing it fast. Telling her to hold still, Yasu started prying the monster's jaws open with his bare hands to free her. It felt like it was hurting Yahello even more now. And that Papao didn't want to let go even though he was whimpering in pain. More monsters showed up on the other side, grabbing onto the edge of the shield. Yasu put everything he had into it, wrenched the jaws apart and freed Yahello's arm. Completely drained, the girl slumped against Yasu, who told her to stay with him. All she did was grumble, wondering why he was taking so long to attack. The demon didn't rush to answer, he just realized his limb was losing power. Now he wouldn't even be able to throw that ow down. The other monsters that showed up are full of energy and aren't planning on letting them go. Yasu's powers were stretched to the limit. He couldn't keep making magic shields forever. After the monsters tore apart the last one, the demon, carrying Yahello, managed to jump onto a ledge on the cliff. With his last bit of strength, he threw up another shield, but he couldn't hold it steady anymore. And then Ao, the monster, showed up again, with a huge hole in his head from the last hit. He was furious and demanded they hand over the girl. Then he charged at them like a freight train, but Yasu managed to grab the edge of the shield. At the last second, they dodged the deadly blow, and Ao slammed right into the wall. Yasu climbed higher with Yahello and reinforced the magic shield. But since he was running on fumes, the monster managed to shove his snout through it and reached for the girl. And Yahello, even though she was hurting, stabbed him in the eye with a knife while letting him know exactly what she thought of him. The monster ate that hit and went down hard, roaring like a banshee. Seeing his chance, Yasi bolted inside the cave. He used his magic to collapse the entrance so nobody could follow. Okay, so the landing wasn't exactly smooth. The shield's trajectory went wild because he was running on fumes. Still, it was relatively safe now, so the demon laid Yahello down so she could rest. Her arm was chewed up bad and burning like crazy. Yasi was still tripping out on how she saved his life. He just couldn't believe it. He never expected that from a human, even if she was trying to save her buddy. But hey, he used his power for her too, even though he really shouldn't have. He had the same mark on his hand as Yahello, and that tied them together. Yasu knew he'd been reckless, but it's not every day you meet someone like that. Someone who's willing to risk their life for others. Yasu bandaged the girl's wound, but she was still shaking like a leaf. She felt like she'd never experienced pain like this before. The demon wished he could do more, but sadly, healing people wasn't in his skill set. For a while, he watched Yahello tremble from the intense burning in her arm. Yasu might have something that could help, but he wasn't sure if it would work. He wasn't even sure if he had any juice left in the tank. But Yahello didn't care what she had to do, as long as it eased the pain. Then the demon leaned in and gently lifted her head with his hand. And then he kissed her, and Yahello felt like her body was being flooded with water again. Their kiss went on for a while. Yasi just wanted to share his energy with her. She wasn't resisting at all because she could feel the burning starting to fade away. Like he read her mind that the pain was almost gone, Yasi broke away from her. And her gaze changed somehow in that moment, but her eyes were filling with tears. The demon didn't explain anything to her, just told her to go to sleep. And running his hand over her face, he plunged the girl into a deep sleep. Yahello felt the water enclosing her somewhere far away from here. It seemed like she'd been here before, but she couldn't remember when. And while she slept, Yasi took off his cloak, revealing a torso almost entirely covered in strange sores. They were all over his skin, and he was running on fumes, didn't know how much longer he could hang on. And the girl lying next to him now, she was his last shot. 'Cause only she could open the gate, she'd do anything for a friend. He remembered those two people talking in that cave, and him watching them from around the corner. The memories slammed into a headache, and it was getting worse every time. And sometimes he just wished it would all be over already. Yasu laid down next to the girl, thinking back to what just happened. He watched her, how she'd moan in her sleep sometimes and tried not to wake her. Right now, he even liked how she was holding up, even though he only needed her to clear the path. But Yasu couldn't even guess that this girl would take off the blindfold. They hadn't been holed up in that hideout for very long. Yahello was slowly starting to heal, but the demon still didn't wake her. And as he kept watching her sleep, he soon drifted off himself. The girl dreamed she was reaching for something, but it kept slipping away. It passed through her fingers like water, a shapeless mass. But finally, she managed to grab at least a couple of drops, and all sorts of memories flashed through her mind. Like the time her grandma argued with her dad, who didn't want her passing the reins to Gila. Her dad wanted to take the family away from there and asked her to give it all to Marcos. But Grandma threatened to leave him with nothing if he just took Yahello with him. And when the old woman was alone, she was sad, not knowing how to persuade her son. Yahello saw it all and told everyone not to worry, promising she'd be the best leader ever. For that little girl, their tribe was her whole world, and her grandma was the most important person in it. The old woman told her granddaughter to take her time and make the decision when she was older. But then came the awful day when the grandma chief passed away. The girl didn't understand why everyone had to leave and begged them all to stay. She mumbled that plea in her sleep until she finally woke up. When she came to, she didn't even realize at first that Yasa was holding her, worried about her sleep. But as soon as she realized it, Yahello pushed him away and scooted back. It was such a sudden move that she felt a little dizzy. Then she decided to check her wound and saw that it had stopped bleeding. Knowing a demon had something to do with this, she started firing off questions. And he confessed he'd shared a piece of his energy with her. It's supposed to speed up the healing, but he can't completely erase the scars. That's when Yahello remembered the demon kissed her before she passed out. For a second she wanted to punch him, but he did heal her, so she just grimaced. Yasi didn't quite understand her reaction and asked her to explain. She just grumbled that she didn't ask him to fill her up with demonic energy. Then she wanted to know why her last arrow was glowing blue, though she suspected it had something to do with the rune that keeps popping up on her palm. Yahello explained the mark appeared the day Rodrigo disappeared, but Yasi immediately objected. The girl just doesn't remember anything, but that rune showed up on her way before all this. The demon couldn't exactly spill the beans on what really happened, because Yahello has to remember everything herself for reasons. But she kept pushing for answers about what this mark even is, and what this weird power living inside her is all about, and why it's been there lately. That's when the demon showed her his palm, and he had the same mark. The one on Yahello's body only appears when they're close and when they're connected, and it's only in those moments that the girl can use her power. But she still couldn't figure out what it meant. Yazi was talking in riddles, and then he just touched her hand, and the mark on her palm showed up again. The rune shows up when they're linked, physically or mentally, and it totally gave Yahello the creeps. She yanked her hand back instantly, scared of what might happen next. It freaked her out to realize she was actually connected to this demon. And not long ago, she was thinking about saving him from kicking the bucket. But then she realized Yasi was trying to save her too, even though he shouldn't give a damn about a human. So far, there's only one explanation. He needs her to open the gate. And Yahello wasn't about to start trusting him just because he saved her once. She needed to focus on saving Rodrigo, so she started asking about that severed hand. Yasi just scoffed, saying he hadn't seen anything like it. But Yahello suddenly blew up, demanding to know where her friend was if it wasn't his hand. Yasi explained they were still right at the entrance, and she needed to dig way deeper. That just pissed her off more, since the demon had tossed Rodrigo into a hellhole crawling with Io's hungry kids. Like a human life meant nothing to him, but Yasi reminded her she acted the same way on the hunt. She'd even killed Io's kids, but seeing Yasi under the tree, her hand flinched. Yasi figured you had to seem human to deserve to live. He looks and talks like a man, but Yahello still sees him as a monster. Every word he spoke made her want to off him more, to stop anyone else from ever setting foot on this land. She yanked his clothes again, demanding he quit pretending to be some innocent lamb. He just stated that, unlike her, he doesn't get to choose which creatures or people have to bite the dust. His words made Yahello sick, and she backed away. Yacy flashed his oath mark, reminding her he'd hold up his end of the bargain. The girl was disgusted to be there, but the demon was her only source of intel. She still didn't trust him, but turns out the feeling was mutual. Hayla sat down, her head spinning again, plus she couldn't remember the last time she ate. It made her think back to when Yacy dropped his staff when those Ao kids attacked, and he just conjured up another one, pulling it right out of his eye. Now she watched the demon transform that staff into a tree. It looked like the ones in her real world, and like the one in the cave. The tree grew super fast, and ripe fruit popped out right away. Yacy plucked one and tossed it to the girl, telling her to kill her hunger. Hayla eyed the fruit suspiciously, wondering if it was even safe to eat. But there's nothing else to eat around here, so she's gotta trust the demon. She was still giving the fruit the side eye, so Yasu leaned in close. He took a bite, chewed it, and showed her it wasn't poisoned and was good to go. Hayla glanced at the demon, then at the fruit, and man, she was starving. So she sank her teeth into it, trying not to think about how this could all go sideways. And then she was blown away, because she'd never tasted a fruit so juicy in her life. She took a quick peek at Yasu, who looked beat from his power being drained. He looked as rough as Hela felt when her head started spinning. Still, she had to ask, why didn't he just take out Ao's kids when he had the chance? Yasa just confessed that his dad, Tao, is a freaking cursed god, and now his whole family's screwed. Yasa's curse is he can't lay a hand on any of his relatives, 'cause the damage bounces right back on him. So the girl finally gets it. She knows where this demon's got a soft spot. But she had to ask, how long's it gonna take him to recover? The demon just said she's gotta hold her own from here on out to get him to the gate. And it clicked. That's why he needed a human's help. Plus, she's never really thrown down with monsters before, even if she did manage to off a couple. She can still use her powers though, right? She ain't cursed like Yasa. She can go all out on the monsters, long as they're linked up somehow. To get that link, their thoughts and feelings gotta become one. Thing is, it only works on a subconscious level, so don't get your hopes up too high. There's a way they could look out for each other, get closer that way. Only problem was, Hela was disgusted at the thought of helping the creep who snatched her friend. And the demon figured it'd be tough to connect with her now that she knew about his weakness. But to get what she wants, she's gotta put that aside and handle things herself. Hela didn't argue, just ate something and felt her strength coming back. Then she went to look around and, seeing the rubble, realized they were trapped. It occurred to her to ask Yasa to use his magic, but she saw he'd already managed to fall asleep in those few seconds. His cloak slipped off his shoulder, revealing a weird, corroded patch of skin. The girl realized his body was breaking down, but then she noticed another name on his other shoulder. She went to get a closer look, but Yasi suddenly woke up and grabbed her arm. A little startled, Hela explained that she couldn't find a way out. And the demon sarcastically pointed out that there definitely wasn't an exit on his chest. Then he asked her to take a breather while he looked for another way out, and while he recovered a bit. At that moment, Hela didn't see any use for this monster. So she went to try and clear the rubble herself, thinking about how to find the owner of the severed hand. At the very top of the pile, she saw a big rock that would fall if she pushed it. Yasi saw her efforts and even worried that she might get crushed by those stones. But right now, he needed to focus on getting his strength back. Especially since there's no full moon tonight, this whole thing ain't gonna be quick. Even on a full moon, though, the demon's power ain't what it used to be. He even figured it was a dumb move feeding that last drop of energy to the human. Meanwhile, Hela's rigged up some kind of weird contraption around those stones. The demon was actually surprised she didn't off herself building it. But hey, she's built houses before, she knows what goes where. And with that thing, she's gonna climb all the way to the top and push that big rock. Sure, Hela doesn't know what's on the other side, but if she doesn't try, she'll never find out. Yasa gave it a shot, but he's too damn big to fit, so the girl's gotta go it alone. She just told him to step back, 'cause the whole thing might come crashing down. The demon gave Hela a boost, and she scrambled up the branches easy. Yasu was left wondering if she could pull him out, or if he was stuck there. He also wanted to test her, 'cause she was the first person to try and save him. That pile of rubble was trickier than it looked at first, and Hela had to work her butt off to get to the very top. She could see a faint light from up there and even thought about going in herself. After all, she still wasn't sure whether she could trust the demon or not. He attacked the Io kids to save her, despite the curse. But Hela's still thinking about Rodrigo and can't trust the monster who snatched him. Yatare's actions were unforgivable, and the girl hoped to handle things on her own. She's out of arrows, though, and if she runs into those demons again, they'll tear her apart. The girl felt like a coward, but she wasn't about to let fear call the shots. Just a couple of yards to the exit, and Hella's got a major decision to make. Meanwhile, Yasi was flashing back to when people used to worship him. But then those same people decided to put their faith in the power of the real deal. He couldn't figure out why those memories were hitting him now. But he also remembered how worried Hella was when she saved him, and then how she said she didn't trust him. It's wild how much people can flip in such a short time, huh? When Hella didn't come back for a while, Yasi started to think she'd ditched him. And he was kicking himself for not knocking her out until his powers came back online. He figured he'd catch up to her soon enough. She wasn't going to get far on her own anyway. But then Hela screamed and rocks started raining down from above. She went tumbling down with them and Yasu caught her again. The demon was a little surprised she was back, even if it was in a spectacular way. But Hela reminded him that he was supposed to take her to Rodrigo, so she still needed him. Yasu wasn't sure if that was the real reason, but he couldn't read her mind either. He just agreed that, for now, they both needed each other. Then he noticed her face was scratched up and realized she'd taken a hit. He still had a little juice left, so he put his hand on her forehead to heal her. But Hela pushed him away, telling him he wasn't fully recovered yet. Truth is, she came back 'cause she's out of arrows, magic's drained, and her arm's killing her. And right now, Yasu's gotta recharge so he can at least haul ass away from those monsters. But it'll take him 5 days to fully recover. Hela got worried, and he reassured her that Rodrigo's okay, he just can't vouch for anyone else. She's gonna have to trust him on this one, 'cause she can't take on those monsters herself. But now Hela's sweating the fact that the demon doesn't give a damn if there are survivors down there. That question caught him off guard. He's a demon, being like that's kinda his thing. And for a split second, she actually considered going down there herself. Yasu stopped her and threatened to hypnotize her and knock her out cold. Now Hela's regretting not climbing out through that hole and leaving him to rot. She finally agreed to stay, but demanded we scout the area to make sure it was safe. Once the demon agreed, she started climbing towards the hole, but it was harder now. I mean, she'd kicked all the rocks down, so there was nothing to brace her feet against. Yasu noticed this and offered her his hand as a foothold. Then he climbed after her, giving her a boost whenever she needed it, until they reached the top. It was way darker outside than Hale had initially thought. Yasu noticed the medallion around her neck and wanted to get a closer look, but she told him to keep his hands off because it belonged to Rodrigo. That's when the demon explained that they could use the thing to give themselves some light. Then he clenched the medallion in his fist, and bright beams of light poured out. It doesn't run on his energy, you gotta squeeze the medallion and hold it close to your heart. Hela tried it herself, and it worked just like Yasi said it would. Thing is, the demon couldn't explain where he even knew that from. Then, lighting their way like that, they kept moving forward. Suddenly, Yasi turned around and stated flat out that the pendant was hers after all. The girl tried to deny it, saying her friend's mom had given it to him. But the demon stood his ground and repeated that the thing belonged to her. His expression, as always, gave her no clue what was hidden behind his words. Without arguing anymore, they moved on until they reached a tunnel. They need to get to it, but the ceiling in that cave was super low. We can't break through without a fight, but right now it's just the AO warriors there, and their leader's dead. Suddenly, Hela noticed these monsters were eating each other. They're just hungry, though it won't help them get their energy back. These creatures are no different from wild beasts. They didn't even inherit intelligence from the AO, and he doesn't give a damn about how his kids get their food. Now AO seemed like a real monster to Hela, and nothing like the Yasa. Although she also considers her companion a monster, but not quite like that. For Yasa, that was almost a compliment, but the point is, their curses are different. Either way, he doesn't care who lives how as long as they don't get in his way. While they were chatting, the AO children started to leave, and Hela decided to go. Yasi stopped her, worried they'd be easy to track because of the monster's good sense of smell. But the girl didn't see the danger since the draft was blowing from the monsters. As they moved on, Hela heard a rustling sound, and figured this passage might connect to the tunnels below. Yasi agreed, but decided to go check it out himself. He told her to stay put and keep watch for now. Left alone, the girl wondered if the demon had ditched her and she'd have to go it alone. But she had to see with her own eyes that Rodrigo was alive, not just take the demon's word for it. Hela remembered when they were kids, hunting together, and her friend was scared of arrows. The tips were too sharp for him, but Hela insisted they weren't, even poking her own finger to prove it. She was fine, but the second Rodrigo touched her, blood just started gushing out. The pain made the kid's eyes water, but he said something got in them, didn't want to show he was hurting. And he didn't care that Hela didn't buy the something in both eyes excuse. Still, she offered to take him to her grandma's, who had bandages. Once they were there, when Hela wasn't listening, the boy confessed to the old woman that he wanted to be friends with her. Then he whispered that Hela seemed a little intense, you know? But Grandma didn't argue, said her granddaughter was a bit high-strung. That didn't make Rodrigo feel better, though. He wanted to be as brave as Hela. He wanted to grow up faster, 'cause grown-ups aren't scared of anything. But the old woman explained that adults are mostly faking it and holding back the tears. Everyone's got something that scares them, but also something that makes them brave. This ain't the time to look back. Gotta keep moving towards what's next. Remembering that lesson, the one Hela heard as a kid, she decided not to freeze up now. Truth is, she can't even remember the last time she wasn't scared of something. Right now, she's gotta fight the fear and just keep pushing forward. The girl started climbing the rope, quiet as hell, so the monsters wouldn't hear her. She was heading for that cave where the signal guy ran off to. Right at the entrance was a monster corpse, already stinking up the place, so Hela decided to rub herself on it. Figure that'd mask her own scent, at least for a little while. And wouldn't you know it, she found her knife in that same corpse, the one she couldn't grab before. Then she heard a sound, a real distinct sound, coming from somewhere above. And she figured she should speed things up, especially since she remembered this cave. After running a ways, Hela spotted the lookout from a distance. He was standing on a small ledge, face down, chowing down on something. There was a severed arm lying next to him, and he was finishing off what looked like a human ribcage. Hela knew right then and there whoever that arm belonged to, that guy was definitely a goner. Her legs almost gave out on her, but she was praying it wasn't Rodrigo. The monster lookout heard her crouch down and started listening intently. And while Hela was praying those remains weren't Rodrigo's, the creature was closing in. In what felt like a split second, he was so close he could grab himself a fresh snack. But the girl caught a whiff of his nasty breath and managed to pull out her knife. And then, with everything she had, fueled by fear and hate, she plunged it right into the monster's neck. But the strike wasn't fatal, and she immediately bolted towards the remains. Like in a daze, she prayed it wasn't Rodrigo. But the next thing she knew, the lookout slammed her to the ground and pinned her down with his paws. Hela didn't care about anything at that moment. All that mattered was knowing those remains weren't her friend. She couldn't imagine how she'd even exist in her world without him. But the monster wasn't in a hurry to tear her apart. He was just holding her so she wouldn't escape. And he got ready to howl, to call the rest of the pack to come and feast. That's when Hela snapped back to reality and noticed there was a cliff nearby. Yanking the rope off her shoulder, she looped one end around a sharp rock. Made sure it was good and tight enough to jump. The girl shoved the monster with everything she had, hoping to send it tumbling into the dark abyss. But it managed to grab onto her with its claws, and they both went rolling towards the edge together. For a few seconds they were both hanging over the cliff, but Hela's strength was fading fast. She was already thinking this was it, when the monster lost its grip, leaving a bloody mess on her. Now she had 3 deep gashes on her side. A little closer and it would have ripped her insides out. Still, the creature went flying down, bouncing off the sharp edges of the rocks. And the girl curled up in pain, knowing she had to find a way out of this. She even cursed out the demon who usually shows up at the right time, but now he was nowhere to be found. Besides, she was still desperate to make sure those bones weren't Rodrigo's. Gathering her last bit of strength, the girl hauled herself up, feeling like she was being ripped apart. Then she went over to the remains, and after carefully checking out the hand, she knew it wasn't Rodrigo. But she still felt so down. She still doesn't know what happened to him, but she's hoping he's alive. Meanwhile, Yazi the demon was making his way through the tunnels and soon started catching a scent. It was the smell of rotting human flesh, and it was coming from deep inside. Getting closer, Yazi saw a human corpse flayed alive. It was weird that they left him to rot. Ao's kids usually eat a person whole. Something told the demon that Ao or his kids weren't behind this. Coming even closer, he decided to test his hunch and touched the guy's skull. Right then, the corpse twitched, hissed, and started leaking some kind of gas. The gas turned into a toxic fog, and Yasu was having trouble breathing. From the fog came a voice, singing about someone rising from the earth soon and needing to be worshipped. While that creepy song kept going, the demon's head started pounding again. And then he heard his own father's voice, noticing his interest in the human. He reminded him that a human's strongest emotion is fear. After that, the fog cleared, and the sinister voice vanished. Yatre realized his father had awakened, and it really was his voice. But now Yasu left the body, which fell back down as a rotting corpse, and headed back. When he got back to where he'd left Hela, he couldn't find her anywhere. And I realized this chick went looking for a freaking severed arm. Right now, this cave's just full of monster corpses, and Ao's kids are gone too. Yacy's pissed that Hela didn't keep her word and ditched him, but hey, that's people for ya. Still, he decided to go find her himself, 'cause he needs her for this thing he's doing. Soon he saw her climbing up a 15-foot ledge, and monsters were closing in all around. Yacy was in a rush to finish this job, 'cause his old man's gonna be here soon. His powers ain't fully back yet, but he's gotta get to those gates ASAP. Just as he was about to save Hela, he felt the air shift. His dad's already here. Just then, Hela's rope snapped, but she managed to grab onto a hanging piece. The monsters kept multiplying. Their signalman let out a death wail and called them all in. They're all foaming at the mouth. No doubt they'll tear that girl apart the second they get to her. Between the fear and losing so much blood, her vision started to blur. Plus, she's got nothing to fight with, but even with a weapon, she's toast. Bracing for the end, she remembered the demon begging her to stay, but she had to find Rodrigo. Besides, she had no clue if he was leading her to a friend or straight into a trap. Just then, the girl noticed the monsters weren't charging her cliff anymore. They were actually backing off a little, which was super weird. But when they started ramming their heads against the cliff again, it all clicked. These freaks were willing to seriously hurt themselves just to get to her and chow down. After a few more hits, the cliff Hela was clinging to started to crack. Then she leaned a little too far, and the girl almost lost it. Her legs were dangling right over the monsters' faces. They were just waiting to take a bite. Yasu saw the whole thing and knew he had to save this dame. He immediately jumped across the gap to her, trying to shove the monsters away as he went. Two of the monsters still managed to sink their teeth into the demon's arm. But all he cared about right now was making sure the girl was okay, so he shielded her with his body. And the creatures with the crazy eyes just took his arm right off. Seeing that, Hela totally freaked out. She couldn't just leave him to get torn to shreds. Pushing off with all her might, she grabbed Yasu and hauled herself back up to the top of the cliff. They'll be safe there for a little while, enough time to figure out how to get the heck out of here. The demon looked at Hela and knew she was the one who could finally banish his fear. The girl couldn't believe he'd sacrificed his hand for her. But now she didn't know what to do. Yasu was lying there, eyes closed, shaking all over. In that state, he seemed like just a scared kid. Suddenly, she saw his body rising, even though no one was visible. All that appeared was a purple mist and blood, and Hela got seriously freaked out. This vision gave her a splitting headache. She felt like her brain was about to explode. It didn't last long, and she realized it was a vision about Yasu. Something terrible must have happened to him once, something that still brings back this awful fear. And understanding how he felt back then, she told him not to be afraid. The fear he was feeling right now? It actually seemed kind of human, kind of good. She was almost glad they were in this together, facing down the things that scared them most. Feeling a little better now, Hela suggested they get moving, and they peeked over the edge. The creatures were still swarming down there, and this rock wasn't gonna hold forever. They somehow needed to get back to the cave entrance, but the monsters were blocking the way. And even if they tried to sneak around, there was no outrunning that mob. Yasu could conjure up a magic barrier, but he wouldn't have the juice to hold it for long. Hela figured 2 seconds should be enough, and then they had to jump into the abyss. As soon as they jumped, Yasu had to throw up a shield on her signal. She wasn't sure it would work, but it was the best she could come up with on the fly. We had to move fast, because the monsters kept pounding on the rock. Hela asked the demon to trust her, even though she was human, and he agreed. That kinda shocked her, but the main thing for both of them right now was survival. Walking to the edge, she warned him they had to jump at the same time. Then she put Grandma's headband back on, hoping it would calm her nerves. And grabbing Yasu's hand, she told him not to be scared, because doing this again would be way harder. The girl just had no idea what this creature was actually afraid of. Getting ready, the girl waited for all the creatures to get closer. And when the monsters started climbing the rock, smeared with their own blood, Hela gave the signal. They jumped, and the monsters, driven only by hunger, followed them. Plunging into the dark abyss, Hela ordered Yasu to throw up a shield. And in the blink of an eye, they were standing on a magical edge. But a few monsters managed to grab hold before it was up, and it started to crumble. The magical platform beneath Hela dissolved and she plummeted down, but the demon managed to grab her hand, saving her from certain doom again. Then they hauled themselves up the cliff face as fast as they could, just before the whole shield vanished. It disappeared at the last possible second, right as they were stepping onto solid ground. They were both stoked they'd managed to ditch the monsters and dodge death, even though they felt like they'd been through the ringer. And the demon Yasa noticed his connection to this human was getting even tighter. Time to head back, so Yasu took her hand to help her up. He noticed the blood just then, but she insisted she was fine. She'd been running on adrenaline, and the pain and exhaustion only hit her when she relaxed. Just then they saw a couple of monsters had actually survived, and they needed to bolt. The demon scooped her up in his arms and told her to hold on tight. He blasted out of that cave in no time, then cleared the tunnel. And Yahello felt Yasu's energy flooding back into her body, trying to heal her. Cracking open her eyes, she saw even more monsters were showing up. She couldn't figure out how it was possible, since they shouldn't have survived the fall. But these weren't the same creeps they'd tricked. These were warriors. When one of those things got real close, Yasi threw up a magic shield and bounced the attack right back. The monster got slammed and pinned, but that shield ain't gonna hold for long. And just like that, the beast busted through and got ready to pounce. Its claws were even meaner, and its teeth and eyes were way scarier than before. All Yasi could do was stick his arm out again. Keep that thing from biting the girl. He shoved her aside and started wrestling the monster while it gnawed on him. And his good arm, the one he was using to push himself away, started to shake. But Yahello saw a bunch more warriors charging down the tunnel. And from the other side, the ones who survived the fall were running up too. They were surrounded, and Yasi already had a bunch of those monsters all over him. For a split second, the girl froze, not knowing what to do, fear gripping every muscle. Then she remembered the mark on her hand radiated energy, flowing through her veins like water. Yahello could feel the energy moving at her command. So she decided to try and focus it into a single point, drawing back the bowstring. But instead of an arrow was a streak of energy, hardening like steel. Yahello could deflect the blow with this arrow, and she released her fingers. The energy arrow pierced the monster's head, but the girl's legs buckled. Her body felt like it was filled with lead, and she couldn't move, even though she had to keep going. Yasi realized Yahello was trying to use his powers, but didn't know if her human body could handle it, especially since they were almost there, and he begged the girl not to do it. He helped her up, explaining that she wouldn't survive the next fight. But Yahello was scared the monsters would catch them, and they'd end up as lunch. Not understanding why she was being so stubborn, Yasi scooped her up in his arms, and declaring he wouldn't let her die, he ran towards the howling. Yahello thought it was really weird, but the demon just asked her to trust him. And he kept moving towards the end of the tunnel, where a small pack of hungry monsters was waiting. Yahello now thought he was completely nuts, especially with his arms so messed up. There's no way he's jumping to the next level in that condition. But Yasi wasn't planning on it. He just reminded Yahello that she told him not to be afraid. He decided to take her advice and stop running, and asked her to let go of her fear. Yahello's insides were shaking like crazy, but she'd promised herself she wouldn't freak out. Right then, Yasu realized that this guy's presence was actually calming him down, which was totally unexpected. And he felt this weird sense of pride, like now he actually had someone to fight alongside. He kept running, finally reaching a hidden tunnel behind a pillar. If they could just make it through there, the kids of Ao wouldn't be able to touch them, and neither would their old man. They were almost there when, BAM! A massive monster blocked their path. It swiped at Yasu with its paws, trying to snatch the guy away from him. But the demon managed to dodge and slip past those huge claws. Yahello was totally losing it at that point, yelling that Yasu was going to be the death of her. But he wasn't even annoyed by her complaining anymore, because being around her helped him keep his fear in check. This trip's gonna be his last, one way or another. Yazi was throwing up quick shields as he booked it towards that crack in the wall, helped keep those monsters at bay so he could reach the tunnel. He dove into the tunnel with Yahello in his arms, but one of those things snagged the edge of his cloak. The grip was insane, and it started yanking him back out. Yazi fought back, but then Yahello decided to deal with this thing herself. She yanked on the demon's clothes with everything she had, but it was stuck tight in the monster's teeth. She needed to think fast, so the girl grabbed a big rock. She told Yazi to get ready to run, and then she smashed that boulder right into the monster's head. The rock caved in its skull, and it opened its jaws, letting go of the cloak. He thrashed around so hard the narrow passage couldn't take it, and collapsed right on top of him. Meanwhile, Yazi, with Yahello in his arms, was already booking it out of there. Soon they reached a relatively safe spot, and the demon gently lowered her to the ground. She was barely breathing, having lost a ton of blood and completely exhausted. Worried she was about to kick the bucket, Yazi kissed her again to share his energy. But this time, fragments of her memories started flashing through his mind. He saw her as a little girl, totally freaked out, but it wasn't clear yet what she was so scared of. After a while, they finally got out of the dungeon, and Hela was just now starting to come around. Yazi explained they'd taken a detour even though it took longer, then told her to get some more sleep. The girl glanced at his already bandaged hand and confessed that hand didn't belong to Rodrigo. She also felt guilty for not waiting for Yasa and apologized for what happened to his hand, but the demon reminded her that he's a demigod and would eventually be able to grow a new hand. After these words, the girl smiled with relief and rested her head on his shoulder. But Yasa didn't get why she was suddenly happy for him, since she'd been trying to find his weakness the whole time. He kept trying to get her to sleep, and Hela asked him to whistle for her. That sweet whistling would help her fall asleep faster, and the demon granted her wish. They'd been traveling like this for days, and it had been drizzling the whole time. Sometimes they came across fruit trees that Yasa had planted here many years ago, but for Hela, he still grew a new tree every day. The journey was long and exhausting, and they also ran into some of Ao's kids along the way. They were all skin and bones, probably because they weren't getting enough game. The travelers avoided danger by just flying over it on the limb. Hela's body was taking way longer to heal than Yasa's, and she kept blacking out. The girl didn't even know if she'd have made it without his healing energy. Plus, the demon's arm grew back during that time, and he got his strength back. And every time, he made sure his companion had a good place to crash for the night. He also warned her right away that the rainwater was toxic, and so were the plants that grew from it. So Hela drank water from the fruit, and they mostly kept quiet the whole time. 'Cause they were beat and didn't want to mess with those few minutes of peace. One time when they stopped to chill in the shade of a tree, Hela spotted a flower. It grew all alone near the roots, but its petals were super lush. They just begged you to touch those tiny velvety bits. And the girl, totally charmed by its beauty, started playing with it, swaying it with her fingers. Unlike her, Yasa didn't see anything special about the plant. But now he was convinced that people really did like flowers. Hela told him that the city was full of flower shops. People are into that stuff, but different flowers appeal to different folks. This particular flower appealed to Hela because she thinks it's special. It stands out beautifully among the rough stones and leaves, which just goes to show beauty can bloom in the darkest corners of the world. Seeing how much Hela loved the flower, Yasi offered to pick it for her to take with her, but she refused, saying it would just wilt quickly, and she didn't want such beauty to go to waste. Then she asked the demon to whistle again so she could fall asleep. Yasi's whistling was like a hypnotic spell, and Hela had been using it a lot lately. Falling asleep let her ignore the guilt that was building up inside her, because she was connected to Yasi and starting to trust him. She felt like she was betraying Rodrigo, the guy this demon kidnapped, so she just wanted to forget everything that had happened here. Hela didn't even realize when she started seeing the human side of this monster. As they moved on, it seemed like they'd already been through this place before. Turns out Yasi didn't remember the area, 'cause he hadn't been here in forever. Couldn't say exactly how long, 'cause he just doesn't keep track of time. He wasn't into dealing with expectations, plus he got killer headaches all the time. Suddenly they heard this kinda sketchy noise coming from up ahead. Yasi spun around quick, saying they were better off heading the other way. But he barely took a few steps before the girl stopped him. She asked him to put her down, then headed towards where the sound came from. She thought she heard someone alive and wanted to check it out. But Yasi stopped her, grabbed her hand and told her to stick with him. She saw the worry and concern on his face, so she agreed. But then the sound came again, this time a long, drawn-out moan. Clearly someone was in trouble and the girl just couldn't walk on by. Reaching the cliff edge, she carefully leaned over to see who was calling for help. There was a rope snagged on a branch and a human hand was clinging to it. It was a young dude, using his other hand to hold up a girl, and below them was another guy hanging on. They were dangling from the cliff, and some kind of monster was trying to get at them from the bottom. The guy at the bottom spotted Hela and started cursing her out, blaming her for the whole mess. But she couldn't just watch them become monster chow, so she decided to help them out, totally ignoring Yasa, who was telling her to forget it and move on. Seeing she wasn't going to stop, the demon decided to take matters into his own hands. So, conjuring up a magic platform, he lifted those people up to the top. Their landing wasn't exactly graceful, seeing as they'd never flown like that before. and that grumpy dude started complaining again, saying they'd been subjected to some kind of witchcraft. But Hela demanded he explain why he thought she was to blame. Turns out they'd seen her take down a bunch of monsters with some kind of blue energy blast. The girl was actually surprised there were any survivors left around here. Then the other guy, pointing a spear at her, started asking who the heck they even were. In a calm voice, Hela stated that she was human, and the guy with her was Yasi Atere. For a moment, all three travelers went silent, their faces clearly showing anger and resentment. Still, they couldn't figure out how she used magic that looked just like that monster's power. Hela straight up admitted again that she'd been leeching off his power, and the enraged traveler, realizing he was facing Ao's brother, raised his dagger, ready to kill him. He charged and plunged the knife into Yasa's heart, hilt deep, but Yasa just stood there, calm as you please. The guy was in shock, even wondered if the demon's heart was on the other side, like he'd aimed too far left. The second traveler, seeing that not a single drop of blood spilled after all that, totally freaked out. And in that moment, Yasa grabbed the first guy's hand and dangled him over the cliff, wanting to make him pay. But the guy's friends started begging the demon to show some mercy. And the one with the spear, the guy named Gappo, started asking her to put her weapon down. The demon wasn't about to listen to any pleas, though, because he had his own agenda. Opening his fingers, he let the guy fall to his doom. But Hela was too quick for him. She darted forward and grabbed his arm. And she started chewing him out again for treating human lives like they don't matter. Yasu really didn't care, but if he didn't help this guy out, Hela could get hurt. And he needs her for his plan, so he tossed the guy back onto the grass. The guy's friends started thanking them and apologizing for their behavior. Then she introduced herself as Sei, a shaman sworn to serve the gods. Yasu wasn't moved at all. He figures those are the first people to stab you in the back. But Sei offered to guide them, since she and her friends know this area well. The road ahead's gonna be rough, and Hela started begging the demon to agree. Besides, she's feeling up to walking and carrying her own stuff now. Yasa shot the travelers a suspicious look that chilled them to the bone. But he agreed anyway, and Hela started asking if they'd seen a young guy. Their answer bummed her out. She was the first person they'd run into around here. The shaman explained that the only people you'd find here were from her tribe. They themselves ended up in this place because the god of these lands brought them here. Hela realized they were talking about Yasa's father and wanted to ask him about it, but judging by his reaction, she could tell he wasn't in the mood to talk. So she turned back to the shaman, wondering how long they'd been here. Sei couldn't say for sure, but she guessed around 1,000 years. Hela's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe that was even possible. But time has no power over people in this place. Those who grow up here don't age or die. That doesn't make you invincible, though. Anyone can still be killed. The warriors were surprised she didn't know that and asked how long she'd been here. After learning it was less than 20 days, Gappo realized she came from the real world. Now they understood that the world had kept going without them. Turns out these people had been trapped here the whole time, and their loved ones were long gone. Hela was worried that if she didn't find Rodrigo and get out, her uncle wouldn't be waiting for them either. And she swore to protect her tribe, the one her grandmother entrusted to her. When she left Marcos a note, promising to return with Rodrigo. Her thoughts were interrupted by the first guy who was complaining. His name is Mita, and he noticed she didn't have any arrows. The tribe's blacksmith offered to swing by, promising her a few freebies. He wanted to thank her for saving him and for keeping the Yasi from offing them all this time. Hela agreed, and to convince the demon, explained she might need some weapons. It'd be easier for him to just take care of these folks and grab their gear, but that would bum Hela out. So he agreed to head to the village, which was a 2-day hike. After trekking a while, Yasi noticed Hela was tired and suggested they take a break. He even whipped up a bed of branches and dry grass for her, quick as you like. Their guides were just blown away by how this girl managed to tame a demon. Then they saw him instantly grow a tree loaded with super juicy fruit. Their mouths were watering. Hela knew they were starving and invited them to dig in. But Gappo suddenly got all worked up, declaring the fruit was Yatera's forbidden stuff, the kind that messes with your head. And Hela freaked out, 'cause she'd been munching on them the whole time. But Yasi calmed her down, reminding her that he'd been eating them too, and his brain was still intact. Then she asked Gappo to explain everything, since they could only get water and food from that fruit. Mita chimed in, saying the tree was enchanted, so there's no way the fruit could be poisonous. And explaining his friend's words by saying he was just tired, he asked him to go get some rest. Then Yasi asked Yahello why she believed everything they said. But she didn't believe them. It's just they know the area and they can hook them up with weapons. Still, Yasi told her not to blab about their deal, or those people could end up paying the price. The girl didn't expect anything different from a demon, but she knew he was right. Dude was tripping out, realizing how much it bothered him that Yahello trusted these guys. Yahello, beat and ready for bed, was just pondering what this tribe was all about. She was wondering if it was anything like her old tribe, the one she misses like crazy. Those three travelers were off to the side, arguing they couldn't bring a demon back to their village. Mita was especially pissed, thinking leaving in the first place was a dumb idea. Anyway, they had a long trip ahead of them tomorrow, and the guy switched his focus to the shaman. You know, the one who offered the demon and the stranger a ride? Say did it to show her gratitude for the fact that those two saved them from that monster, and for the demon not offing them after Mita jumped him. The superstitious shaman was afraid that he might have, ticked off the big guys upstairs. But the kid didn't know it was a demon, and now he's pissed that Sei trusts this monster. Even though he's seen Yasu protect and care for the girl, they don't know what he's really up to. Mita just doesn't believe in the god's mercy, not after they almost got eaten alive by Ao's kids. And he thinks the shaman went against her duty when she decided to eat the forbidden fruit. Gappo was tired of the complaining, and he told Sei to get some rest. Then he called his buddy over to talk a little further away. Then he started demanding his friend show some respect to the shaman, because the chief's more to blame in this whole mess. He also asked Mita to head back to the village, but he was worried their plan wouldn't work. Besides, he could starve to death before he even gets there. And he could run into monsters on the way and become their dinner. He thought it'd be better to stick together, bring the shaman to the chief, and beg for forgiveness. But seeing his friend was being stubborn, Mita said he had a new plan, but it was best not to tell the shaman about it. After all, he had his reasons for promising that girl who's got a demon to help her out. A little while later, Yahello woke up. Yasa was sitting next to her. Noticing that their new friends hadn't gathered yet, she decided to go check on them. The first one she ran into was Gappo, but after saying hello, she got confused about whether it was morning or not, and he suggested they just call it morning since everyone had just woken up. Then Sei came over, explaining that they couldn't go all the way back with them just yet, so they could only escort them halfway. And then Gato told her not to worry, they could find their way back to the tribe. On the way, Sei told me they settled in the only place where it never rains. They also have access to fresh water, but their supplies are still super low. They eat every other day, and that's just enough to keep them from starving. Mita didn't want to be part of the conversation and wandered off to water the bushes. Picking her moment, Yahello quietly asked the shaman why they don't eat fruit. It was the chief's order. He believed those fruits messed with people's heads. And they don't grow anything else because nothing grows in this world. Crops can't grow here, animals can't live here, and people can barely survive. As for the plants all around, the shaman figured they were just always here. Ever since they got here, nothing's changed. Like time just stopped. To survive around here, the locals eat the creatures that live here. Yahello was surprised they were eating the monster's kids, since fruit would be better. The shaman agreed, but the people have to follow the chief's orders. Just then, Mita came running towards them screaming, with a monster chasing him. Yasi immediately conjured a limbo and lifted everyone up so the creatures couldn't reach them. Yahello was close to the edge, and he told her to hold on to his hand. The girl reached out, but then Gato grabbed her and pulled her back. And then, totally out of the blue, he just dropped her off the magic platform. Yahello, not understanding this betrayal, went plummeting down, landing in some bushes. The monsters were already gathering there, and Yasi was stunned by what he'd done. But Gato nailed him from behind, shoving him out of the way. Then both warriors grabbed the shaman and jumped off the ledge themselves. They took off running, and Yasu rushed to where Yahello fell, realizing it was a trap. Monsters began to surround him, and he had to deal with them. Yasu figured Yahello might have known about the human's plan. But she reached out to him, which suggested she wasn't involved. And now these guys had taken his companion, and he regretted not taking them out right away. Down below were these tunnel-like things made of plants, where those backstabbers were hiding. The demon conjured up a magic staff with a huge eye and ordered it to find the humans. Yahello was knocked out when she fell and woke up a little later. She woke up tied up, slung over someone's shoulder, and knew it wasn't Yasa. The shaman was freaking out that the demon would come for them, but Mita swore they'd lost it. He said they were out of options and had to go back to the tribe. Then he warned her not to breathe a word to anyone until they finished the job. Gato thought it was a solid plan too, since the shaman was probably screwed for what she did. They decided to pick up the pace, just in case Yasa was on their tail. As they walked, Hela tried to memorize the path, using roots and rocks as landmarks. All the while, she kept thinking about the good old days and how much she missed them. But mostly, she just wanted her best friend back. Hela pretended to be asleep the whole way, until they finally stopped. They laid her down by the tree, and the shaman took a good look at her face. Then she figured Hela was out cold because she'd smacked her head. The travelers had been walking for ages, so they decided to rest and get some sleep. Mita volunteered to check the area, make sure it was safe. And Sei asked Gato to gather some leaves for her bed cause her back was killing her. Once the guys were gone, the shaman pulled out a knife and cut the ropes on Hela's hands. She knew the girl wasn't sleeping and told her to run while she had the chance. Hela was confused because these people needed her to survive. But Sei wasn't sure she'd be forgiven, plus she was scared of Yasa's wrath. Hela saw kindness and honesty in this woman. She didn't know what was coming for her, but she offered to run away together. Promised she'd talk to Yasa and beg him to leave her alone. Though deep down, she wasn't sure the demon would listen. But the shaman was sure, noticing that Yasa was protecting this girl. Just then, out of nowhere, Mita came back, confused about how the prisoner got free. And she grabbed a knife and held it to the shaman's throat, telling her to shut her mouth. The guy started explaining that they were just looking out for her, since she'd taken a tumble, but the girl just demanded they take a few steps back. And he did what she said, silently praying that Gappa would hurry back. Hela started backing away too, quietly telling Sei to run with her. Pulling away a bit, she grabbed the shaman's hand and took off, hoping she could remember the way back. It seemed weird that Mita wasn't chasing them, but then he was suddenly right on top of them. He came out of nowhere, launching himself to attack the captive in mid-air. But Hela sidestepped quick, and the guy went flying, right towards the edge of the cliff. It wasn't a huge drop, but his landing looked seriously rough. Mita started screaming and howling in pain, probably broke something. And Hela even joked that he tripped over his own feet and fell. Or maybe he ducked too high and got spooked, then tripped. The guy just kept yelling about how much it hurt when Gato showed up. The girl instantly held the knife to the shaman again, telling him to stay put. She wondered if she could actually take him if he came at her. I mean, the dude was huge. This whole hostage thing should be working, but for some reason the guy wasn't budging. He wasn't following her orders to back off and clear the way. He just stood there like a statue, eyes glazed over, like he didn't give a damn about Sei's life. Hela could only guess what kind of crazy crap was going on in his head right now. She figured he'd probably seen through her bluff, and that's why he was just waiting. Then all of a sudden, Gato started begging them to leave the shaman alone and take him instead. He even confessed that he and Mita came up with the plan to use Hela to save Sei. His voice was shaking, and she could see tears starting to well up in his eyes. Hela demanded he tell her about their original plan, right then and there. They wanted to convince the chief she was a shaman since she wielded such power. Then the chief would have believed that Sei could also develop power, and she would have been spared. Their shaman was about to be executed for eating the forbidden fruit. That's when Mita crawled out and clarified that those fruits had always been forbidden. And whoever gives in to temptation must be punished. That's the law of our tribe. Hela still didn't see the logic, since Ao's kids were somehow okay to eat, but not the fruit. Sei explained that all the trees were enchanted by Yasa, and they themselves couldn't grow crops. She herself wanted to help Hela and Yasa since he was trying to save them. For a moment, the girl thought that this demon hadn't always hated people, and she also didn't understand the chief, who forbade the fruits since they were harmless. She was worried the chief would decide to snuff out her connection with Yasa, and escaping might be impossible. Gato started promising he'd do everything to help her avoid that, but the girl wanted to save her friend, and she couldn't waste time on this. And Mita confessed they'd seen a woman who could see Hela's friend. He called her Koe, and the girl was horrified that Rodrigo's mom was also here. Mito didn't know the details, just heard them talking about it to the chief. He couldn't say when it was either, but offered to go with them and ask the witnesses herself. Hela kept thinking about Aunt Ko, that she had to find out more about her. And Gato promised to help her escape if things went south, since he knew these parts like the back of his hand. The situation was shaping up in Hela's favor, but she didn't know how Yasa would react to it. Besides, she didn't trust those rude warriors, but she did trust Sei. So she asked her to confirm if Gato could protect her if things went south. The shaman assured her that he always kept his word, and she was alive thanks to him. Yahello believed her, but asked Gato to swear that he'd get them out of there if anything happened. She also wanted to find Yasa first, because he promised to take her to a friend. The trip to the village shouldn't take more than a day, but she didn't want to bum him out. At the same time, the way back will take forever, since it took them 2 days just to get here. And who knows where to even look for him now, plus they're almost out of food and water. Gato assured her that as soon as Sei was pardoned, the chief would keep his word, and then they'd go to Yasa. And Yahello agreed, but asked the guy to wipe away his tears, which were scaring her for some reason. Then she glanced at Mita. He just had a scratch, but he was screaming like he'd broken something. Even now, he was insisting his leg was broken and his warrior days were over. Eventually, they hit the road, and after a while, they decided to take a break. Yahello started to think these people weren't as bad as she'd first thought. But she was worried about Yasa's words, that if he were human, she'd believe everything he said too. The shaman noticed that Yahello was worried about Yatere and figured he was worried about her too. The girl didn't argue with that, it's just his worries were of a different kind. Sei asked how Yahello met this deity and she admitted they'd made a deal. But realizing she'd let something slip, she started asking why the shaman ate the forbidden fruit. The explanation was simple: the woman was starving. But the chief didn't buy it, stripped her of her rank, and cut her rations. Hunting was off limits too, so she was stuck eating just fruit. Sei kept expecting something terrible to happen, but nothing did. Then she figured Yater had left those fruits to keep them alive. Around that time, they caught her and tossed her in the slammer to rot. But Gappo rescued her, and they bounced that same night, even though they barely knew each other before. And after that, they became friends, but nothing more. Gato was always selfless and trusted the shamans more than anyone. He treats Sei with respect, even threw down with the chief when she got demoted. Mita, who was dozing off nearby, told them to shut their traps, and they all got ready to crash. Ugh, sleeping on rocks again. My back is killing me. It's been ages since I had to do this. Makes me think about how Yasu always made sure I had a comfy place to crash and took care of the food situation. But I don't know if I can forgive him for snatching Rodrigo like that. If he were human, maybe I could try to see some good in him, you know? The next day they were trekking through the boonies, and honestly, everything looked exactly the same to Yahello. No monsters showed up though. Apparently these folks built some serious defenses, so the creatures steer clear. Gato was saying they've been here a while and that he used to be the chief of his own tribe back in the day. But that tribe's gone now. Those freaks from Ao's brood devoured everyone. Gato was the only one who made it out of that whole mess. But it was so long ago he barely remembers how he even felt back then. But it often weighs him down that he can't even remember the faces of his own buddies. That freaked Hila out, cause if she gets stuck here, she'll forget her people too. Then Gato confessed that he remembers perfectly well how he met Tao. Tao told them about a land where people live forever and promised Gato's people eternal youth and immortality. Back then, nobody knew the price they'd pay for their own vanity. And they all followed him without question, hungry for immortality. Only their shaman, Kiriri, refused, and she stopped Gato, preventing his death. Sadly, she perished along with the rest of the tribe. Kiriri only managed to save Gato, and he was the only survivor. The guy blamed himself for not listening to her, and he paid a heavy price for it. Gotta listen to the shaman if we want to keep the tribe safe, right? That's when Mita chimed in, saying he doesn't even remember how he got here. He was 11 back then, grew up here and been stuck in this immortal loop ever since. Folks here grow up to adulthood, then time just kind of freezes for him. Mita's still scrawny because of the food shortage, otherwise he could have been a real beefy warrior. His dad was a big dude, but he's been gone a long time. Mita suddenly realized the shaman lady had never actually told her own story. Sei said she came to find her lover, who's probably on the other side of those gates. Yahello got all worked up about the gates right away. And Mita was blown away, figured his buddy was getting messed with. He even started chewing out Gappo for risking his neck for some dame. But Gappo shot back, saying he was just protecting the tribe from some nasty fallout. Just then, a blood-curdling howl echoed from the far side. Ao's kids were on the prowl. The travelers were closing in on the settlement when Gappo realized the people were under attack. He bolted to help them, and Mito urged the others to hurry, saying they were safer together. Right then, Yahello was just praying they'd get through the next 24 hours. A few minutes later, they passed through the gates of a small village. Seeing the huts, Yahello's thoughts drifted back to her own tribe. But the scene here was a nightmare. Monsters were running wild and people were fighting to defend their homes. They ambushed the creatures with crude weapons, striking from cover. This warrior took down the monster with one spear thrust, pinned the damn thing to the ground. Then more warriors started showing up, spotting Gappo and the girl he was with. And with them came Chief Maramo himself, wanting to look the runaway in the eye. After all, he bolted from the tribe with the shaman, and she deserves to pay the price. But Gappo argued he brought proof of her shamanic power and begged him to spare Say's life. The chief stared hard, not quite following what he was getting at. Then the warrior shoved Hela forward, and she declared she commanded the power of the gods. Mita chimed in, backing her up, saying they saw her kill the alpha of the Owl Pack. But the chief, realizing Mita ran off with them too, decided to throw him in the slammer as well. Then he turned to Hela, demanding she show him some proof of this power she claims to have. The girl clenched the pendant in her hand, and it started to glow. She explained to the chief that this was a power the gods had shared with her. The longer the pendant glowed, the wider the chief's eyes got. He realized that this woman had received the power of Yasa Yatere. Hela unconsciously repeated the name, and it echoed invisibly to the demon. His staff was used for this. Yasa was just waiting for Hela to call him. The chief liked the demonstration so much, he decided to try it himself. But when he squeezed the pendant, it didn't glow. It only reacted to Hela's touch. Either way, he was satisfied and agreed to hold off on punishing Say for now. But Hela started demanding a full pardon and safety for the woman. The chief countered by demanding she answer all his questions. Gappo immediately stepped up to defend the girl, a guy no one in the tribe could beat. Besides, he knew all about the chief's long-standing issue with the spirit Yasa. Maramo didn't argue. He wanted a clean slate with the new shaman. Hela got the hint, but insisted her request be granted immediately. And gritting his teeth a little, the chief announced that Say was pardoned. Then he invited the guests inside, figuring Hela must be starving. Gappo agreed and whispered to the girl that he'd help her escape that night. He further explained the chief's situation by saying he ended up here because of Yasa. After that, they crossed a bridge to a specially built rock formation, safe from the monsters. Below, a chasm filled with water separated this cliff from the rest. Helu was surprised they used Yasa trees for houses but didn't eat the fruit. This chief, decked out in monster hide, gave her seriously mixed feelings. Suddenly she noticed a kid dart around the corner, and that struck her as weird. But then they distracted her with a chunk of roasted monster ham, and it kind of grossed her out. The girl said she wasn't hungry and suggested the guys dig in. Both warriors who brought the food just stared at her, totally confused. Then Mita explained that around here, offering someone your last bit of food is like proposing marriage. So she had to pick who to give the meat to, and Heli asked them to just split it. After thanking her, the warrior asked about the outside world and learned that nearly all the tribes had fallen apart, and Hela's grandma fought tooth and nail to protect their land from those trying to buy it up. Maramo was surprised the chief was a woman, and a highly respected one at that. Hela also mentioned that her tribe's numbers are dwindling fast. The warriors were intrigued. They barely remember what the outside world even looks like. But they're used to it here now, like they've been living here forever. Then Hela asked if he'd ever seen the gate. She'd heard someone actually made it through. Turns out it was Koei, and Hela wanted all the details. The guards spotted Koei, but they don't know much, since no one's allowed near the gate. The warrior doesn't remember exactly when it happened, but they say she wasn't alone. Hela suddenly realized that Ko had been with Rodrigo, and she was curious how she survived. After all, she disappeared 10 years ago and her son is only 3 months old. The girl even thought that Yasa had lost his trail, which is why he went after her. And she started asking the warriors about what was on the other side of the gate. They say there's plenty of sunshine and fresh air there, plus tons of food and not a single monster. But the chief thinks it's just rumors and didn't want to risk people's lives. Then Maramo invited Hela to look around while the warriors went hunting. He understood that she had put a lot of effort into the prosperity of her tribe, and he offered her to join them, becoming a shaman. The girl didn't understand why this man was so eager to get Yasa's powers. The chief kept saying she missed her tribe and that she could find a family here. Hela still refused, explaining she had something important and urgent to do. Maramo suspected she was spying for Yasa, but she clarified she was just accompanying him. The chief didn't want to let her go, and since she didn't want to be a shaman, he offered to make her his bride. To that, the girl declared that the shamans of her tribe don't marry. The fact that the shamans devoted themselves to a god didn't sit right with the chief, like people were just meaningless to the gods. He didn't even believe the stories that the gods created people in the first place. Because if people don't matter to them, then they couldn't possibly be their creators. Yahello agreed with his opinion about the gods, but she still couldn't stay. And then Maramo suggested she just take a walk with him and check out the area. The girl agreed, and on the way, she overheard others making fun of Mita. Now she understood why he didn't like Gappo's crew. The chief led her to a tower where they kept the fresh water, and supplies were running dangerously low because the rest of the water was tainted. That's when Yahello wondered aloud why people were forbidden from eating fruit. I mean, it's the same stuff that grows on the trees they use to build their homes. Maramo suspected that Yahello had gotten Yasa's power because she'd been eating those fruits. Still, he stuck to his guns, saying they were cursed and eating them could bring disaster on the tribe. Because then some seriously bad juju would come down on them, and they'd be in deep trouble. Dead serious, with a look of real sorrow, the chief asked her to help protect his tribe. They had a bunch of tough warriors who hunted and gathered food. The weaker ones ended up dropping like flies. People kept dying off, until there were almost no hunters left to feed the whole tribe. People got freaked out by the hunger and started looking at each other as a food source. First, it was just wars between different clans, then they were hunting each other down. In the end, all they could think about was surviving, about food and water. They live in a world ruled by monsters, where even the strongest didn't stand a chance. But Yahello's got some serious divine power, so the tribe really needs her. Because with her help, they can fight back and break free from this constant struggle to survive. They can get back to a normal life, even if they can't have kids. That's when Yahello confessed she was planning to open a gate to another world. She asked the chief to go with her, but he and his people couldn't leave, because they were cursed too, and the girl offered to try and break it. Maramo argued it wouldn't work, and he wasn't allowed to give details. But his people could try to stand up to him if Yahello joined them. However, her mind was focused on saving Rodrigo. So she told the chief to wait while she took care of it and promised to come back later. Maramo's mood dropped. He realized the girl wanted to stay with Yasa. Just then, a warrior approached and reported that there were too many monsters, and the chief suggested a lure. They were talking in code, but Yahello understood they were talking about using a living person as bait. She went to the edge of the cliff to make sure she wasn't seeing things. There really was someone alive in a cage on the other side. The girl wanted to run and free that woman, but the chief grabbed her. He explained that she, like Sei, had partaken of something forbidden, so she had to be punished. To Yahello, he was a total psycho, and he wasn't even trying to deny it. But he had to ensure survival, even if it meant making tough calls. His reasoning was selfish, but playing nice wouldn't save anyone here. Still, he gave Yahello a shot at saving the woman, showing she could stand up to the curse. Now it seemed to her like the whole curse was about keeping people from eating fruit. And she didn't get why he couldn't show this woman mercy, since Sei had. Turns out he did it to lower Gappo's guard. Next up is Sei in the cage, so the chief never breaks the rule. We can fix all this. All Yahello has to do is show her power. She can save not just the ex-shaman, but all of them. The girl didn't want to talk to him anymore and headed for the cage. Meanwhile, the warriors were getting ready to take out the monsters, waiting for them to get closer. That's when Yahello walked up and ordered them to lift the cage. Maramo cut her off immediately, ordering the warriors not to do it, and they apologized to the shaman because they have to obey the chief. Who's starting to suspect that the glowing trinket is all she's got? The girl was out of options. She had to try something different. There were some arrows nearby, which she lit on fire and took aim. And a second later, they were flying straight for the monsters' heads. But the chief just got pissed, saying she only spooked the monsters and ruined their hunt. Now he's sure she's a fake, that she's got no real power, and ordered her locked up. Soon she'll be keeping Sei company and sharing the same fate. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed from the top of that tall tower. And then water started pouring down in massive streams, flooding everything around. Maramo was seriously freaked out, thinking it was some kind of curse. Everyone there started scrambling up towards the tower as the water below kept rising. Yahello suddenly noticed something weird in the water. She went down to the cage where the victim was huddled, shivering from fear and cold. Yahello reached out her hand and told her to grab on. But the woman thought it was too late and just begged to be left there. And the new shaman explained that the chief wanted this woman dead. Who didn't really want to die, she just felt powerless to do anything about it. And when Yahello offered her hand again, she reached for it. Suddenly, Gappo showed up and started helping them get out. The water was rising even higher, and monsters were swimming nearby. Everyone else was already running to the cliff, which was safe from the creatures. The chief got word that Gappo disobeyed orders and went down there. Mita and Sei exchanged worried glances, knowing what their buddy was in for. Meanwhile, those three were struggling in the water, and the monster was already on them. It's gonna be tough for them to hold out until the water pushes them back up. Gappo apologized to Hela for dragging her into this mess. He felt responsible for the people who died because they trusted his judgment. And if Sei wasn't a shaman, he would have left her to die too, just like that Kate woman. He told Hela not to get discouraged like him, noticing how good her heart was. He was going to distract the beast and told the girls to climb back up. And they shouldn't worry about him, because sooner or later we all kick the bucket. Hela couldn't just decide who lives and who dies. Then Mita's voice boomed from above, totally impressed by the number of girls hanging around our buddy. Sei came up too and tossed Hela some arrows, telling her to put them to good use. She snatched the bow, and one of the arrows immediately nailed the monster right in the throat. That gave the people a chance to escape the trap, and they booked it towards the water tower. But the second they got to the rope bridge, a wall of water slammed down on it, and the bridge snapped clean in half. Now they're trapped again, because the other way out is wrecked too. Hela thought the coincidences were piling up a little too high, like someone was doing this on purpose. They climbed as high as they could, and then Kate just suddenly passed out. They laid her out on some planks, and Gappo went to check out what happened to her. You couldn't hear her breathing, and Mita figured she was a goner. Hela started to get a bad feeling about this, and after telling everyone to step back, she leaned over her. She started doing CPR, and the chief's words were echoing in her head. She was going all out to save this person, hoping she'd get a chance to prove herself and get a shot. Hela couldn't accept that this person's life was just being tossed aside. She remembered a conversation with her grandma about a herd of animals where the weak and sick get culled. But in their tribe, the chief looked after everyone, no exceptions. That's because they were people, and they weren't just driven by animal instincts. Those memories helped Hela get through to her. The woman opened her eyes and thanked us for saving her life. Turns out she just fainted from hunger, so Hela offered her some fruit. But she immediately started waving it away, saying that's exactly why they offered her up to the monsters in the first place. To convince her, Hela took a bite, saying if there are any consequences, they'll face them together. The woman stared at the fruit with greedy, hungry eyes, but she was still scared. Suddenly, Gappo grabbed it and took a bite too, just to back up his buddy. Sei and Mita each got a piece as well, still not believing they were eating it willingly. A second later, Mita almost cried from the pleasure. The taste was truly amazing, and Gappo held the fruit out to Kate so she could eat too. She didn't want to get punished, but she wanted to eat even more right now. Meanwhile, the water kept rising, completely surrounding the building where the five of them were trapped. They were stuck, and their only way out was to swim. But everyone except Hela was a total noob in the water. They never had a chance to learn. The girl was starting to lose hope. She didn't know how else to help them. Just then, they spotted some floating orbs, and the locals got freaked out. Hela, on the other hand, was stoked because Yazi had shown up for her. Now, she just needed a halfway decent rope so she could climb over to the other side. She promised to come back with backup to save all of them. The girl was planning to bring Yazi here so he could help the others. Doubts lingered, of course, but Hela was hoping he'd be cool with it. Grabbing one end of the rope, she dove into the water. Gappo told them to let him know if anything went south, and they'd haul her back. Back on the other shore, the warriors were freaking out that the whole place was about to be flooded. The chief knew the danger too, but figured he wasn't gonna die today, because he was the chosen one. Meanwhile, Mita was getting worried because Hela had disappeared and he wanted to pull her back. But Gappo told him to trust the girl. Hela was trying to reach the exit, but the strong current was dragging her sideways. Plus, she was running out of air, and that's when she spotted the orbs. Hela grabbed one, and it pulled her in the right direction. Soon there was light. The girl was almost there. With one last push, she broke the surface and Yasu caught her in his arms. She was so relieved to see him. He was her last hope. But when she looked up, she saw he was seriously pissed. Still, she started explaining that there were people up there who needed saving. But Yasu noticed a scrape on her forehead and figured those people had been messing with her. She quickly explained she'd just fallen, and those people had actually been taking care of her. Then, looking down, feeling guilty, she admitted she'd been planning to come back to him today. But right now, she's worried about the people who could drown any minute. The demon still didn't get why Yahello was so concerned about them. He saw no reason why she, and especially he, should lift a finger to help them. They snatched her up and were gonna use her, plain and simple. They didn't give a damn about her life. The way Yasa said it, it was like the girl was wrong for even trying to help people. He just couldn't figure out why she wouldn't back down, what she was even trying to prove. Yahello didn't know how to explain it to him, so the demon just decided to finish them all off. Because taking out her kidnappers would finally bring him some peace. That's when Yahello reminded him that he kidnapped Rodrigo, but she's still helping him out. She doesn't get why he's so ticked off when he's done the same kind of thing himself. Yasa crouched down, grabbing his head, admitting that, yeah, he was angry. He wasn't denying that, but he couldn't explain why he felt this way, and he still couldn't wrap his head around why Yahello would sacrifice herself for people in need, even when they screwed up. She could have died herself if he hadn't pulled her out of the water. He finds it messed up how people's lives are already short, and they're out here risking cutting them even shorter. And that's exactly what his companion was doing right now. The girl just couldn't turn a blind eye to other people's suffering, even though she doesn't know them and there's nothing in it for her. And then the demon got curious about why she came back for him. She had plenty of chances to escape, but she always came back. It's like this girl would rather die than be left alone. Yahello was haunted by guilt. She thought her grandmother died because of her. She remembered it again, and her face twisted in such pain that the demon felt sorry for her. But she clapped her hand over his mouth right away, telling him to shut it. Back then, Yahello begged her dad not to sell Grandma's land. But he couldn't lead the tribe, and he wasn't about to dedicate his life to it. And the kid swore she'd handle everything herself, just so they wouldn't sell the place. Her dad thought that was nuts, 'cause Yahello was just a little thing and couldn't possibly do anything. But she was ready to give up everything, just to save what meant so much to her grandma. And the pain she felt back then just flooded right back into her chest. The girl bolted, wanting to go back to those people. But Yasi grabbed her and pulled her close, not letting her go anywhere. Yahello didn't get why the demon made her remember all this, but he explained that it was her own doing. He just wanted to know why she was throwing herself into danger, saving everyone else. Her tears freaked him out because he didn't get why she was so upset. People bite the dust every day and you can't save everyone, you know? It's not Yahello's fault at all, but she still wouldn't chill out. Besides, she doesn't care how long she lives, just how she lives it. Yasu was confused now. Yahello valued other people's lives more than her own. But she immediately clarified that every life mattered to her. And anyway, Yasu should be grateful because if it weren't for Rodrigo, she wouldn't be here. The demon didn't argue with that, but he still didn't want to let his companion go. He couldn't say why, but he felt like she'd vanish if he did. He was already losing her too often, and that pushed him to go help those people. But his condition was that Yahello had to give him her life, meaning she could only risk her life for him. In other words, from now on, this girl belongs to him. Yasu wants her recklessness to only wake up when he's in danger. In that moment, Yahello thought the demon was jealous of other people. He just joked that she was too human to risk it all for a monster. The girl thought for a second and with a heavy sigh agreed. Yasu asked her to say a kind of oath aloud, that her life belonged to him. Yahello didn't want to do it, but how soon they went to save people depended on it. She resisted for a while, but then she finally said the words, and swore she wouldn't risk her life for anyone else. Yasu liked how that played out. He even found the situation a little amusing. He told her to stay put and stop crying, and then he headed off to the settlement. As a last gesture, he offered her his cloak since she was soaked. But the girl, suspecting he wasn't wearing anything underneath, turned him down. Yasu instantly conjured up a magic shield and took off to rescue whoever was still alive. When he vanished, Yahello felt a sense of relief, and the pain in her chest went away. Yateru soon flew up to the four of them in that lone building. Mita greeted him right away, hoping the demon wouldn't just off them all. And that guy, quick as lightning, grabbed Gappo by the neck with his skinny fingers. Threatened to feed him to Ao's kids if they ever laid a hand on Yahello again. They just nodded, not saying a word, and the demon told them to follow him. The chief and his warriors spotted him from way off and figured it was Yasi Yatere. They were shocked when they realized this demon was helping others, and hoped he'd save them too. But Maramo himself had different ideas about this demigod. He wasn't about to let this freak play the hero around here. And while he was cooking up his nasty schemes, Yasi had already teleported those four to Yahello. Gappo carried Kate on his back, and immediately explained she was just tired. Then Yahello went straight to Yasi, who was still standing on the edge. And she thanked him for listening to her and saving those people. Then he leaned in and asked her to come with him to get the others. He'd wanted to leave her here at first, but now that these people are here, he changed his mind. Gappo warned Yahello that their chief was headstrong and might not accept Yasa's help. That only made things easier for the demon, since he and the girl could continue on their own path. But Yahello insisted that they offer a helping hand to the others no matter what. She's hoping that the chief cares more about the tribe than his own ego. On the way, she remembered Marmo's confession that Yasa had brought him here. But the demon didn't remember that and even apologized so Yahello wouldn't be upset. And then he added that he didn't really care about it anyway. So the girl was asking if what happened had anything to do with the chief saying not to eat the cursed fruit. The demon thought that was total BS, 'cause the fruit was fine, and he didn't sense any curse. As they flew up to the group, the warriors started begging the shaman for help. Only the chief stood there silently, glaring at them. And Yahello explained to the demon that the land here seemed to have its own mind, which made him think it wasn't a curse at all, but some kind of deal with a god. Out of nowhere, a torrent of water poured down right next to them, clipped the edge of the limbo, and they almost fell. The demon suggested they bail, 'cause it was getting too risky for Yahello here. But she talked him into finishing up quick and tossed a rope to the group of people on the shore, asking them to tie the end to something sturdy and get to safety. Looks like the warrior who grabbed the ropes got a conscience. He glanced at the others and mouthed for them to run. Get out of here. He saw these two wanted to save them, knew what was really coming down. He was scared of the chief, but he didn't want their saviors to get hurt either. Then, on the chief's command, the whole crowd aimed their arrows at Yasu and Yahello. Maramo was convinced they could all survive, but only if they took out Yatere. The arrows flew. Yasu dodged, but one grazed the edge of his halo. Yahello begged them to stop, explaining that Yasu just wanted to rescue them. The second she said that, a massive wave of water slammed right into her. The girl was washed off the magic shield, sinking deeper and deeper, vines-like, instantly wrapped around her legs, trapping her so she couldn't escape. She blacked out, and when she came to, she saw a figure wearing a monster's hide. This person turned to face her, and Yahello saw it was the chief. She wasn't underwater anymore, and Maramo told her to keep her mouth shut, and to not even think about anything, unless she wanted her face ripped off. The chief also quietly asked her to keep her emotions in check. It sounded like a seriously bad omen, but Yahello still couldn't figure out who this guy was talking about. He was talking about the god of this kingdom of Monai, and that he was super close. Monai is the third son of Tao and Karana, one of 7 cursed brothers. He's the most terrifying and hideous monster. One look at him can give you a heart attack. If you gotta face him, don't look him in the eye and run like hell. His whole deal is planting seeds of doubt in people's hearts. He feeds on mistrust and betrayal. And now the vines are starting to wrap around Chief Maramo too, choking him out. He swore he didn't help Yasa and that he didn't break the terms of the deal. Yahello realized the chief was talking to Monai, and tearing off a piece of seaweed, she begged the god to stop. The girl knows she has to hide her feelings. She's got to get a grip. Ever since her grandma died, she's been doing it almost all the time. But Monai doubted it. He can read her mind and knew what she was thinking. The mass of vines in front of her started moving all crazy, like something was coming out of it. And the god wondered if the girl could handle it when she saw him. Then, out of nowhere, this creature pops up, so ugly it'd give you nightmares. Its face was all droopy, like it was melting, red eyes freaking glowing, and chains wrapped all around its body. Yahello spots skeletons in the thick brush and says she finds those corpses more disgusting. The girl didn't even flinch, which reminded the god of someone he knew. That got her curious who he was talking about, guessing it was someone important to him. Then he noticed she smelled like Yatere, and she admitted she came with him. That's when Monai figured she had some kind of thing for the demon. In that moment, Yahello remembered Rodrigo, the guy her whole world would crumble without. But knowing Monai could read her mind, she tried to think about absolutely nothing. He started laughing, saying she showed him a piece of her past and now she's stuck with it. Then he started grilling her about what Yasa did to make her world fall apart. He even guessed she wanted him dead now, but Yahello denied it, even though she used to, and Monai figured it was all because of his pretty boy face. Yatere is confusing. His beauty just floors everyone, humans and gods alike. The girl insisted his face had nothing to do with it, though she was thinking it's because he looks so much like a human. Plus, he's always there for her, looking out for her, and she didn't know if she'd end up hating him for it. Then she realized again she was overthinking things and tried to pull herself together. And Monai declared it wasn't her fault, since even gods are helpless against a beautiful face. If he had a human face and Yatere's looks, he wouldn't be suffering. Gila figured this god was just jealous of his brother and that's why he's so messed up. But guess she was wrong, cause Monai instantly lost it and reached for her with his bony fingers. When they closed tight around her neck, all she could think about was Yasa. And Monai was surprised that this demon was the first thing on her mind when she was in danger. Just then, Hela's expression changed, and the evil god saw exactly what she was feeling. His eyes lit up with a sinister hunger, and his mouth stretched wide like he was about to get a tasty treat. He reached for her again with his gross, slimy hands, and she knew he was going to tear her face apart. And her corpse would just be left to decorate this world with the other victims. But then, Monai pulled his hands back, curious about what Yasa had done to get to this girl. Hela was shocked by his reaction, cause she was sure he was gonna off her. He would have gone through with it, but the look on her face wasn't about him. And from that look, he knew the girl wasn't indifferent to Yasa Yatere. Hela just confirmed that this monster cared about someone too. Somehow she managed to read his mind, and she saw it was a girl. Realizing she could learn everything about him too, she demanded to get out of her head. She also started asking why he was punishing the tribe if he cared so much about people. She demanded he leave them alone and tell her what he was hiding, especially about that girl. Monai roared for her to shut up, and suddenly the branches released her body. Realizing this monster wasn't going to kill her, Hela promised to help him. His torso started swelling with rage like he was about to blow. But Hela realized he was scared of being judged. That's why he hated how people reacted to him. Monai was convinced she was faking it, cause nobody could actually care about a freak like him. So the girl asked him to dive back into her head so he could see she wasn't lying. The angry god started to chill out, realizing this person actually wanted to help him. And he said he wanted her face, so he could finally escape the pain of how he looked. Because of Monai, neither humans nor gods except for Yasa can leave the lands of Tao. Cause to open a portal, you gotta get permission from Yasa, and he ain't letting anyone out of here. For a second, the girl thought maybe that was actually the right call. She also figured out that if Monai had her face, people might actually forgive him. Still, she didn't get why he was hoarding all the water. The monster just wanted to watch them suffer and show that girl what it means to lose everything you care about. And Monai confessed that she was his soulmate, Porasi. She was the first and last person who didn't find him repulsive. A long time ago, Monai, just after being born, noticed his mother was upset, but he didn't understand why. But he was sent to the human world to follow his instincts there. At that time, the tribe leader had a beautiful daughter, Porasi. Monai hid on a cliff and didn't understand why everyone was smiling at the newborn. He was overcome with curiosity, and he decided to get closer to find out what was going on. But as soon as he stood before the people, they were horrified, their faces twisted in fear. Monai didn't know then that to humans he looked like a hideous monster. The chief didn't hesitate. He ordered the archers to take out that monster that just showed up. Monai curled up into a ball, getting ready to launch himself with that massive tail he uses for legs. He managed to jump back onto the cliff, but a few arrows hit him and man did it sting. He couldn't figure out why these people were attacking him. All he wanted were some answers. He also remembered this beautiful voice that talked to him, and he was desperate to hear it again. Heading back to the house, he saw his mom holding Yasa Yatere, who had just been born. She was saying that he was the only one who wasn't cursed and wasn't a monster. That's when Monai realized they thought he was the monster, but he needed to hear it from his mom. And just then, his father's voice boomed out, ordering him to get the hell away from there. His voice was so nasty, like he wanted to tear Monai and his other brothers limb from limb. The little monster got all worked up and grabbed a piece of red cloth. Then he bolted out of the house back to the human world. His brother Yasa was wrapped in cloth like that, and Monai figured that was the key. Covering himself completely in the fabric, he hoped people wouldn't chase him away like this. He climbed down the cliff to the tribe again, but this time he was being more careful. Hiding behind a teepee, he watched a woman doze off while holding a baby. The little girl was turning her head, watching butterflies, and then she suddenly spotted Monai. He was shocked that this tiny human wasn't freaked out by him. She didn't scream because she was a newborn and everything was interesting to her. Monai noticed she couldn't talk, and he had a ton of questions he wanted to ask. And another thing he figured out, the kid wasn't scared because it was covered in cloth. Still, he was curious why she wasn't talking. I mean, he's just as new to this world as she is, even if their definitions are a little different. Suddenly, some soldiers walking by noticed someone unfamiliar hovering over the child. Their loud voices woke the mother, and she saw the monster and screamed in a panic. Everyone realized it was a monster and chased after him again, forcing Monai to take cover on the cliff. He figured it hadn't worked because there wasn't enough fabric. So he decided to collect people's belongings, thinking it would help him blend in. When he thought he had enough, Monai decided to try again. And people noticed things were disappearing, but they didn't suspect each other and figured some kind of low life was to blame. They already knew that Monai was the worst of his sons. Their shaman foresaw that Tao would continue to spawn more like him and that they had to kill the monster before he got any bigger. Monai was bummed to hear that, and then they spotted him. He ran off again, not understanding why they were yelling. All he wanted to know was why they thought he was so awful. He looked at his reflection in the water and couldn't believe his face was really that hideous. To get some answers, he started approaching people when they were in groups of 2 or 3, and he'd ask them why they thought he was so terrible. But as soon as they saw his face, they'd just scream in panic. And the guys would immediately grab their knives, and one time, someone even stabbed him in the eye. Eventually, Monai got sick of everyone always yelling at him and attacking him, and he tore those few guys apart for their attitude. All he wanted to do was ask a question, and leaning over the corpse, he asked it again. But the guy didn't answer, and the monster realized they stop screaming when they die. After that, they kept finding bodies with their faces ripped to shreds, but they couldn't track Monai down. The tribe leader didn't know what to do, because it wasn't just about this monster anymore. All 7 of Tao's offspring have awakened, and they're getting stronger. And the further Monai went, the worse he felt. He was already getting off on the smell of human blood and hearing their screams. All he wanted was to hear that sweet voice from the past again. Time passed, and waking up one morning, he realized the humans had found him again. But then he heard a woman's voice calling for help. Some girl was screaming that she was hurt and begging someone to help her. Monai figured he was the only one around and called out without coming out of hiding. The girl explained that her legs were messed up and she needed assistance. The monster told her to head down the road to get home, but she couldn't walk. And Monai agreed to come out to her, but first he made her promise not to scream. The girl looked really cute, and he didn't feel like offing her. And from her eyes, he realized she was the same kid who didn't scream when she saw him. Now she's all grown up since it's been many years, and Monai went out to her. Just like back then, she didn't scream but just looked him over carefully. She thought they'd met before, and the monster realized she was that little kid, Parasi. He was curious why she hadn't talked back then, and she explained that little kids don't talk. Plus, she still wasn't scared of him, even though she still couldn't see his face. And she asked him to show it, but the monster figured it was best to leave things as they were. Then Parasi held out a necklace, promising to give it to him if he helped her out, and also helped him get back to his tribe. But instead, Monai asked her to answer a few questions. He wanted to know what scared her the most about him, and what part of his body he needed to hide. She didn't quite get it, but he didn't know how else to explain it either. His mother's words to Yasa, who she didn't consider a monster, were still echoing in his head. And Monai admitted that he didn't want to be seen as a monster by people. Parasi thought for a bit, then suggested he marry a human. That way, he'd become part of their society and essentially become human himself. They do it themselves. When they marry someone from another tribe, that person becomes part of their people. Monai liked the idea, but he wasn't sure anyone would actually marry him. That's when the girl suggested he marry her. Monai immediately freaked out. He's a monster and she's a human. But to her, he was human, and she kept talking to him in a gentle voice. The creature stirred. He felt something strange in his chest. And Parasi promised to tell her father that Monai saved her, and he'd accept him as a son. The monster helped her up, but confessed he was scared of her dad. With a smirk, she admitted she was a little freaked out too, and suggested they go back to his place together. On the way, Monai confessed that his people do marriage a little differently. It involves a whole lot of human blood for a sacrifice. The girl got seriously upset that they had to kill people just to get married, and she explained that that's just wrong, and she wasn't about to celebrate anything on a pile of corpses. Then Monai reminded her that humans were made for the gods, so they offer sacrifices to their creators. Parasi didn't know how to get through to him that this was messed up, and she reminded him that he was trying to become human, and humans don't just off each other. Then the monster remembered that a drop of blood from each member of his family could work instead of human blood. The girl wanted to meet them, and Monaco agreed, promising to protect her if anything went down. They reached the village, and Parasi asked him to wait there while she got her family. She promised her father wouldn't attack the guy who saved his daughter. Monai agreed, wanting to believe everything she said would come true. For a while, he kept watching as she walked further and further away. He really wanted to belong, to finally be one of the guys. He trusted that this person who promised to return soon would be his salvation. Every word she spoke felt like a punch to the gut. Soon, he asked his father to call the brothers together for his wedding, but it seemed weird how quickly they agreed. Then Tao insisted the ceremony be held on his land. The monster couldn't believe what was happening, that Parasi agreed to be a part of his life. Monai confessed his dad told him to stay away from them until he learned to survive. But he himself doesn't know what'll happen when he gets stronger. His dad just advised him to follow his instincts, said everyone's got some kind of gift. But what his gift actually is, Monai hasn't figured out yet himself. The girl guessed his gift was robbing and killing people, 'cause that's what he'd been doing. And she's curious why he doesn't feel any regret when he offs them. That struck the monster as weird, since people often off each other anyway. But Parasi thought it was messed up. She was tired of seeing people suffer. And she wishes she could live in a world where there's no crying and people aren't scared of losing their loved ones. But realizing that the real world is like that just breaks her heart. That's when Monai wondered if Parasi would finally be happy if he made her dream come true. She told him not to worry, that they'd be together soon, and that would be her dream world. Thing is, what she meant was nothing like what Monai was imagining. She tricked him, locking him and his whole family away in Tao's domain, far from the human realm. Even after that, he still wanted to make her dream a reality, but her dad decided to seal the portal shut for good. Parasi didn't make it back before the gateway between worlds slammed closed. Now she's stuck with this monster, and he's only getting uglier. But she was even willing to die there, as long as his family couldn't escape. It was right then that Monai started developing telepathic powers. Parasi got messed up trying to get out, but the monster wanted her to live and treat him like she used to. If that's how it's gotta be, he's ready to get his hands dirty, even if it means family blood. He was so freaked out about her dying, he started thrashing his tail around, which just made more rocks fall. And then he was squeezing her body with his tail, thinking he was protecting her from the rock slide. Battered and broken, Parasi just saw him as a pathetic creature now. And that was her last thought. Then she died right there in his arms. Monai couldn't shake the look on her face, and he couldn't figure out why her tribe left her to die. She said her people don't sacrifice each other, but they threw her under the bus to save their own skins. Now there were even more questions, but nobody around to answer them. For years, Monai suffered the punishment his family laid down, locked up in this place the whole time. He didn't know why he couldn't save her, or why her family sacrificed her to keep him locked away. So he wants to make people suffer, to pay them back for all his pain. While Monai was telling Yahello all this, she noticed he was crying and reached out to him. And he just kept saying that if he wasn't so ugly, none of this would have happened. Now Yahello understood why he asked her to give him her face. She felt really bad for him, and she agreed to let him have what he wanted. The girl didn't know how it would happen, or what would become of her afterwards. But before he did it, she asked him to let her save someone first. Then Monai explained that he'd peel her face off and wear it like a mask. But then Yahello suggested he wait until she died, since human life is so short. She also didn't get why he hadn't taken other faces, since there were so many corpses around. He couldn't just rip the face off, or it'd be a total disaster. That mask would freeze with a look of pure terror. He needed a face given willingly, and Yahello offered him a deal. For him to get her face, Monai had to fulfill a few conditions. He had to bring fresh water back to that tribe and never kill another person again. The monster didn't get why Yahello was sacrificing herself for a tribe that didn't give a damn about her life. The girl remembered her grandmother's teachings, that a leader must acknowledge everyone, without exception. And they can't judge these people, only help them find the right path. And you can't just choose death to avoid being alone. Right then, Monai noticed Yahello's mind was split, and he couldn't tell what was real. The girl couldn't explain why she had two different opinions and two different reasons. The monster realized she didn't know the right answer, even though Parasi was conflicted too. He even figured she did what she did not out of hate for him, but because it was the only way to save her people. Just then, Yasi showed up, not understanding why all his brothers were crowding around his girl. Monai instantly blew a fuse, thinking this was the worst possible day for a meetup. But Yasi just sliced through the seaweed the monster was using to try and ensnare their guest. He was totally down to throw down if it meant his evil little bro bit the dust. Noticing that Monai was still in chains, he realized the cage was still locked. That would only make offing him even easier, but then Hela stopped him. He guessed Yasi knew Monai was behind everything, but that's exactly why he was rushing in. Until Hela had to throw a wrench in the works again and decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. Monai was watching them and noticed Yasa's grimace was exactly like the girl's. He can read minds, but he doesn't understand emotions, and he has no clue what that hateful look on her face means. Hela couldn't say for sure if she hated Yatere, and the monster offered to help take him out. Then Yasa created a shield behind her, telling the monster not to mess with her head. That's how he broke their connection, and Monai admitted that Hela was about to make a deal. The demon looked at his companion, giving her a look that said, "Seriously?" about her dumb decision. And she explained that people would have fresh water if she gave Monai her face. Yasa was completely stunned now, and the girl added that she wouldn't give her face away until after she died. But Yatere figured it'd be easier to just deal with his villainous brother right then and there. He started walking towards him, but the girl blocked his path again. He figured she'd totally lost it, deciding to help Monai. Their argument looked ridiculous, and the monster started smirking. Hela declared that Monai would keep doing terrible things if he wasn't stopped right now. She's gonna set him on the right path, making sure that tribe's safe. Besides, Yasa won't lose anything from this or get hurt in any way. That's when Yatere realized she was doing it to protect him, not the monster. The girl just blinked at him, surprised, like he'd said something totally crazy. Yatere spent a few more seconds thinking about how this could all end, and decided to help Hela out, but on his terms. And he declared that Monai could take his face after he died, not her. Sounded good, but the monster got curious how long that was gonna take. And Yasu told him not to worry, 'cause the wait wouldn't be long at all. From his voice, the monster could tell his brother was a little bummed, but he agreed anyway, 'cause with a face like that, he'd definitely be forgiven. But Hela got curious why Yasu was so sure he'd be kicking the bucket soon, and he explained it'd happen after she kept her end of the bargain, but told her not to sweat it. Then Monai, who was cool with everything, suggested they get down to business. And Yasu exposed part of his body and asked him to carve in the name. The monster was already reaching for him with his clawed fingers. But then Hela jumped in again, saying the deal had to be made with her. Yasu was confused again, because she'd said it didn't really matter to her. She changed her mind after she found out Yatere was dying. Then she turned back to the monster, wanting him to read her mind and see she wasn't lying. He really liked her face, and Hela was willing to give it up. That's when Yasu grabbed her and threatened that if she said one more word, he'd off Monai right then and there. She just didn't want to owe him anything, but he told her to just deal with it. And while he was holding her, he asked his brother to hurry up and carve the name. Monai was thrown for a loop. Both offers were super tempting. But Yasu demanded he stamp it immediately if he wanted to live. And since that guy didn't want to kick the bucket, he agreed to make a deal with the brother. Yasi swore an oath to give up his face, but only if Hela's demands were met. With hurt in her eyes, Hela shoved Yatere aside. Then she ripped a piece of her shirt and bandaged his shoulder where that name was scratched. And the monster thanked Hela, but she told him telepathically to thank Yasi instead. But if it weren't for her, Yatere wouldn't have agreed and would have just offed Monai. Hela thought to herself, begging him to take her face if she died first, because she couldn't handle it. The monster realized they were in a real messed up situation. But the girl begged him to keep his word and forgive Parasi. After all, she probably called him pathetic because she was wrong about him. She sacrificed herself to kill the monster, but Monai wasn't a monster to her. He got curious how she knew that, since it was so long ago and she wasn't there. It's just that Hela feels the same way about Yasa, and that he's not the monster she thought he was. But because of that, her conscience is eating her up, since Rodrigo disappeared because of him. That's why she hates him, which is why she has the same feelings Parasi had for Monai. The monster thanked her and warned her that when a god goes looking for a person, it never ends well. Ultimately, in that kind of situation, a terrible fate awaits the person. Hela didn't get it, since gods can help people too. The monster explained that people were created to serve the gods and they have no business helping them. And that chief is acting the same way because he wants to become a god to the people. But the monster didn't forbid him from eating yasa fruits, only from revealing who the Monai really are. This guy made a deal with another god about the fruits. But Monai decided not to name that god, because he doesn't need any more enemies. Yatere started to suspect they were talking telepathically, but reminded them it was time to go. They left the place, and Hela explained to the chief that the threat was gone. and the water rapidly started to drain away into the depths of the earth. Seizing the moment, Hela asked Yasa why he did it, and he remembered the time when the girl didn't want to pick a flower. He acted exactly the same way she did back then. Meanwhile, Monai was stoked that he finally got answers to his questions. He realized he was the one who owed Parasi an apology for killing so many of her loved ones. Her body was still being kept in a coffin made of thin branches, and the monster promised to return her to her home world as soon as he regained his freedom. And Hela noticed that the entire tribe was gathered in one place, and she realized that Yasi had transported them all. She really liked his work, and she thanked him sincerely. Then they headed towards the people across the bridge, and they praised him like a god, and Hela like a shaman. Yasi was surprised, and she explained to him that it was a long story. But the chief was still unhappy that they were being greeted like heroes and wasn't going to let it happen again. Still, he greeted them and promised that Gapo would help lead them out of the thicket. But Hela declared that now was the time to discuss his arrangements with the gods. The chief didn't see anything wrong with it since he wanted to provide the people with food and water. He acted like a true leader, not wanting to drag anyone else into this mess. He knew there was no way Hela could convince those people to back down. This whole thing goes way back. And the girl just calmly asked Yatere to conjure up some fruit. Instantly, a huge tree sprouted, its branches bending under the weight of the fruit. Maramo was in shock, thinking this girl had really crossed a line. And while he was distracted by the plant, Hela was already charging towards him at full speed. Getting right up close, she shoved him into the water, apologizing as she did it. The warriors just stood there, totally confused, not knowing what the heck was going on. The chief started trying to get out, ready to give her a serious piece of his mind. But Hela grabbed him with one hand and shoved a ripe fruit into his mouth with the other. She squeezed it in tighter, making sure he chewed and swallowed instead of spitting it out. Yasi was stunned, wondering when this girl had completely lost her mind. She just smiled after feeding the chief, then asked him what he thought of it. The chief was in shock, but he didn't want to admit that he actually liked the taste. The warriors were racking their brains, wondering if the chief had finally snapped, or if he'd been lying to them all along. Then he announced he only wanted to protect them from Yasi Yatere, because neither he nor his fruit could be trusted. He claimed that Yasi had tricked his father, leading him to these lands and taking away the strongest warriors. The enemies took advantage of this, and they were left completely defenseless. When Maramo found his father, he learned the truth. Those who followed him were killed, and the chief himself was left locked up here. He insisted he was protecting his people and begged them not to trust the gods. While the chief was grandstanding, Hela went up to Yasa and asked him to say something. And Yasa straight up said that the chief's own father decided to settle here. If Maramo doesn't even know that, you gotta wonder if he's really Nohezu's kid. He needed some serious divine power to fend off attacks from rival tribes. He made a deal with Yasa, who granted him power for 3 generations. In return, he was supposed to help wipe out the Tau. But Nohezu really liked it here, so he decided to stay and ratted Yasa out to his own father. Hatem Yatere lifted his hair to show how his father punished him for it. Tau cut off his ears and stuffed them with feathers that can't be pulled out. And for the rest of his life, Yasa has to suffer with never-ending pain and migraines. That's when he realized that humans never keep their word. Maramo immediately started yelling that Yasa was full of it, 'cause nobody in their right mind would want to live here. Truth is, this place went totally downhill after they closed the gate. And Hela demanded to know why the chief was making deals with the gods if he didn't even trust them. He had some lame excuse already about protecting the tribe. They were running out of food fast, things were getting desperate, really desperate. So Maramo put a stop to it by making a deal with a god. Now he couldn't figure out why they were being so ungrateful, like they wouldn't even survive without him. The warriors started getting restless, but Hela was telling them to stand their ground. She said they only put up with the chief's decisions 'cause he's the lesser of 2 evils. But the people of this tribe were just plain tired. All they wanted was to have enough food and water. They've gotten so used to it, they can't think about anything else. If they actually stopped to consider their situation, the harsh truth would drive them nuts. All the good people like Hela already gave their lives for them a long time ago. Now they're on their own and just want to live a life without suffering. And if the chief lets them eat fruit, that'll be enough for them. Besides, there's no one else to lead the tribe but Maramo. Hela couldn't understand how they could accept that and not even hope for something better. She begged them not to put up with it because they deserved so much more. But the warriors just kept saying they were too worn down. and the girl was about to give up because she can't be responsible for their lives. Yacy was even whispering to her that she'd done everything she could. It was a harsh truth, she couldn't do any more, and they were about to leave. That's when Gappo stepped up, announcing he was ready to take over as leader. He agreed things couldn't go on like this, and it was time to wake up from this nightmare. They had to fight for something better and do whatever it takes to get it. Some of the people stood there looking shocked, while others backed his play. But some wanted guarantees they wouldn't end up back in the Dark Ages. But Mita believes in him, because Gappo is the toughest guy he knows. He protected him and Sei when they were in danger, and he shared his food with them. People started to agree that Gappo would do a better job than the leader they didn't trust anymore. Maramo was getting seriously pissed, thinking they'd all lost their minds. But he's the one who broke their trust and put them in danger, and now they can all eat properly. They decided to drag the chief to the dungeon and grill him about all his deals with other gods. He just glared at the warriors from under his brow, clearly plotting some kind of payback. Mita couldn't be happier that his best friend was about to become the new chief. Yahello just stood off to the side, glad this whole situation was finally going to be resolved. Then Gappo confessed that he'd found his courage thanks to this girl. The others chimed in, saying that the shaman Hila had saved them all. Yasa didn't like all the people crowding around her and asked her to come away with him. But Sei asked them to stay, offering them a chance to rest and grab some food. And Yahello reminded everyone to thank Monai for keeping us supplied with fresh water. The warriors, without arguing, turned towards the opening at the top of the water tower. They thanked Monai, still in disbelief that they wouldn't even have to hunt anymore. What was happening just seemed impossible to them, and they couldn't remember the last time change actually made things better. For a while, Hela listened to the tribe celebrating, and then she asked Yasa to start conjuring up the fruit trees. By evening, people had eaten so much they were about to burst. Hila noticed that Gappo was sitting off to the side, lost in thought. He was still scared, because he still thought he was a lousy leader back then. And his girl cheered him up, saying he'd gotten wiser, and everyone screws up sometimes. Then she confessed she was going to open the gate, saying it was safer on the other side. And she invited him to go with her, but he didn't want to drop that much change on people all at once. He'd ask them later, once he got things sorted out, and then the people could decide for themselves where to go. Yasi was standing nearby, keeping an eye on Hela, making sure nothing happened to her. Then a few people came up, greeting the new chief again, but he asked them to just call him by his name. Hela remembered the good times in her tribe again. And Yasi, while he was watching, noticed that the shaman, Sei, was heading his way. She offered him a bath and to patch up his robe. Glancing one more time to see that Hela was deep in conversation and out of harm's way, he agreed. A few minutes later, she noticed Yasu was nowhere to be seen. Sei pointed out which tent he was in and asked her to take him his robe. Hela obediently grabbed the bundle and headed in that direction. Stepping inside, she saw him sitting in a huge barrel, like a freaking bathtub. She was a little flustered, 'cause nobody told her he'd be like that. Then the demon gave her this sly grin and suggested she hop in. Hela found that a little out of line and she chucked the robe at him. Then she stormed right back out, hearing Yasu still laughing his butt off. She'd barely taken a few steps from the hut when he called out, asking her to stay. He said he wouldn't be able to help if anything went down, 'cause he'd used all his energy planting trees. The girl didn't argue, but she didn't go inside either, just sat down outside. She asked him not to push himself too hard and to let her know if he was running out of juice. But it wasn't that simple. The demon's power wasn't what it used to be. And Hela had one simple, easy desire. She wanted to stretch out these quiet moments of peaceful life just a little longer. It was like she was part of the tribe again, and she wanted everything else to wait. Soon they heard Yasa grumbling, who was confused about how to put on the new human clothes. Realizing he was dressed, Hela peeked in on him, and he reminded her that people used to go around naked. The girl just muttered that she missed out on all the fun because she wasn't born back then. Noticing the tone of her voice and her downcast gaze, Yasa realized she liked this tribe. She didn't want to say it for sure, but the people here seemed all right to her. Though she knew she shouldn't expect much from them after everything she'd done for them. She just still cared about these folks, that's all. And then Yasi wondered if she cared specifically about him. Hela felt something for him, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it and didn't think it was a big deal. She straightened out his clothes ready to leave when he suddenly grabbed her. This definitely threw her for a loop, 'cause she had no idea what he was thinking now. And Yasi offered her one last shot to ditch these people and forget everything that happened, 'cause he knows how badly she wants to go home, and this is her way out. But the girl couldn't just leave them hanging like that, because she still cares. Yasu leaned in closer and closer, like he was about to plant one on her. But just then, Sei's voice rang out. She was looking for Hela to give her some clothes. Hela got flustered and bailed, leaving Yasu hanging. The demon noticed she got all awkward, and he thought the whole thing was pretty amusing. Outside, Sei suggested Hela should take a bath and chill out too. But then she noticed Hela was super red in the face and even started to worry about her. Later, they went to check on Kate, who'd crashed out again after a little snack. And Hela got curious why the old chief hadn't used Sei's gift of foresight. Maramo started avoiding her after she saw him talking to himself. Nobody was around him, just that monster hide puffing out pink smoke. Sei couldn't make out what he was saying, just some mumbling under his breath. That's when she started freaking out. What if he'd made a deal with Ao Ao? So both girls hauled ass straight to the dungeon to see if their gut feeling was right. But the cage where they'd locked up Maramo? Empty. Gone. They told Gappo right away, laying out their suspicions that Maramo was in cahoots with Ao. There wasn't a sign of a struggle, so it was pretty obvious the guards were on his side. Mita immediately started rounding up archers to give chase. But Gappo couldn't figure out Ao's angle, since they were scarfing down his kids on Maramo's orders. Yasa explained that Ao hates the descendants for the suffering they cause during the endless cycle of childbirth. He just couldn't wrap his head around why his brother was letting his own children be eaten. It wasn't long before we realized half of Maramo's tribe had bolted with him, and Gappo ordered the borders reinforced and everyone to be on high alert because they might be back. These backstabbers probably figured Gappo wasn't cut out to be chief. That's when Hela started cheering him up, pointing out he had more going for him now. She even suggested he ask Monai for help, but the guy refused, remembering what his deal with Maramo had led to. And the girl explained that Monai was just looking for some friendly company, even if his sweetheart did him dirty. But if he shows a little kindness, he'll definitely help protect the tribe. Hela begged Gappo not to be afraid to follow the god again. After all, Monai's just a kid, abandoned by his family because of how he looks. You talk to him, you realize he's practically human. Hela believes Gappo can handle being chief, and a lot of people trust him. She also asked us to discuss it with the tribe and invited us back as soon as she opens the gate. After crashing for the night, it was time to pack up. Yasi was itching to get out of this place and get back to business. Sei came out and handed him his cloak, which Hela had patched up herself, and a few people came to the girl to thank her for her help. Before long, Yasi changed and hurried his companion along. He liked how Hela had fixed the holes in his cloak, and she said he could use some new pants too. As she left, she glanced at the hole in the top of the tower and silently asked Monai to watch over these people. She told him again to be careful, and he promised he'd try. Gappo, Mita, and Sei saw them to the edge of the woods and gave them arrows and knives. Saying goodbye, Sei also told Yatere to take good care of Hel. As she left, the girl kept looking back at her new friends, but Yasa told her not to worry. She can't solve all their problems for them. The girl just remembered how her own people abandoned her like that, and how worthless it made her feel. Even though she was young back then, she wanted her people to see her as a leader. But Yasa said if people don't appreciate what she does for them, then they just don't deserve her. Especially since he thought she was doing way more than they deserved anyway. He'd never met someone who'd go so far for anyone. Everyone he'd met before always broke their promises. Deep down, he knew Hela was the only one who was different. Before long, they were back at the dark halls of this world. Yasi grabbed Hela's hand and told her not to let go, because it was dangerous here. The girl looked around. The gloomy atmosphere really did give her the creeps. Then she wondered what would happen if a human and a god fell in love. Yasi thought it always ended badly because they just couldn't understand each other. That's when Hela reminded him that his mom, Karana, was human too. But she didn't know that Karana and Tao's relationship was the worst possible outcome. Soon they reached the place where Yasi was born, and he noticed that nothing had changed. Noticing his companion was anxious, he decided to show her something to calm her down. They approached a huge tree, and Hela really liked it here. Then Yasi conjured up a temporary platform so she could climb all the way to the top. There's a flower growing up there that she recently took a real liking to. The girl was thrilled when she saw a whole bush of these beautiful buds, but then she noticed a handprint, which she thought was strange. Just as Yasi suggested setting up camp there, he started lowering her quickly. It was so fast that Hela could barely keep her balance and even started cursing. And Yatere, asking her to watch her language, snapped his fingers. And the platform started bouncing like a wave, tossing the girl into the air. For a while, she was bouncing on him like a trampoline, and at first, it kind of freaked her out. But then she really got into it, having a blast and laughing like crazy. Yasi was fascinated watching her reaction and how happy she was. Then he set her down, and she caught her breath, just soaking it all in. Naturally, she stopped laughing, and Yasi asked her to do it again. The girl thought the request was a little weird, but he explained that he just really wanted to hear her laugh again. There was a glint of longing in his eyes, and Hele felt a little flustered. The girl remembered his question about whether she cared about him, and asked if there was anyone he cared about a lot. But Yasu thought those emotions were way too human. The gods are supposed to be above all that. He kinda looked away then, almost like he was embarrassed about it. But Hele noticed their bond got stronger when they went through the same scare. Now she's figuring Yasu's afraid of catching feelings for humans. That's why he tries so hard to act like he doesn't care about anyone. Yasu was about to answer her when Hele suddenly screamed, her face twisted in terror. She felt something weird, and Yatere saw something hiding under her skirt. Turns out it was just a little critter munching on some juicy fruit. Still freaked out, she carefully started to turn around. But when she saw the fluffy little guy, she started feeding him the fruit herself. The little critter looked super cute, even though its eyes were glowing and its claws were sharp and huge. Even though it's a little monster, Hele thought it was adorable. Yasi was totally confused, not understanding why Hele didn't recognize this pup as a child of Ao. But she was so charmed, it was like she couldn't even hear him. For some reason, her new obsession really rubbed Yasi the wrong way. So he grabbed the pup by the scruff of its neck and tossed it overboard, saying the thing would devour her when it grew up. The girl protested, saying it just wanted to munch on some fruit and didn't even try to bite. But the children of Ao carry his essence within them. They're just another part of him. And even a little pup like that could just be pretending to be harmless. Actually, Yasi didn't really know for sure, 'cause he'd never really looked into it. And then the little pup started climbing back up the cliff face, yipping away like crazy. He scrambled right into Hela's arms, and she admitted she'd always wanted a puppy. But she told Yasa not to worry, 'cause she wasn't planning on taking the little guy with her. She just asked him to admit that the furry little ball was pretty darn cute, and Yatra got the feeling that she liked all his brothers except for him. Then she confessed that he just wasn't as endearing, not even as much as Monai. Yasa figured this chick had some seriously strange tastes, and when she explained that he was the problem, he wanted the details. Hela's tribe taught her from childhood to be wary of those who dabble in the mystic arts, and Yasa's one of them. And sometimes she feels like she's under some kind of spell. Nobody's ever made her feel so conflicted before. Just then, Yasu noticed Ao's pup was trying to sneak under her skirt again, and for that kind of nerve, he tossed the little mutt off the platform again. Then he told Hela they needed to get going because Ao's other kids might show up. The girl said goodbye to the pup, but it decided to follow them anyway, which is why Yasu booted it right into the bushes. That kinda bummed Hela out, 'cause it's just a baby, even if it is a monster. Anyway, they kept moving, and one of the tunnels was pitch black. Hela clutched her medallion to light the way and not break her neck. And Yasu saw her face freeze up, all freaked out and not understanding what was ahead. But he didn't say anything yet, just kept leading her onward. The floors in this tunnel were slippery, and sometimes Hela had trouble keeping her footing. Yasa told her not to worry, 'cause he still had plenty of juice left, and offered to carry her, but she turned him down. She was getting a little freaked out by what might be lurking in the darkness ahead. Yatera didn't know what was there either, but they didn't have much further to go. Suddenly, the girl heard some faint footsteps. And then that little pup came up from behind and started yapping, begging to be picked up. The girl glanced back, and a weird feeling started creeping over her. Right then, something like a clump of sticky hair dropped from the ceiling, followed by a terrifying growl. Yasu shoved the girl out of the way just as he saw the danger. And then these long red tendrils started wrapping around him, like he was caught in a spider web. Hela rushed over to the threads trying to free him, but those things got hot to the touch and burned her hands. So she grabbed her knife and started cutting the threads, calling out to Yasu. The whole cave was covered in that stuff now, like some kind of gross red slime. Then everything started shaking, and Hela lost her balance and fell. The pup ran right up to her, and she realized he was trying to warn her. Hoping it wasn't the last trick he had up his sleeve, she asked him to lead her to Yasu. The little monster led the way, and she cleared a path, slicing through the sticky ropes. Something crunched underfoot, and she saw eggshells. That meant they were right in Ao's lair, and the thread walls were even thicker here. Still, the girl didn't give up and kept slicing through them with her knife. The pup tried to climb too, but just slipped and fell on his butt. Seeing he wanted to help, Hela reached down to give him a boost. Then she plopped him on her shoulders, telling him to shout if he saw anything. Soon, the girl cut through another barrier, and something rustled ahead. Then she saw Yasu, covered in that nasty stuff, and he wasn't moving. Hela immediately started cutting the threads binding him, trying to free him. But Yasu was still unconscious, and the girl started to freak out. Snuggling closer, she felt a little better just hearing him breathe. And those threads nearby? They were starting to heat up again. The girl pulled Yasu back a bit, urging him to wake up so they could get out of here. Soon, Yatere came to, but he felt super weak. His whole body was burning after that thing, and Hela didn't know how to help him. But remembering how he healed her, she decided to try the same thing. So she kissed him, hoping she could share some of her energy with him. It worked better than she expected. Yasu suddenly grabbed her and kissed her back even harder. They kept kissing for a while, and Hela didn't pull away. Then Yasu laughed, and she was happy she'd been able to give him some energy. But Yatere explained right then that she couldn't do that ability was his alone. And you could see her blush. Even on her dark skin, it was super obvious. Then Yasu admitted that she was really good at making him laugh. The girl got all bummed out, and she shoved him away, cursing under her breath. She was worried about him after all, but it turned out he was totally fine. Still, she wanted to know how they were going to get out of this dump. So Yasu conjured up a magic disc and said they were just gonna blast their way out. He launched that shield in front of them, and it started slicing through the threads, making a path. Suddenly, Yasu felt a massive energy blast slam right through him. At the same moment, the disc crashed into something, and Yatere got splattered with blood. He realized it wasn't a wall, but that they were inside Io's belly. That struck Hela as weird, because she saw the eggs and thought this was the lair. Yasu explained that the lair was inside Ao's belly and told Hela to get out of here because he wouldn't make it. When the curse flares up, it drains him, so he told her to run while this thing wasn't moving yet. He had no idea how soon he'd recover, or if he'd recover at all. He draws power from the altar Hela saw in her vision, and it used to be full of water. Right now, there's barely any water left, so it'll be a while before he's back to fighting shape. But the girl couldn't just leave him there and told him to pull himself together. Knowing she wouldn't back down, Yasu got up and she led him, supporting him by the arm. Just then, the pup started yapping again, and Hela knew danger was closing in. Up ahead, this nasty-looking pink smoke started rolling in, and it spelled trouble. The smoke closed in on Yasa and Hela, and then we heard Ao's voice. He knew someone was being brought to him. The next thing you know, another blast of those red threads slammed into Yatere. But it didn't take him down. The threads grabbed him and yanked him up and away. The little mutt started yapping again, even tugging at the girl's skirt, trying to get her to leave. And just then, another load of those red threads came flying right at her. Hela and the pup immediately took off running like hell. For a second there, the little monster got caught in a web of those red threads. But the girl snatched him up and ripped him free in one go. And she didn't stop carrying him until they were somewhere relatively safe. The little pup suddenly felt something special and nice towards this person. And when the girl asked him again to take her to Yasa, the small, furry critter bravely nodded his head in agreement. Just then, a bunch of those slippery threads appeared in front of them again. And Hela, grabbing the little monster, jumped into a small ravine nearby, because that was the only place they could hide. For a while, losing their balance, they tumbled down the slope. And then, out of nowhere, a whole pack of the same kinds of pups showed up, but they were super aggressive. But the one who'd become friends with Hela started snarling at them fiercely. Only now did the girl notice that this little creature had different colored eyes. He wanted to protect her, but there were too many enemies and she had to run again. With the little monster in her arms, she started scrambling upwards, knowing the others wanted to devour her. The pup kept yapping, and Hela felt like she was about to lose her grip. Meanwhile, Yasa came to again, wreathed in red veins. He couldn't move, and Ao approached him, saying his brother had brought him a human. This girl seemed too spirited to him, but he could feel Yasa's power radiating from her soul. Yatere started threatening the monster, saying he better not lay a finger on her. And it growled, demanding he show some respect to family. Yasa also noticed that his brother had gotten weaker. It's because the children are draining his energy. Also, Ao wanted to find some peace before he faded away completely. But to pull this off, he needs 100 volunteers. Guys willing to lay down their lives for his shot at freedom. Now he's convinced those guys are out there, because Yasa found one who's sacrificing herself for others. And his brother demanded he convince her to give up her own life willingly. In exchange, Ao promised to help Yatara open the gate, but he didn't trust him. He's sure the guy will stab him in the back the first chance he gets. Ao wanted to lift the curse, and to do that, he or his kids need to, consume almost 1,000 people against their will. But people are scarce around here, so it's easier to find 100 volunteers like Hela. What's more, he's convinced she's worth 100 souls since she carries a piece of Yasa's energy. Then he promised again that he'd help open the gate and lead him to Karana's family. And I begged him not to be so soft on people after all the crap they've put him through. Ao couldn't risk going out to find people himself, not with his lair here and his old man liable to show up. Yasa could open a portal to the human world for him if he's so unwilling to give up the girl. He smirked, because traveling between worlds is a pain, and his father wouldn't let it slide. But Ao didn't care. He just wanted to open the gate and break free. And you could trust his word because he's not human and he doesn't break his vows. Ao didn't get why his brother trusted that girl more than him. But then it hit him. That human was important to Yatere. And he dropped the bomb, telling him that the pups would devour her soon, though she was still holding on. He can't stop them, because he has no control over his offspring. What really blew his mind was that Yasu had actually found someone who gave a damn about him. Yator himself was starting to realize that he didn't care about anyone, except for this girl. He even remembered the way she looked at him, and he could see the tenderness in her eyes. Just then, Ao's sinister laughter echoed, realizing his brother was just like their old man. And if Yasu keeps seeing her, she'll end up just like their mother. If Hela only knew the kind of fate that awaited her for getting involved with a god, she'd run and never look back. Yator already knew that, even though he refused to admit it. That he'd always wanted to be a part of a girl's life like hers. But more than that, he wanted her to live her own life and die her own death. That way, she could live a peaceful life, never knowing agonizing pain. And even now, wrapped up in these tendrils, Yassi's still insisting Hela won't end up like Karana. He tried to break free when suddenly, this girl shows up again to bail him out. Jumping in front of him, she reminded him that she's gotta protect him when he's in trouble. That's why she didn't run, and she's standing right here, ready to throw down. But Yassi just got bummed out. He understood how serious the danger was. Immediately, slimy tendrils started gathering around her, but Hela dodged them. And the little mutt was barking at them, making the tendrils recoil. Realizing this little traitor was helping the guy escape the trap, Ao finally figured out why he hadn't been able to snag her yet. Seeing the old man's menacing mug, the pup hid behind the girl's legs. And then she realized she was facing the disgusting Ao Ao who spawned this pack. He grinned with his hideous maw, confirming he was their daddy. And now it pissed him off that the kid next to her had forgotten all about that. Ao threatened a terrible reckoning for Hela grabbing the leash. He figured her blood had washed the kid's brains. The girl remembered being bitten by some monster a while back. Back then, that pup wouldn't let go of her, even though he was whining in pain himself. And then she guessed that the monster was the little dude standing in front of her now. Which seemed super weird, 'cause they're totally different sizes, guess he was reborn. Ao then offered to talk if she wanted to save Yasa. The girl agreed, and not just because she was out of options. The monster claimed Yatere was spent, and if he tried to throw a punch, he'd drop dead. But even now, Ao can take away his pain. All Hela has to do is sacrifice herself, and Yazi will be completely free. The girl has to agree to it herself, because the gods can't just take a human life without paying a price. Anyone who doesn't agree fights to the bitter end, which makes them worthless. Ao admitted he's looking for 100 volunteers so he doesn't have to hunt down almost 1,000 regular souls. That's why they devour people, but also it's what they eat. He also talked about the Yasi energy coursing through her veins. Because of that, sacrificing just her will be enough to break Ao's curse and set Yasi free. The girl hesitated, and the monster figured Yatere meant nothing to her. That she was willing to sacrifice herself just for the sake of other people. Hela argued back, saying she was standing right there, so Yasi did matter to her. But the monster couldn't grasp why his brother gave her his energy after humans had stabbed him in the back. And now she had more of that power than the guy who gave it to her, who was now just an empty shell. Suddenly, Hela remembered the water that filled her up every time she got hurt. Now she understood that Yazi had been constantly feeding her his energy. After that, it wasn't hard to figure out why her wounds healed so damn fast. the monster kept pushing, trying to get her to repay Yacy's kindness. That's when she dropped the bomb. Yatere kidnapped her friend, and he wasn't dying until she rescued Rodrigo. This friend meant a lot to her too, but it wasn't the same feeling she had for Yasa. Ao just got angrier and angrier listening to her rambling. And then he just blurted out that he was the one who carried out one of Yasa's punishments. Ao tortured him for a century, and the first thing that went was his eyes. Yatere had no clue about this, and the monster found it hilarious. It eased his suffering somehow, so he decided to go back to the old ways and torture him some more. Hela couldn't let that happen and agreed to Ao's terms. He even froze in shock. He thought the girl would put up more of a fight, but he was stoked that she agreed to do whatever he asked. It proved he was right, and that his little brother meant the world to this girl. I still care about him, even after he snatched her friend. But Hela believes Rodrigo's alive, and Yasa will keep his word. She's down with Ao's deal, but first she wants his kids to stop eating people. He was cool with that, but needed his dad's permission. Hela realized they'd keep munching on humans until they got a taste of her blood and were reborn. So she asked Ao if he'd made a deal with the tribe's chief. He confirmed the chief was supposed to feed his people to the monsters. Then Hela asked what happens to those who eat Ao's kids. He had no clue, never seen anything like that before. But if they get eaten, the energy doesn't come back to him, and he doesn't have to double suffer during childbirth. But now he's decided he's gonna devour all those people once he's free and whole with his kids again. Then Ao demanded again that Hela give her consent, but she had another question. Yasi chimed in, reminding her that her life belongs to him and she better not do it. But her brother told him to shut his mouth because this guy's trying to save him. Then he told the girl to hurry up and ask, 'cause he's getting impatient. Hela wanted to know if Ao could sense other people inside him. At that moment, Yasi felt something weird starting to happen to him. He felt energy starting to surge in his hand. Ao explained that he only sensed Hela because she has divine energy in her. And then the girl smiled, because that was the answer she wanted to hear. Then, out of nowhere, warriors from the tribe just showed up. And they started attacking Ao, who didn't even have time to figure out what was going on. They were stabbing him with spears, and he felt intense pain. But the people wouldn't stop, they were out for blood. Suddenly, all the attackers felt a huge pressure and froze in place. Gappo was wounded, and the monster, barely alive, took the chance to bolt. Monai tipped them off that they were here, but he didn't say anything about this. While the others chased after the monster, Mita hurried to free Yasa, especially since they could really use his power right now. But he just created a portal, hopped on, and said he needed to save his strength to protect Hello. But that didn't bum Mita out. He was stoked the god actually responded to him. Meanwhile, Ao was slithering further away trying to ditch us in another cave. And Hela realized some of the warriors were seriously messed up. So she begged Yasa to help get them out of here, 'cause Ao's pack was about to crash the party. Yatere explained they couldn't carry everyone at once, and it'd be better if they bailed themselves. But the girl didn't want to leave anyone behind and asked him again. Only this time she sounded so desperate, Yasa started second-guessing himself. Mita, on the other hand, was yelling at both of them to get the heck out of there, now. And then they heard the monsters howling, getting closer and closer. The pup bolted off in that direction, trying to slow them down somehow. Anyone can end up in a death trap, so we gotta think fast. Hela remembered that Mita was awesome at mimicking the Ao kids' sounds. So she asked him to split up with Sei and distract those monsters. They come running for that kind of howl. Both of them were stoked to help out the girl who'd done so much for them. They ran off in different directions, howling their heads off, drawing the freak's attention. Hela explained to Yasa that Ao had messed with these people, and they needed to catch him. He figured out his howl was affecting those who ate his pups, and they were after him. But on the way to the edge, a monster jumped out and they almost ate it big time. Yasa barely managed to grab Hela and keep them from falling. Then he decided to deal with this monster, and the girl needed to catch up with Io. Hela agreed, but only after asking Yatere to be careful. And he immediately threw up a magic dome around her while bracing himself for the monster's attack. But the beast spotted the guy and wanted to go after him. But Yasa wasn't about to let him take another step. So he created a magic collar that dug into its neck and held it back. Still, his power wasn't enough, and the monster quickly shattered the collar. But now its rage was focused on Yatere, which was exactly what he wanted. And as soon as the monster lunged at him, he instantly threw up a magic dome around himself. Hela was already catching up to Ao and worried that something might happen to Yasa. And Ao just kept crawling away, whining that he didn't want to kick the bucket, at least not like this. He was wounded and the girl was only a few feet away. Then she leaped at him, knife ready. Ao begged her not to kill him, but Yahello had no intention of doing that. She made a deep cut on his arm and declared that from this day on, he would obey her. Her blood went right into the monster's maw, and he howled like he was being skinned alive. And while she was straddling him, he suddenly made a sharp leap. They ended up in some weird place, and Ao started begging to be freed. The girl saw that he was now bound to her by an energy chain and realized that her plan had worked. Tao had dominated Ao by letting him taste his divine blood. Since Hela's blood had absorbed Yasa's energy, she was able to tame Ao in exactly the same way. And now this connection is being passed on to the other pups and the people who ate the monsters. Ao himself had 2 chains, and the second one represented his link to Tao. The monster begged again to be released. He was born with a gut full of pain, but he could handle the burden. But now his body is turning to dust, like someone's chipping away at him piece by piece. But first, Yahello ordered him to release his prisoners, to which Ao argued that she should let him go first. The girl started getting pissed that he was talking back to her and yanked on the chain. A sharp pain instantly shot through his body from his neck all the way to his tail. Yahello even got worried, thinking she'd gone too far and he might die. But then Ao agreed to release the prisoners and broke the chain that bound him to them. Humanity's finally free, now it's Hela's turn. But first, she's gotta break that link with Tao or nothing'll change. Turns out Ao asked his dad to bind him to get stronger. Still, she didn't trust the monster, who probably just wants to take her out. So she flew through the air toward the tree where Tao was supposed to be. The branches parted before her, opening a path, and Ao knew his father had awakened. She had no idea what was waiting for her, but she bravely kept going. Tao was nowhere to be seen, so she started calling out to him. Suddenly, a thick fog began to gather in front of her, with the other end of the golden chain sticking out. Then she spotted a hand, the one the chain was attached to. At first glance, it looked like Tao was asleep and Yahello was just gonna untie the leash. But the second she reached out, Tao's hand twitched. Unspeakable terror instantly seized every muscle in her body, her face frozen in fear. A figure started to emerge from the fog, and a voice appreciated how far she'd come. Tao was really digging it, and figured they could become buddies. Then he announced that for her, he'd free the others and snapped the chain. Right then, Ao felt a wave of relief and started celebrating, and all the chains binding him to the kids started breaking too. From up there, Yahello saw that all the monsters were now free. But then she felt herself getting sucked towards something. That fog just swallowed her whole, and she thought she was a goner. But then she woke up on the ground next to Ao, who was stoked his dad let him loose. All that's left is his connection to Yahello, but she can't control the pack yet. For that to happen, they gotta bite the dust and be reborn from Ao's. Well, you know. Right now, those monsters ain't taking orders from anyone because Tao torched all the leashes. Ao also confessed that if Yahello kicks the bucket, he's a free man too. And to get his freedom, he started reaching for her with these massive claws. Freaked out, the girl begged him to stop and threw up her hand to protect herself. But then she noticed the monster just froze, and now he's the one shaking in his boots. Realizing she actually does control them, Yahello told him to sit. And to be absolutely sure, she demanded he put his paws up. After that, the girl had no doubt this monster would obey her. But then he started whining about how there's this pathetic human in front of him, and he can't even take him out. Meanwhile, Gappo and his guys were starting to come to, and Mita and Sei noticed the pack acting weird and started running back to the chief. They reported that the monsters were tearing each other apart and had completely lost it. They should have run, but Gappo wanted to find Yahello and Yasa first. Yahello was asking Ao about the exit, and he explained it's only through the gate. Getting there won't be easy, because it's on the other side of the tunnel. Yahello ordered him to hold back his pups with the stickiness, but he couldn't because of his wound. So she asked Yasa for help to get the tribe out of here. The girl herself planned to open those cursed gates and get to the end. 'Cause her buddy Rodrigo's waiting for her there, the reason she ended up in this mess. Then, the image of Yasa popped into her head, begging her to laugh one more time. Yahello realized with horror that if she opened those gates, she'd never see Yatere again. Meanwhile, Yasa was battling some massive beast. Just then, Io showed up to help him, 'cause he's following Yahello's orders. Yasa also found out from him that she went to open the gates, and he totally freaked. Then he immediately took off to find her. Obviously, he knew something bad was gonna happen. The girl was trying to run as fast as she could to reach her goal ASAP. Out of nowhere, that little pup grabbed her skirt and started pulling her back. He clearly wanted to warn her again, and Yahello actually listened this time. There was a massive pit ahead, and Hela cautiously peeked over the edge. The bottom was crawling with monsters, tearing each other to shreds like maniacs. Deciding not to mess with that, the girl kept moving. She put the pup on her shoulder, enjoying how soft his fur felt. She also decided to give him a name, Aoi, because everyone needs a name. The pup loved the name and was even more stoked about Hela. Soon, they reached a cave where the floor was made of stones floating in the air. She told Aoi to stay there and keep watch, barking if any monsters showed up. She kept going, stepping from stone to stone. She found herself in front of some kind of entrance covered in what looked like muscle tissue. Then she suddenly heard someone singing and even thought she was losing it. She wanted to reach out and touch the melody. Suddenly, Yasi grabbed her and held her tight, and Hela noticed he was totally out of breath. His look seemed really weird, and she didn't understand what was happening. But Yasi just kept holding her tight, pulling her away in another direction. She could clearly feel his whole body shaking, and now she was freaked out too. Then he pulled back, saying that mortals can't trick a god and should serve the gods. After that, he mumbled something about a truth that's better left unknown, but Hela didn't get it. So Yasi explained that to open the gate, someone had to sacrifice themselves willingly, and they had to purge all human emotions, like anger and sorrow that had taken root in their soul. Hela had to give her life if she wanted to save Rodrigo and the others. The girl was horrified. She was supposed to vanish along with his feelings. A shiver ran through her body, her legs buckled, and she dropped to her knees. Yasi himself was now extremely nervous, but he felt he'd done the right thing. And Hela remembered Monai's warning that a terrible fate awaited her. Now she understood. Yasi had only saved her so many times to bring her here as a sacrifice. This truth, which he now confirmed, was tearing her heart apart. He even made her swear that her life belonged to him. So all this was just to open the gate? Guess he totally screwed her over. Now she's lost, 'cause he always hated anyone who betrayed him. Yasi didn't get why she was surprised. He acted like a decent human being. And she snapped back that no one in their right mind would sacrifice themselves for some god. Then she found out the gate was new and she's the third one Yasi's dragged here. But now all she cares about is Rodrigo. Turns out he went through the gate. She thought there was something important at stake and that Yasi wasn't trying to hurt anyone. She even thought he was risking his own neck for some noble cause. And she trusted him, believed he hadn't done anything to Rodrigo. The Yasi standing in front of her now isn't the one she traveled with. That thing was a seriously messed up snake. Totally betrayed her trust. But she started asking how Rodrigo got through the gate, since you're supposed to pay the ultimate price. Yater lured him in there, promising to bring him someone important. And he and Ko made a deal. She'd open the gate, and he'd give her back her son. Ko went along with it because of the family curse. To break the Karana family curse, Ko needed her son. Then Yasa reminded her that, unlike humans, he always keeps his word after making a deal. Only Karana descendants can pass through the gate without a sacrifice, but Koei bolted through, leaving Yasa here. Hela couldn't believe her aunt would do that, but Yater swore she acts different with the gods. Then, dripping with sarcasm, he added that she's not the only one. Hela's ready to die for people, sure, but not for Yatere. He even brought up how many guys around here have a thing for her, and he can use that to his advantage, since Rodrigo alone isn't enough. Hela snapped and slapped him hard across the face. But Yasi just calmly wiped the mark from his cheek and gave her a sideways glance. Then he admitted Rodrigo didn't let him in either, but he's probably waiting for Hela to come get him. She told Yasi not to you dare insult Rodrigo or compare him to himself, and she declared with conviction that she would never give him her life. Yatere was stumped, 'cause he can't force her, but the tribe's gonna come running here soon. They'll be fleeing from Ao's pack, thinking Hela opened the gates for them, and then they'll be super bummed. This girl realized people were in mortal danger, and she wanted to run and warn them. But Yasi instantly threw up a magic barrier, blocking her path. Not just to stop her either, she almost plunged off a cliff she didn't even see. Hela just got even angrier and demanded he leave her alone. His face suddenly shifted in surprise, but Hela couldn't tell if he was offended or just messing with her. Then she laughed, because she thought he was incapable of emotions, but even Monai and Ao have them. Now she didn't know who he was, if he didn't want to be like his father or a human capable of feelings. Then she started berating herself for trusting Yasi, even though she knew she shouldn't. Because he's neither god nor man, he's the biggest monster of them all. Yateri's face changed again, and he declared that she'd have to trust him, if she's so desperate to save that kid and get him back home. Only Yatere can save Rodrigo, 'cause there's no way Hele or any normal person can do it. Plus, when she made the deal, she didn't even mention saving her own skin. But the girl just wasn't thinking about herself. She was totally fixated on saving her friend. By now, her face was soaked with tears. And then, out of nowhere, she said Yacy made the right call, 'cause she's always ready to give her life for the people she loves, and she headed straight for the gate. She remembered Monai saying she's got two minds about it and doesn't even know what the right move is. Then she remembered Yacy begging her not to die, saying he wouldn't leave without her. How he saved her and swore he wouldn't let her kick the bucket. I remembered him carrying her in his arms, soothing her. How he grew fruit trees just for her so she wouldn't starve. The times she clung to him when she was scared and hopeless. And when he admitted he was angry but didn't blame her. That day with Monai, when he defended her, calling her his own. And that he was ready to off his own brother so she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself. The look on his face when he realized she was protecting him, not Monai. And how he went all out for the tribe, just like she did for that flower. I also remembered that time they almost kissed, and not just to transfer energy. Like Yatere said, she was the best proof of his feelings. And the way he cheered her up, begging her to laugh again, because her laughter sounded so damn beautiful to him. Hele realized he was conflicted too, but he gave in to one feeling to bury another. She wondered if he could handle her dying, but Yazi claimed no one could ever mean that much to him. Still, Hela's lost too many people she cared about, and knows what it's like when your whole world falls apart. That's why she's willing to die, knowing Yater will get a taste of that himself. And in the next instant, she took a step and vanished beyond the gate, and Yasi stayed put, staring at the portal that had just slammed shut. Hela found herself on the other side, surrounded by the same weird, glowing dandelions. She kept telling herself over and over, "Gotta save Rodrigo and everyone else." And that's when these twisting streams of blue energy started reaching for her. They wrapped all around her while some voice welcomed her to the abyss. More and more blue streams kept coming, and creepy dark shadows floated under the ceiling. Hela cursed Yasa in her mind for using her, and then she heard an echo of her thoughts. The voice urged her to awaken her soul, let it speak and calm her mind. It was the shadows talking, now realizing Hela wasn't Karana's descendant. But they offered her a chance to open the gate and become a spirit. The girl didn't want to die, but the shadows would only let through someone ready to make a sacrifice. They also advised her to listen to her instincts and heed the voice of her heart. Hela thought again about how much she despised Yasa and couldn't just let it go. But then it hit her. She was mourning him because she'd lost someone she cared about again. She couldn't figure out why Rodrigo's kidnapper had become so important to her, and the voices kept urging her to end it before she messed everything up again. The shadows told her to listen to her heart because it doesn't lie, but Hela argued back. She agreed she'd give her life, sure, but right now she didn't get why, and her soul whispered that it was to escape being alone. He needed to be woven into a heroic story, one where Hela's grandma would live forever. Her life would go on as long as her legacy was kept alive. That way, Hela wouldn't be alone, and she'd make up for her grandma's death. The girl saw herself as a kid again, believing she'd never lose anyone close to her again. But her wish didn't go as planned, and it bummed her out. A little voice inside told her not to make the same mistakes. Grandma deserved a happy ending. Hela's feelings were all tangled up. She really wanted things to turn out okay. After that inner voice spoke up, the shadows were back, begging her to become a spirit and open the gate. Yeah, she ended up in some kind of waiting room, and the main gate was right there in front of her. Meanwhile, Yasu was standing in front of a wall of veins where Hela disappeared, wondering if he could live with her. Passing. He'd waited for this forever, and now he might throw it all away for someone. It suddenly hit him hard that he'd never hear her laugh again. He wouldn't get to hold her close again or strengthen their bond like they once did. But wasn't that the whole point of his existence? That's why he was always waiting. But her death would be the end of his time too. Yacy wondered what he himself could sacrifice for this person. Because she's his person, and he created a magic disc, ready to tear down the wall in front of him. Because Hela isn't just a person to him, she's something more. And tearing open a path, he immediately reached for the girl who was about to open the gate. He really can't bear her death, even if it ends his suffering. He realized that her life is just as important as everyone else's. But Hela didn't hear his words. Her body went limp in his arms, and her head fell lifelessly. Yacy suddenly panicked that it was too late, and he didn't make it in time. And then that blue energy began to envelop them both. A weird feeling washed over Itere, like it was coursing through his whole body. And the shadows whispered that the girl's soul had opened the gates. This is a pure and selfless soul, like a real prize. Yasi and Hella's body ended up in a small water tank. He got up and pulled her out of the water, but she still wasn't showing any signs of life. Itere didn't want her to die, so he started shaking her, telling her to wake up. But his attempts to bring her around didn't work. He put his hand on her chest to check if her heart was beating. And he realized something terrible had happened. Everything started to blur before his eyes. He was having trouble breathing, his heart felt heavy, and his throat was burning. Nobody ever truly valued her life, and when she was gone, his whole world just crumbled. Yazi blamed himself for killing the only person he'd ever learned to care about. Meanwhile, the tribe's warriors were running for their lives from a horde of monsters. Ao couldn't control them anymore, and he'd done everything he possibly could. He was heading back to that weird place and saw his connection to Hela just snap. Now his path with the humans is over, and they gotta run and not look back. Soon, Gappo got to the gates and saw them wide open, and Yasi was slumped over there. At first, he couldn't figure out what happened, and Yatere explained that Hela did it. Gappo started begging him to get out of there, because everything was about to collapse, but he wanted to give her his remaining energy. After that, his powers would be gone, and he wouldn't be able to help the people at all. Gappo finally noticed something was off with Hela, and Yasa just confessed he offed her. The tribe leader was in shock. He thought he was living in a freaking nightmare. Other warriors rushed up to him, reporting that Ao ditched them and monsters were stampeding this way. In that instant, Yasa whipped up a magic circle and blasted it into the tunnel. It flew right past the already freaked out people, and found its target in the ceiling, which started collapsing on the monsters. The people had only one option left: haul ass to the gate. The second they crossed the threshold, they were instantly dumped into another world, on top of a giant-ass tree. In this world, the sun, which had been hidden from their eyes for centuries, brightly lit up the land. Blue rivers stretched to the horizon, and you could see stuff that was clearly man-made. People thought they'd found paradise, a place free from evil, everything they'd ever wanted. Yasi walked up to Gappo and asked him to search for her, if he really wanted to help Hela. The guy didn't quite get what he was implying, but the demigod's sad face said it all. Then Yatori vanished, and people started asking Gappo where Hela had gone. They'd noticed the girl was out cold, or at least that's what they thought. And then the questions started. What was this place, and were there any monsters here? That dude basically jinxed it, because Ao's goons came crashing through the gate. And right then, some kind of water monster showed up and attacked the enemy dogs. It was a weird creature, and it wasn't clear yet if they should be worried about it like the others. But then people realized it was protecting them, like another god. And that thing, it grabbed all the AO kids and dragged them down with it. Then it slammed them into the ground at full speed, crushing them to death. Mita and Gipao peeked over the railing, not believing what they were seeing. But they got scared again when the creature suddenly shot straight up. And then a humanoid figure in a bird mask appeared before them, asking where Yasi was. It thought he was the one who opened the gate, but the people swore Yasi wasn't among them. They explained that when they got to the gate, it was already open. But the creature doubted Yasi wasn't there, because it could feel his energy. Gappo explained that they were just regular folks, who used to live in caves. Turns out he was face-to-face with Mbui Tui, Tao and Karana's second son. Mita thought it was weird he hadn't noticed Yasa and Hela taking off. And get this, the god's practically blind as a bat, and nearly clocked Gappo when he stepped forward. Humans have so little energy, Mbao always thinks they're at least 30 feet away. Anyway, he told them to make themselves comfortable, and then he took off to find Yasa. That's when Sei wondered why he was looking for the god Yatere. He explained that Yasa escaped from lockup, so everyone else should be on high alert. He also asked them to let the nearest village know if Yasa showed up. After that, Mbao said goodbye and flew off, but not far, because he slammed right into a tree. Mita even started to doubt if he was really a demigod, like their Yasa. People were curious why Yatere was in the dungeon, but Gappo decided to table that discussion for later. Late that night, he, Mita, and Sei found a secluded spot to hash this whole thing out. Besides, they still didn't even know if Hela was still alive. And Gappo told them about his conversation with Yasa, that he had a shot at helping her. But Mita was skeptical, seeing as Yatere himself confessed to taking her out. And now he was worried about what this demigod might do to them, just regular folks. Gappo promised to do everything he could, but first he needed to get the other people out of the caves. That's when Sei chimed in, saying they couldn't just abandon Hela, who helped save their tribe. Gappo was pensive, but he was hoping Yasa would give Hela the energy like he promised and bring her back to life. Then Mita suddenly remembered that Sei came here looking for her boyfriend. After some more chatter, they headed to the campsite. As Gappo walked past Miss Sei, she asked him to hang back for a sec. She tore off a piece of cloth and bandaged the wound on his arm. It then dawned on her that he'd never actually initiated a conversation with her before. But the guy just didn't want to scare her off, so he hadn't asked her anything. And Sei figured he was intimidated to talk to her, 'cause the more time passed, the less he saw her as a shaman. She just wanted to be helpful, and if he'd told her more about hell, maybe she could have done something. And Gappo promised he wouldn't diminish Sei's status as a shaman and wouldn't let anything happen to her. After that, he wished her good night and went to his spot. But he stopped and said that he needed her, as Sei. He saw the shaman Kariri in her face too, the same way he was treating Hela. But he couldn't live with himself if he ignored Sei's pleas. He didn't want any more casualties. Just then, Yasu touched Hela's hand, and their runes activated. Then he pressed his lips to hers to transfer his energy to her. After the kiss, energy enveloped the girl. Yasu was ready to give her everything he had. The next morning, Gappo ordered them to search for Yasu, but the people protested, saying Hela was gone, and they needed to bring back the rest of the tribe. And the chief explained that Yasu had promised him he'd try to revive Hela, and had asked for his help. But the warriors insisted that they needed to get the tribe settled. This wasn't the time for that. Sei snapped at the loudest one, reminding him that the girl had saved their lives. Some started to agree, since it was Hela who had opened the gate for them. So Gappo agreed that some of us would stay here, while others went back for the rest. He and Mita were going to look for Yasa themselves, hoping to wrap it up in 10 days. And if we still haven't heard from them by then, the warriors will have to get the people out of the caves on their own. After that, they grabbed Sei and hit the road. Gappo figured they were needed by Hele right now, and that she needed to pay her dues. Finding her and Yasa is a good idea, but they had no clue where to even start looking. So they headed in the direction Yatera flew off to. Before long, the weather took a nosedive, they got caught in the snow and decided to knock on someone's door for some blankets. They weren't used to weather like this, and the cold was cutting right through them. They also agreed to keep their mission a secret, 'cause they didn't know how the locals would react. Sei hustled over to the woman while the others hid behind a rock. She asked to borrow some warm clothes, and the woman figured they were outsiders. Turns out the homeowner was super nice and let them take whatever they needed. But first, she asked them to gather the clothes, figuring those two hiding in the bushes could handle it quick. The woman herself was also surprised that the weather had gone haywire, since they never had winters around here. And Mita asked Sei why she was so sure they'd get help. It seemed fishy that the gates were wrecked, and the locals hadn't even bothered to check it out. This might be paradise, but Gappo thought they needed to stay frosty. Sei agreed with him, but the woman lived here alone and wouldn't do anything to them. The homeowner invited them inside for a bite and introduced herself as Nerim. And when she found out they went through the gate, she was surprised they could live near Ao. She also said that there used to be no gate dividing their lands, and Tao watched over everyone. Nerim thought of him as a kind god, which Gappo would definitely disagree with. Then the woman explained that it all happened because of Yatere. If he hadn't tried to, deal with Tao, the gate would never have been built. Suddenly, Mita, who noticed there were no kids around, wondered if time had stopped here too. But people didn't see the point in having kids if they could live forever. And Gappo realized they just accepted life as it was, without any hope for a better future. Just in case, Mita asked if strangers were welcome here. And Nerim confirmed that messengers with refreshments were probably already on their way. The travelers hadn't seen those people, but they hoped their friends had found them. This place was cozy, but they had to move on. Once outside, all three agreed there was something off about that woman, even though she seemed happy. Though they'd been fighting to survive for so long, they didn't even know how normal people lived. The travelers moved on, and then Gappo heard something. A voice was begging him to let him out and keep his promise. It was Yasa's voice, and after walking a bit further, they found him with Hela. Yasa was shaking, his energy was almost gone, but something else horrified them. They saw Hela's lifeless body and were terrified she was really dead. Sei covered her body with a blanket, not knowing how much it would help. And she also told Yasi to put on some disguise, because Mbui's after him. Gappo started doubting Yatere could bring Hela back, 'cause she wasn't even breathing. He also demanded to know what he was planning so they could trust him. Yasi wasn't asking them to look after him, just to take Hela with them and get her to Luisen. That's a disembodied spirit. one of Yatere's brothers, and he knows where Heila's soul is wandering. Getting her soul back should revive her, but they need to move fast. Yasi can't help them with anything right now, 'cause he's used up all his strength. And picking up the girl in his arms, Yatere and the others set off. But then Mita dropped to his knees, totally bummed, and decided he'd be more useful going back to take care of the tribe. 'Cause Heila's dead anyway, and he doubts she can be saved. This demigod heard every single scream and curse he threw at Yasa loud and clear. But deep down, he was messed up knowing he'd pushed her this far. And now she's lying dead in his arms, snow falling on her face. Sei started trying to convince Mita that Hell could be saved if they helped Yasa. But he just kept yelling, not understanding why his friends were staying so calm. I mean, he just saw her dead body. Yasa killed her, the same Yasa she was helping. In the cave, she stayed with him when things got hairy, telling the others to run. She even risked her neck, distracting that enraged pack just to save his life. And she even asked people to watch his back in case of an attack, because he was running on fumes. And Mita started screaming at Yatere again, demanding he explain why he killed her. He didn't get why Yasa was so obsessed with opening the gate, thinking he could bring her back to life. I mean, Heila's not some broken pot you can just glue back together, you know? Yatere finally admitted he did it because he was a damn fool, and that girl just had the bad luck to cross his path. Mita realized he'd been planning this from the get-go, just to open that gate, and he used their tribe to push her into doing it. Yasa's yes made Gappo super suspicious now. This dude wasn't messing around, he was about to rearrange that god's face, for making Heila sacrifice herself for his little project. Gappo was ready to throw down, but Sei stopped him, begging him to focus on saving Heila first. His hands just fell, he wasn't sure he could even help her. But his buddies were begging him not to give up, saying Heila needed them now more than ever. Yasu waited for a while, just listening to them whine. Then he knelt down and, in his head, pleaded with Heila to wake up for the sake of everyone who missed her. He begged her to open her eyes soon, because she'd stirred up their tears and rage. And then Mita yelled that he wasn't going anywhere with Yasu because to him, they were just expendable. Yasu agreed, saying he wouldn't have asked for their help if it wasn't for Heila, and that they'd always been a pain in his ass. But she trusted them and protected them, even when Yatere couldn't handle it. Now, all he was asking them to do was protect her and themselves. And Mita asked if there was really a chance to save her, or if it was a setup. No sooner had Yasi promised to lead her away than a rumble shook the ground, and he knew Teiyu Yagua had awakened. Yasi told the others to grab Heila and get her out of sight. He went to face that thing himself to draw its attention. People scrambled to get away from the monster, whose tail alone was the size of a village. Gappo spotted an overhang among the rocks, and they used it for cover. Teiyu and Yasi started their little chat by arguing about who was stirring up trouble in these peaceful lands. The monster tried to flatten him with its tail, but missed. Yasi just taunted him, saying a turtle was faster, and suggested they talk things over. But Teiyu wasn't in the mood for talking. Its blow brought down the rock they were hiding behind, leaving them completely exposed. To keep the monster from attacking them, Yasu launched himself right at it. The fight was so intense, people actually got worried about the guy they now hated. But Yasu, already squeezed by Taiyu's tentacles, begged them not to wait, but to run. They didn't need to be told twice. They took off like a shot. But the monster spotted them with its massive eye. And the next thing they knew, its thick tail was whistling right over their heads. Yasu barely had time to yell at Taiyu to leave those people alone, and the monster managed to stop just a yard above their heads. It got curious why Yasu was trying to protect these humans. All while squeezing him so hard his bones were starting to crack, and Yatere told him to loosen his grip if he wanted to talk. Teiyu relaxed his tail a little, and Yasa coughed up blood. He's almost out of juice, so his wounds are healing slowly. Meanwhile, Mita suggested they bolt while that monster's not looking. But Gappo didn't agree, though they'd only act in Heila's best interest. Mita was still worried that if they went with Yasa, he'd stab them in the back. And Sei reminded him that this demigod just kept them from becoming roadkill. Mita agreed, but advised finding out how to take him down. Teiyu noticed that Yasa had changed since he was protecting people, and figured he'd made a deal with them. When Yatere objected, the monster decided he was waking up. He remembered back when he was torturing Yasi in the dungeon. Ao showed up and told him their dad was about to seal the gates. Teiyu just said he wanted to check on his brother one last time. Then Ao left, and Yasi was still pinned to the wall by those sticky tendrils. And Teiyu was curious why Yatere kept defying their father. But he didn't care who died, him or his own family. Back then, he'd lost faith in people because they'd thrown him under the bus without a second thought. Yacy didn't want to escape, but he did want to get into other worlds. And Teo realized his brother had a plan, and that he wanted to split up their parents. That was the whole deal. Otherwise, Yatere would never find peace. So his brother told him to focus his power on growing the tree, and he'd keep them busy. Teo decided to help him out. He just couldn't stand seeing his brothers suffer anymore. And Yasu, with a little magic, instantly grew a sprout that just shot up like crazy. Seeing his power, Teo told him to never come back. But Yatere wanted to decide his own fate, and in that instant, he was surrounded by water. Then he vanished, leaving only a small plant behind. From that day on, Teo figured he'd never see his brother again. He also started wondering when he became the kind of guy who helps people. Like, how did he even end up here, drained of his powers? But Yasu only wanted to know where Lewison was, because Teo was the one who hid him, and he's the only one who gives a damn about their brothers. Yatere admitted he needed to find a human soul, but he didn't believe Yasa gave a damn about people after all the betrayals. Still, the demigod had no other reason to show his face around these parts. So Taiyu lifted a group of people pretty high on his tail, and demanded to know if Yasa Yatere had lured them here, explaining that this was their chance to break free from his clutches, using Yagwa's power. Unsure how best to answer, Sei declared that they had to save Hela. He's the guy Yasa was talking about, and he knows how to save her. Taiyu realized she was the one who destroyed the gate. His brother wouldn't risk his neck like that. And he took a life to get in good with his mother, the one he made a deal with. Mitu didn't get what was going on and asked for a more detailed explanation. And the monster claimed Yatere was just an empty shell, driven only by the power of the contract. Once he's fulfilled his mother's every whim, he won't give a damn about any of us. That's when Sei started begging him to let them go, saying they just want Hela to wake up. Teiyu agreed to open a path to Lewison for them, but Yasa has to stay with him and meet his end. Yatere himself wanted to see Hela open her eyes blazing with untamed fire. But to make that happen, he'd have to close his own forever. So he agreed to the condition just so the others could get to Lewison. And he asked those three to find the girl's soul and bring her back to life. Suddenly, Gappo declared that they wouldn't abandon Yatere to die there. Even knowing now how dangerous he is, and that surprised Teiyu. They just need his help, and Gappo doesn't want Hela blaming herself for his death. Turning to Yasa, he told him he'd have to face her and answer for what he's done. He also asked him not to give up without a fight, like he doesn't want to see her wake up. Yasa was silent, looking down guiltily like his conscience was finally kicking in. He was ready to die when suddenly Taiyu let him go. Then he prepared to do what the people wanted, warning them it wouldn't end well. He's not going to kill them himself either, because the gods here aren't out to hurt people. Besides, he was glad his little brother finally woke up. He was just curious why Yatere was so different from the others. He couldn't answer because his memories are all messed up. Ever since Mom jammed her commands into his head, he's been way more aware of what's real. He remembers her hand pressed against him, glowing with this freaky red light. And Taewoo just realized Yasu's a total blank slate, and he gets why he was born without a soul. A soul shares its deepest desires, thoughts, and feelings with your consciousness. That's why Yasu used to be a void, but now he's woken up and stopped giving a damn about what the contractors want. That's also why he gets a splitting headache whenever he goes against their will. This was his burden, while his brothers were free to live their own lives, which Taewoo's been itching to ditch for a long time now, just wants to fade into eternal silence. Yasu just told him to get off his butt and make his dream a reality himself. Seeing his brother so weak, all he did was suggest he take his energy back. Yater didn't want to do that, and he picked Hela back up. Then he asked Taiyu to explain why he was so desperate to save the girl, even those other three. But Hela would do the same for him, so Yasa's fighting for her. His brother reminded him that they can't just rewrite the rules of the universe. Even if Yater finds her soul, there's no guarantee she'll come back. Besides, even though Yasa's actions led to her passing, her soul was ready to go. The abyss lays bare the deepest parts of the soul, and honestly, nobody really wants to make that ultimate sacrifice. Yasa still believes he can convince Hela's soul to come back. When Taiyu said losing her a second time would be even worse, he realized Taiyu had lost someone himself. It was Taiyu's master, a blind man who was able to love him. Back then, Yagwa was just a kid and bounced from his family's land. His mom wasn't doing so hot after giving birth, probably freaked out that her son had a bunch of dog heads and a tail. Taiyu was chilling in the wilderness when he caught a whiff of something amazing. Some old dude was sitting by his shack, cooking up lunch. Hearing a rustle, he figured it was just some critter, but then he thought he heard a voice. So Taeyu clammed up, pretending to be an animal, hoping to score a bite of meat. Luckily, the blind old guy just figured he imagined it. Then he felt around and patted the pup on the head, realizing it was already drooling. He just chalked up the multiple heads to how puppies look when they're yelping. Then, while feeding him a treat, he offered him a job as his helper. Once Taeyu had his fill, he let the old man play with him. He felt amazing in that moment, especially when Grandpa gave him some love. The old guy felt all warm and fuzzy too, since even his own grandson never hugged him. There was so much sadness in his voice, you'd think he was about to break down. But the old man smiled and gave the pup a name, Taeyu Yagwa. The little monster liked that way better than being called pup. It was the most peaceful time, and their days were filled with taking care of each other. Taeyu was crazy about his owner and the warmth he gave him. He always woke up right next to him, lost in his warm embrace. The old man would tell stories about how he used to be a warrior who could handle anything thrown his way. Right now, all he wanted was to enjoy every single day. Grandpa didn't want to dwell on the past anymore, and honestly, he didn't have to. Ever since he met Taya, his life had gotten a whole lot more interesting. Yagwa was growing really fast, though, and his grandson kept telling him to get rid of it. The kid was also worried about it having multiple heads and a crazy appetite. The old man told him not to sweat it, they had plenty of fruit. Then his grandson told him there might be a new chief soon, and Grandpa might be allowed back in the village. They kicked him out after that terrible fight, the one where they lost so many good people, including the chief's 3 brothers, who died because of one kid. But the old man was sure they were just doing what warriors do. But now he didn't want to go back because Taeyu needed him. The grandson was pissed that Grandpa traded family for a mutt who'd probably turn on him too. But for the old man, his pet was family now too. Taeyu overheard their conversation and decided to do his part to help out. He didn't want to take his food, so he went hunting himself. Because of this guy's kindness, the monster decided not to be a burden. He'd bring his kill to his owner and get genuine praise for it, and he tried not to cause him any extra trouble, but one day the old man fell ill. Taeyu kept whimpering by his body until the grandson showed up. The guy heard him howling from a distance and ran over, realizing something was wrong. The old man was lying in his shack, barely breathing, really weak. So the kid scooped him up to carry him to the shaman, hoping he could heal his grandpa. He told Taeyu to stay put, because he sticks out like a sore thumb. The old man perked up a bit and wanted to say goodbye to his pet. Promising to be back soon, he told him to wait and be a good boy. But Taeyu didn't want to be separated from the master he'd grown attached to. Time passed, he got older, his neck stretched out, giving him a good view of the village. The old man's grandson told him to stay away because people might freak out. That's when Taeyu spoke, because he needed to know what happened to his master. The kid was totally blown away by that. I mean, even with some weird stuff going on, he was basically a dog. The guy said it was a deformation and asked his question again. And the kid admitted that his grandpa had passed away last night, so now Jaguar's life could be in serious danger. But he just asked to see the body, promising he could bring him back. And the grandson, full of hope, brought him his grandpa's body wrapped in a sheet a little later. They needed to take him, but he promised he'd be back soon. The monster went to his father, hoping he could resurrect the old man. His brother Lewison, who he hadn't met before, blocked his path, and he warned Taeyu that there was a barrier set up that he couldn't get through. Spotting a human body in his brother's arms, he figured it was chow time. Yagwa explained he wanted to resurrect their master, and Dad gave him the green light to ask for help. Tao didn't have those kinds of powers, but Lewison can bring back souls, for a price. Taeyu was down for anything, just to feel his master's warm embrace again. And when he found his soul, he begged it to come back home. The old man's soul looked like a ripped young warrior, and he was totally ignoring Taeyu's calls. The monsters couldn't stick around in that place any longer. But Yagua wanted to wait a bit longer, hoping the soul would respond. He didn't want to believe that their master's spirit had decided to stay put. Not even Yagua's bitter tears or pitiful whimpering helped. But suddenly, the soul took the form of the old man again, and she recognized her pet. The master explained he'd found his happiness here, and begged Taya not to despair, but to move on with her life. Then he transformed back into his young self and started walking further and further away. It's been 9 days since his passing, and regular folks can't come back to Earth after that. With this story, Taya showed Yasa that a person's soul goes to their happiest memories. And the story was so sad, even the toughest warriors were bawling their eyes out. The moral of the story was, don't bring back a soul that's found peace, you know? Everyone dies eventually, and those who are left just gotta hold on to the good memories. But Yasa didn't want Hela to become a ghost of the past, and Yagwa didn't argue anymore. He just made his brother promise he wouldn't cause any more trouble for people. He even admitted that he just wanted to see at least one of his family members happy. Then he opened the passage, pointing out that Lewison was hiding in there. Yasu thanked him and hoped his brother would get to meet Hela too. And then, with the others, he headed into the tunnel, hoping everything would work out. Yagwa wanted to believe that too, plus he was really curious about what was now in his brother's heart. Suddenly, he noticed Ao, the little pup, and was surprised he'd come through the gate. But seeing his pitiful little face, he realized that girl must have been his owner. And he didn't bark in time to save her, thinking she'd be safe with those people. Teiyu told the pup not to blame himself, and then he felt that Ao no longer had power over him, and he started shaking the trees that had grown all over his body, trying to knock down some fruit. A little branch with berries fell near the puppy, a tasty treat for him. And he really seemed to like them, you could tell by his happy little face. Then Teiyu suggested the little guy wait there until his owner came back. After all, their owners would wait forever too. They'd never abandon their pets. The travelers had been walking for a while through the snowy valley and decided to take a break. The guys were even happy about it, because unlike gods, they get tired fast. Yasu was remembering carrying Helu in his arms for ages while she slept, and when it was time to wake up, she'd beg for just 5 more minutes of shut-eye. Like that, she looked just like a little kitten. And now, at the rest stop, he made her a bed of branches, just like he always did. Meanwhile, the folks were busy getting settled in. Then, Gappo asked Yasa if he'd go back to his mother after saving Hela. Yasa wasn't sure, 'cause who knows what'll happen if he goes against her. But he warned him to stay out of their family drama, 'cause he can't guarantee anyone's safety. And Gappo confessed he could help take down Tao if that's Yasa's goal. 'Cause it was Tao who brought him here and doomed his tribe to endless misery. The guy just didn't get why the god feeds some people to Ao, while he brings others to his lands and protects them like they're gold. Yasa didn't know his reasons, just that he brought people from the outside world before the portal was sealed. Parasi severed the connection between worlds, and her tribe got a bunch of sweet deals with other gods. Yatere also asked us not to call him or the others almighty beings. It freaked him out for some reason. He just wanted people to call him and Manai by their first names. Then Gappo asked him to tell the real story about how Hela died. He couldn't understand why Yasi would kill her if he was ready to give his life for her. He admitted that he'd planned to use her from the start, because opening the gate requires a volunteer. But back then, Yatere didn't realize how much that girl meant to him, so he stuck to his plan, knowing she'd sacrifice herself. Considering how much she cared about people, not to mention Rodrigo and Mitya, it seemed like a real low-down dirty trick. Yasi didn't argue with that, but he only realized it at the very end, when it was already too late. He'd give anything to rewind time and stop her from ever meeting him. People are lost now. They don't know how to treat Yatara, who himself now understands he'll never be forgiven. And Gappo blamed himself because he let his tribe down that day. But now they need to figure out how to deal with Yasa, 'cause people might change, but gods don't, even though he risked his life more than once saving them, wanting to follow Hela's example. Sei was trying to find the good in his actions, 'cause she was taught to live in harmony with the gods. But Mita didn't agree, 'cause if it wasn't for the gods, they wouldn't be locked up without the sun overhead. Eventually, Gappo got tired of listening to his complaining and decided to spend the night with Sei away from him. The chief himself has changed a lot after everything he's been through. Right now, we gotta focus on what's important. He went over to Yasu, whose head was pounding again. Gappo suggested holding a snowball to it, said the cold would help with the pain. A grateful Yasu offered to try and contact the shaman woman who passed away. He wasn't promising they'd find her, but it was worth a shot. And Gappo confessed that as much as he wanted to, he doubted he could face her. He's afraid of seeing the anger in her eyes. Kiriri was always good to him before. Plus, he was terrified she'd start laying down some serious hexes on him. But Yasu saw things differently than Gappo. He wouldn't even mind that if it meant finding Hela's soul and bringing her back. Kiriri was a different story, though. There's no bringing her back since her body's gone, and Gappo was totally using that as an excuse to ditch her. Besides, he'd forgotten her voice and face. Time had completely wiped those memories. And Yasa realized that even unbearable pain can fade over time. He used to think the pain just kept getting worse because he couldn't shake it off. Gappo wondered why Yasa didn't have a soul, but Yasa had never even considered it. He didn't overthink his actions, he just went with his gut. Just kept moving forward, trying to put an end to all this suffering. But he knew there was no excuse for how he treated Hela. Compared to that feeling, even his killer headaches were nothing. And Gappo figured out that Yatere had fallen for this girl, but he didn't even know what that meant. The guy tried to explain, but even he couldn't find the right words. He just pointed out that love is something that stirs up really intense feelings, like feeling stoked when you're talking to them, or bummed out when you see them cry. And when you're close to the person you're crushing on, all your senses get dialed up to 11. Yater figured out that Gappo was head over heels for that shaman chick, and even Mita backed him up on it. The demigod thought it was hilarious how the chief was blushing like crazy. Mita didn't see anything shameful about it, even though he's no love expert himself. He couldn't remember ever being in love with anyone, but he really liked Hela. Then, noticing Yasa suddenly getting all dark, he reminded him that it was Maramo who wanted to marry her. But he immediately realized he'd put his foot in it again and swore it was just gossip. Yater just said not to even think about carrying her, but Mita couldn't have anyway. She's way too heavy for him. And to keep from saying something he'd regret, he headed back to his bedroll. But Yasi stayed with Hela, guarding her deep sleep. The next day, as they were moving on, they suddenly heard some seriously creepy laughter. Mita suggested they hold up and check things out first. But Yasi didn't want to waste any more time. It had already been 4 days. So he went out to deal with whoever it was, while the others hid behind the rocks. They were ready to jump in if things got hairy. Meanwhile, Yater stared up at the cliff in front of him and started calling for Louison. Something zipped right past him, heading straight for Gappo. This dude didn't even see it coming when the spirit of Louison popped up behind him. But he didn't freak out, and he whipped around, trying to spear him right in the face. Didn't do jack though, 'cause you can't stab a ghost, duh. Louison spotted the other people and figured they were a sacrifice from Yasa. But Yatere warned him to stay away from them, saying they were his crew. And his bro wanted to know what he was doing dropping by. Yasa asked him to take him to the spirit world so he could find someone there. The girl's still kicking because he filled her heart with his energy. But Louison reminded him that humans are just food to them, like animals are to them. But Yatere felt differently now. This person meant a lot to him. Of all the people he'd ever met, she was the most incredible being. And she wasn't destined to be some cosmic snack or a power source. Louison didn't quite get his brother's words, but he just asked to be taken to the gates. In return, he promised to try and get his physical body back. Louison's body, the one Tao stole to wield his power, now rests with their mother. But he even found it kind of funny that his mother was still looking after it. Even so, Louison didn't want to trust Karana's house pet. He didn't even want to make a deal, because he didn't see any point in them. All the seals on Yasa's body just prove that these are empty promises. And Yatere, instead of dealing with their father, is now fawning over some girl. That's why he didn't trust a god who was easily confused and never kept his promises. He couldn't figure out why he suddenly cared about this one person when he used to not give a damn about anyone. He told him to forget about the girl and focus on taking care of their old man. She's just a human. Her time's almost up anyway, and Yasa should just take his power back. Especially since the 9th day is almost here, and she'll lose her connection to this world. Yasa's just pointlessly delaying the inevitable decay of a corpse that should be buried. Yater's body was almost broken from all the unfinished deals, but he still wouldn't give up. He still had one ace up his sleeve, which is why even their father hadn't messed with him for a while. Louison still couldn't make heads or tails of what his brother was saying. Then his palm lit up, and he touched Louison with it. Instantly, the energy slammed into his incorporeal spirit, and it hurt like hell. Louison had never seen power like this before, and he barely recognized his brother anymore. He explained that everyone just sees him as a monster, an empty shell. But the moon itself gifted him something, and now he can absorb divine power. Then, bam, they were suddenly in this weird place, Louison's world. You could see Hela floating there, surrounded by Yasa's energy. And Yasa also had backup, Shadows, the old man's goons. Yasa also had the power of the sun, which helped him take his father's power. But Tao's power wasn't just absorbed, it was crushing him from the inside. And if he absorbs Louison's power too, it's just gonna make things even worse for him. Even a gift this powerful comes with a price, which is why Tao was sweating bullets. Yatere didn't want to keep talking about it. He just demanded they bring Hela to him. He doesn't care if he ends up like Teiyu, who's already screwed himself over. Then Louison decided to take pity on him and promised not to get in his brother's way. He didn't want him dead, he just asked him to keep doing what he's doing, even if he loses Hela. Now Yatere has to find her soul and do it before the 9th day. The gateway was open, and Yasi, leaving his companions behind, went through. Stepping through the portal, the first thing he saw was a blinding bright light. But then the light faded and he heard Hela's cheerful laughter. Without a second thought, Yatere immediately ran towards the sound. He saw her in that in-between place, just like when she was laughing. Yasu touched her, felt her warm skin, and her eyes lit up again. He helped her up and told her he really missed her warmth. Then he hugged her tight, asking how she was and if she was okay. At first, the girl just gave him a sweet smile back. And then she leaned in and kissed him, like she'd really been missing him. She even admitted she'd been super lonely there and was happy to see him. Yasu was happy too, but time was running out to get her body back. But Hela didn't get why they couldn't just stay there, especially since he showed he cared. She likes it there, and now that they're together, they could spend forever there. Things are a mess out there, they might even have to break up. For a second, Yater thought that was the perfect solution, but it wasn't what he wanted. And he also realized that wasn't his Hela in front of him, 'cause she'd never say something like that. The real Hela cares too much about other people's lives, even his. And the image of Hela started to drift away and sink into the abyss of darkness. Yasa was left standing in front of those weird trees again, and that light that looked like a dim lamp. He knew it had just been his imagination, even though he felt her warmth so real. And it pissed him off all over again that Hela had to get mixed up with him. The further he walked, the more he felt like she was right there with him. He remembered the disappointed way she sounded when she realized he couldn't be trusted. He's just a monster, doesn't deserve any trust. And the final question she asked him, about whether he could handle her death, weighed on him more and more. 'Cause the girl agreed to die just so he could experience this himself. The image of Hela kept showing him all this, like it wanted to destroy him. Yater begged it to stop, 'cause it was unbearable, but the image asked him to stay. It felt like a trap again, and the image of Hela faded away. Yater has to keep going, even though his whole body's shaking now. On the way, he kept running into Hela again, trying to convince him to stay with all sorts of promises. She said it should be enough for him that she exists, and that they're together. But Yater kept going, and then he started having trouble breathing. He collapsed, exhausted, his hand landing in a small puddle, which instantly reminded him of pulling Hela's body from the water tank. How much it hurt back then, realizing that she was gone. All he held was her lifeless body, completely unresponsive. This new vision demanded an explanation. Why was he begging her to return after what happened? And then he was begging her to stay again, so they could be together. But Yasu grabbed this thing by the arms and demanded to know what it wanted. This thing just asked for his body, promising to show him where the real Hela was. Yasu realized he was just being played by lost souls looking for a host. And the thing kept promising to take him to Hela so they could spend forever there. Yatere snapped and just ran his blade right through the ghostly image in front of him. It started to dissolve, but Yasi grabbed it, demanding to know where Hela was. He wasn't about to jump through hoops just because this thing was cosplaying as her. It pissed him off that the spirit was dredging up Yasi's memories with her and using them against him. But the spirit seemed to think this was supposed to make Yatere happy. And he realized the guy actually believed Hela would spend time with him. A new, weird feeling washed over Yazi, and he let go of the spirit, which immediately flew off. He understood that Hela had decided to spend time with her friend. Then he saw her celebrating her birthday many years ago, and he, much younger then, had gone to get a closer look at the humans. And there she was, a young girl with a flower crown and wide, surprised eyes. Yasu already knew her name, and he was dying to talk to her. But the girl wasn't looking at him, she was looking at someone behind him. Her friend Rodrigo, who she immediately ran to. His mom showed up to drag him home, because it was getting late. Hela never understood why her friend always had to leave before dark. The other kids didn't know either, they just figured he had overprotective parents. Plus, his mom was always gone anyway, barely paid him any attention. So that night, Hela decided to try and convince him to play a little longer. Yasu saw it all and tried to stop her, but the girl didn't even notice him. She ran up to Auntie Ko, begging her to let Rodrigo come hang out. But the woman insisted the kid was tired and needed to chill. Hela didn't push it, promising her buddy they'd play next time. Rodrigo didn't say anything back then, just gave her a surprised look, and obediently headed home, following his mom. On the way, the woman nagged at her already pretty tipsy husband to get his butt moving too. Other kids figured the boy just wanted to spend time with his mom, who he barely saw. Some people didn't care for the boy because he always seemed so distant. But the kids didn't dwell on it and kept playing. Hella ran past Yasa again like he wasn't even there. He knew he was seeing the past because he couldn't use Lewison's power. He even thought Hella was somehow controlling time itself. Then he saw her talking to Rodrigo, who confessed about the family curse, and how she assured him it wasn't a curse but a blessing. She even admitted she'd still be Rodrigo's friend, even if he turned out to be some kind of monster. Because for her, it doesn't matter what he really is. Hela promised to help her friend no matter what. And for a split second, Yasu thought those words were meant for him. But now he realized it was just a vision, and it vanished right away. Next, he saw her talking to her grandma, the one who begged her not to look back, but to move forward into the future. She can't stop now, because starting this fight again will be twice as hard. Watching all this, Yasu now knew that things were way more complicated than he thought. And then he noticed Grandma Chief Vera turned her head and looked right at him. Realizing she could actually see him, he got the chills all over. But then the old woman turned her attention back to her granddaughter, and Yatere decided he must have imagined she saw him. Next thing he saw, Hella was walking Rodrigo home so he wouldn't pass out from blood loss. That was the day he cut his finger, but Hella said he didn't have to go hunting. He could have done something else, but he wanted to be just like her. He didn't care that she was into weird stuff and maybe a little off her rocker. He thought she was special because people liked her and they didn't like him. So Hela told him to grow a pair and start making conversation himself. Rodrigo promised he'd try, but you could see the doubt all over his face. Hela was just stoked, promising to listen to Grandma's stories by the campfire later. The only thing she asked was that Rodrigo not bail so early. The girl was happy for her friend, who was just blushing harder and harder. It made him seem super shy to Hela, but also really cute. Suddenly, Rodrigo asked her what she was afraid of. Her face got serious, and she admitted she was afraid of screwing things up as a leader. She's gonna inherit the title, which is a huge responsibility. But Hela believes that when she grows up, she'll be just as strong as her grandma. And then the friends wished each other goodnight and said their goodbyes. Hela headed home and accidentally walked right through Yasa's spirit. She thought she felt someone there and turned around, but no matter how much she looked around, she couldn't see anyone. She even thought it was just a bug, but her chieftain instincts told her something was up. She wanted to figure it out, but then she got called in for cookies. Then some other guys started giving Rodrigo a hard time for wanting to play. Hela immediately stood up for him, and the guys decided she was his new mom. That's why he dared to approach them, but the kid himself stayed quiet. Then Hela started arguing with the bully, who hated anyone hiding behind their mama's skirt. The grandma chieftain noticed they were bickering and decided to teach them about teamwork. So she sent them up the hill to gather the harvest and said she'd be watching them. The kids weren't happy, but they went anyway, still arguing and blaming each other the whole way. And Yasi, seeing all this, realized how shy and timid Rodrigo had been since he was a little kid. Then that dude Luis kept going at it with Hela about who'd make the better chief. And Rodrigo just walked along silently, his head hung low. Hela suggested they split up and whoever's group finished first would get an apology. They agreed to that, and the other kids started dividing themselves up. Luis immediately yelled at Hela, telling her not to even think about following them. Her friend didn't get why she was always sticking up for Rodrigo. But Hela just apologized to him for getting caught in the spotlight like that. The kid was bummed and embarrassed, but he figured he was the one to blame. Hela explained to the others that he just needed more time to warm up to people. After a while, all the kids were totally wiped out from the race. But in the end, Luis and Hela's team won, and Hela apologized, but with a little bite. Grandma wasn't happy though, because they were supposed to be working together. She decided to chew them out later, and first she'd patch up anyone who got hurt. And she kept saying that a good leader doesn't divide people, they bring them together. Hela realized she'd let her grandma down and went off to beat herself up about it in private. Rodrigo came over and she spilled her guts about what was bothering her. She needed to talk to Luis and convince him that Rodrigo was just a little shy. But honestly, she was glad he came and actually met some of the girls. She's just bummed that she might not be a good leader and everyone will bail. Rodrigo promised he'd stick around and others would see that and come back too. He also admitted he'd been giving Luis the cold shoulder, but promised to make amends. After that, Hela cheered up, thinking they could make a pretty good team. And Rodrigo was happy he could at least take some of the weight off her shoulders. Yasu saw the whole thing, and his brain was going a mile a minute. Later, Rodrigo went up to Luis and apologized for how he'd been acting. He explained that he just doesn't feel comfortable around other people. Luis didn't even get mad, just invited him to come play some soccer that evening if he wanted to. Yahello, who was nearby, was happy that her friend had managed to pull it off. Luis saw her, and she announced that she was there to play and treat him to something special. He definitely didn't want her around, but then she pulled out a hunk of roasted meat, since he loves that stuff, but the guy insisted he wasn't giving in just for food. Then she whispered that she knew about that little incident from a couple weeks back. Luis was mortified, and everyone else was curious about what they were whispering about. The guy just grumbled that Yahello was playing with them today, and then he even started liking it, and they looked so tight together it kind of freaked everyone else out. Yahello was just stoked she managed to bring those little guys together, and Yasu realized she was happiest when she was in charge of things. That evening, she went to see Rodrigo off again and catch up a little. She thanked him because thanks to him, those guys finally let a girl into their group. Plus, she made another friend, and she gave Rodrigo props for helping out. They agreed they were the ultimate team. Afterwards, Yahello headed to her grandma's, all beat after a long game. But she was happy she'd become friends with Luis, even if it was after she threatened to spill his secret. Later, Yasu saw Yahello looking bummed, sitting in front of this giant hourglass. He wanted to go to her and comfort her, and he already reached out his hands. That's when she blurted out that time was running out, and she hadn't gotten enough time with her grandma. Yatere put his arms around her shoulders, and she just kept lamenting that her grandma was about to pass away. Yahello saw Yasa, and he realized that was her true soul, and he started begging her to let him return her to her physical body. He explained that her grandma had already passed, and it was in the past, but she wanted to turn back time. At her wish, the hourglass started to flip. But Yatere kept insisting that you can't live in the past, even if things have gone sideways right now. But the girl just wanted to go back to her happy days, and Yasa started pleading with her to come back to the present for the sake of her own future. Yahello just kept smiling with this tired look on her face. All she wanted was to go back to the days when she felt truly alive. Right then, the hourglass completely flipped and she started saying her goodbyes. She was being pulled towards them, and Yasu was getting dragged back. He had no idea how else he could convince her to come back, even though he knew Yahello felt so much happier here. Yatere turned back to the exit, cursing himself for not being able to reach her. Outside, Luisan was having fun scaring people by pretending to be a giant spider. But Yasu immediately told them it was just an illusion, and his brother got all bent out of shape. And then he found out from Gappo that he'd been in that world for 3 days. We had 24 hours left, and Luisan reminded his brother this whole thing was a waste of time. He confessed he'd found Yahello, but she hadn't seen him until she stopped her own time. And then he asked how Taiyu managed to get the boss to even notice him. Turns out Yagua was like family to the old man, but Yazi isn't that for Yahello. Luisan told him again to just bury her body and focus on taking out their old man. But Yasi was planning to link this world with the one where Yahello can control time. He figured that would bring her back, and he asked Sei to guard the body and make sure nothing got inside. Gappo and Mita had to hold hands tight, one right behind the other, and Yasi would be at the other end like an anchor. Mita was clearly getting nervous. He didn't want to get sucked into that place. But they just needed to stay like that for as long as they could hold on. So that's how they made a chain, stretching from one world to the next. Yasu, being in the lead, started calling out to Yahello, begging her not to leave. That's when Gappo and Mita spotted her and were totally shocked. She just wanted to enjoy the view one last time, then promised to head home. Yatere was freaking out because he was just barely out of reach. And Luisan was laughing, saying they were all about to lose something precious. But Yasu wasn't giving up. He stretched his arms out as far as he could. Meanwhile, other spirits came to Mita, sending him a crazy vision. Like these two people couldn't figure out if this kid was a boy or a girl, so they just decided to let him go. But he needed to hand over some supplies, a little food and water. But they wanted to know how old he was and where Kurana was hiding. Yazi noticed Mita was falling into a trance and told him to snap out of it. But then he saw the same thing happening to Gappo. A little ball of energy was floating around him too, the shaman's spirit. She was warning him about the danger and saying the gods couldn't be trusted. His plan could put everyone at risk, but all he wanted was respect from the tribe. Everyone thought his brother was more reliable, but the shaman didn't trust him either. And that's when Gappo got pissed because she never backed his plays. She didn't want to argue, she was just worried about him. So he asked her to bail and come with him. Yasa started slapping him on the shoulders to snap him out of it. His brother kept flying around him, mocking him. Yatere was lost. He couldn't reach Hela, and without his brother's power, he couldn't even talk to her until she stopped time. So he let the people go, ordering them to head back. The guys were instantly back up top and said that the souls were trying to get inside their heads. Mitya had a vision of something from his childhood, how he cared for a certain woman. It was Yasa's mother Karana, but he didn't want to admit it. But then he noticed that Gappo was feeling really rough. He was all curled up trying to hide his face and he was crying. And Yasa, deciding not to sacrifice these people, went after Hela. He kept telling her it wasn't real, that she needed to focus on the future. Yater tried to grab her, but he passed right through her, like a ghost. The girl couldn't hear him at all. She was just too happy being there. And that's when Yasi made a decision he'd been avoiding forever. If she wanted to stay here that badly, then he'd stay here with her. He promised her she would never be alone again. Then they were back in her childhood memories. And Hela heard someone wishing her a happy birthday. The girl turned around, and she had this feeling like she'd heard it all before. It was her birthday the day she tried to hit that moving target. She heard her uncle cracking that pig roast joke again, and the muffled thwack of an arrow hitting dead center. Hela even replayed the exact words she'd said afterwards. Then she saw her grandma, the chieftain, sitting all alone. Hela felt like crying, like she'd missed her for years. The whole time, she wanted to ask her grandma if dying hurts. But she sat down next to her, and they talked again about Hela becoming chieftain. Her grandma was sure her granddaughter would nail it. Then the girl heard someone else calling her name, and then she saw Rodrigo, who she'd really been missing too. Aunt Ko hasn't seen him for days, and Uncle Marcos is getting worried. Hela wanted to talk to him, but he started disappearing on her. Then she found herself in that clearing where her friend told her about the family curse. He thought he was cursed too, and that's why his mom was always leaving. Hela assured him he wasn't a monster like Yasa, but then realized she didn't even know who that was. But she had this feeling she already knew him, and remembered him asking her to laugh again. It's someone who was mean and distant but still had a warm side. It was someone she felt safe with and hated at the same time. Then she remembered her grandma talking about how packs behave, and Hela was worried that, unlike people, they leave the old and sick behind. Then she got curious about who was protecting the chief herself. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't bring herself to ask. She wanted to know if her grandmother ever felt vulnerable, and if she ever wanted to open up to someone who could support her in a moment of weakness. Hela felt like she was the only one suffering from these kinds of emotions, because she wasn't cut out to be a chief. But her grandmother just suggested they bake gingerbread for everyone together, and the girl was happy, because she loved those treats. Then Hela remembered walking with Rodrigo, and how she gave him a gift for his birthday. It was a little early for gifts, but she couldn't wait for him to open it. It was just a toy arrow, not sharp at all, and the kid loved it. There wasn't a single sharp edge on it. No way he'd be scared of a weapon like that. And Hela's grandma was throwing him a huge party, something to remember. That's when the kid got bummed out, 'cause his parents had a fight and his mom left again. Hela was floored that his parents would pull that on their son on his birthday. But Rodrigo wasn't surprised. It wasn't the first time his mom had skipped his party. So Hela told him to stay put while she ran to get her grandma. The girl couldn't wrap her head around how Aunt Ko could do that, like anything could be more important. But then it hit her. Something was supposed to go down today. She shouldn't go get her grandma, 'cause something bad's gonna happen. Her hands started shaking, and that's when Yasi grabbed them and told her not to be scared. He promised her grandma was doing fine and that she didn't need to freak out so much. Then he introduced himself as Yasi Yatere, the one from the legend. Of course, Hela was blown away because she never bought into that legend stuff. But here he was, and he offered her a chance to actually live. Hela's mind just about exploded for a second. I mean, she is alive. So Yasi explained that she's just a soul, and today's her last shot to break free from the loop. Otherwise, the clock's gonna reset and everything will just keep happening over and over. Yasi asked her to think about it, if she was really happy stuck in a place where time doesn't move, where she's just reliving the same crap day after day with no hope of anything better. He also knows it was for the best that she forgot everything that connected her to him. They both suddenly realized they were starting to fade away. Now they only have two choices, return to the real world or become nothing together. Whatever choice Hela makes, Yasu promised to stay by her side. But he wants her to live and to see a happy ending. Hela didn't understand why he was so worried about her fate, and Yatere confessed that she's a very important person to him. and she doesn't remember him because she doesn't let time keep score. Yasu also admitted that if she lets it, something unfortunate might happen, but it'll also give her the chance to see things she's never seen before. The girl wondered if the future could actually get better, and Yasi promised he'd do everything in his power to make it happen. After all, she was talking to a god who grants wishes, and he could totally make her dreams a reality. So Yahello agreed, but asked him not to let her go, and Yasi promised he wouldn't. Because someone once told him that you can't be afraid, you gotta keep moving forward. 'Cause if you stop, getting back in the fight is gonna be way harder. Those words came from a truly special person, and Yasi gave Yahello a sweet smile. The girl got a little flustered and thought of her grandma, and that's when he admitted they were her words. And he promised again to make her happy, to chase away any doubts she had. Because nothing carries more weight than a god's promise. Yahello agreed, and a happy smile stretched across her face. But then the memory flashed back of her complaining to Grandma about Ko running off. Grandma wasn't home, so Yahello went looking for her outside. The chieftainess was praying by the fire, asking the gods to watch over Rodrigo, who was under her protection. The boy himself wasn't exactly thrilled about his big day, even though a lot of people cheered him up, congratulating him on becoming a man. But when they started talking about his mom being off somewhere again, he just bolted. Yahello caught up to him right away, and he confessed that he'd tried to hug his mom the night before, but she pushed him away. All he wanted was for her to say, just once in front of everyone, that he was her son. Seeing how upset her friend was, Yahello went to find Grandma again, and when she found her in the hut, she started asking why she performed the ritual. After all, Rodrigo's dream was for his mom to do it. She even suggested they go look for Koa, saying it wasn't too late. But the chieftain Grandma wasn't about to take orders from that woman. And when Yahello kept pushing her, she just snapped at her granddaughter, repeating that she wasn't going anywhere and kids just need to listen to their elders more. Then Yahello reminded her of her own words, that a leader has to care about everyone. And now she doesn't get why adults don't give a damn about their kids' feelings. Then she got pissed and decided to handle things without her grandma's help. The girl figured her grandma was just in a bad mood and didn't hear her begging her to come back. That night, the moon turned blood red, and you could feel this weird pressure in the air. But Yahello's mind was stuck on why her grandma was acting so messed up. She'd walked pretty far already, and even thought about turning back. But she decided to find Aunt Ko first and look for her car. If the car's there, it means she's hiding out somewhere in the village. But the car was gone, and Yahello knew she was never going to catch up to her aunt now. Heading back, she noticed the wind sounded off. That sound gave her the creeps, and she knew something was seriously wrong. Suddenly, she heard someone yelling for help, saying something happened to the chief. Yahello felt her heart pounding like crazy in her chest. Sensing something bad was about to go down, she bolted towards the screams. When she got there, people begged her not to look at her grandma. The old woman was lying dead on the ground, her face frozen in an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. That night, the cold, blood-red moon showed Yahello what death really looked like. The last thing Yahello saw before she blacked out was a woman looking worried sick. She spent the whole next day in bed, feeling like absolute garbage. Every now and then she'd creep to the door and hear the adults talking about what happened, and how Yahello had been wandering around in the woods all by herself too. Hearing that just made Yahello feel even worse, so she'd crawl back into bed. She was completely drained, eaten up by guilt for not realizing something was wrong with her grandma. Vera was her freaking hero, man, but her ending was just so messed up. Now Yahello's feeling like crap again, and she can't get back from Yasa. She just wants to stop time again, to get that happiness back. Yatere still can't reach her, and he's begging her not to give up. The girl doesn't get why she's always alone, like she's not meant to be with the people she cares about. She really wanted to go back, and the hourglass started flipping again. Yasa was losing it when he heard Sei begging him to grab her hand. For some reason, the spirits weren't messing with her, and Lewison was tripped out by it. Right now, the people are forming a human chain between the worlds again, and Yasa's reaching for Yahello with everything he's got, begging her to come closer. Lewison figured they were screwed anyway, and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. He declared Yasu now owed him big time, grabbed his hand and stepped in front of him, and with his other hand, he embraced Hila's soul and pulled her close. In the blink of an eye, she was in Yater's arms, who was overjoyed to have reached her before it was too late, especially since he promised to be there for her, and he told Yahello she did great too. The girl herself then begged him to never leave her again. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of Ko assuring her that her grandma's death wasn't her fault. She was already old. and she was trying to get her daughter, who refused to eat, to just have something. Ko also apologized for leaving and promised never to do it again. Everyone in the tribe was worried Hela had lost it because of the loss of someone close. So they're leaderless now, but Ko and Marcos decided to back Hela, who's the rightful chief according to the law. They started helping the kid out, and after a while she started doing better. Plus, her best friend Rodrigo was always there for her. Then, Hela wrote a letter to her grandma, asking for forgiveness for everything. She figured it would never reach her, when suddenly Pora snatched the letter. And holding it tight in her beak, she flew off in some random direction. Worried sick about the bird, Hela went after her and found her on the ground. Pora's little body was already stiff, and the letter was gone from her beak. Fresh grief poured down Hela's face in big fat tears. She didn't want to lose the bird too, begging her to wake up. Birds just don't live as long as people, and it was just her time, you know? From that moment on, Hela decided to fight death itself, and never let it take anyone she cared about again. After wrapping up the little bird's body, the girl headed into the woods towards a huge tree. She wanted to hide Poru somewhere nobody could ever find her, and as she was bawling her eyes out over the feathered little body, a fruit just smacked her on the head. Curious about what just happened, Hela looked up. Someone yelled down at her to take the fruit if she was hungry and then beat it. She couldn't see who it was. And then, bam, this stranger just fell out of the tree right in front of her. Hela asked if he was okay, and that was the first time she ever talked to Yasa. Back then, he was just a kid, and he'd fallen out all tangled up in branches and bark. Dude was so messed up, it was a miracle he was still breathing. He found that kind of funny because people ask him that a lot. Then Hela wanted him to stay put while she went to get some help. But Yasi immediately told her, "Don't tell anyone I'm here or things will get real bad." And then he asked why she was yelling and running around with a dead animal. Hela shot back, "He's not dead, this is my bird, Pora! And he's got more life in him right now than that guy who just face-planted." Yasi didn't argue, but he got a kick out of how offended she looked. Then these gnarly branches started reaching down from above like some creepy claws. Yasi couldn't reach him, so he asked Hela to give him a hand up. The sweet girl agreed and gently placed the little bird on the ground. Then, out of nowhere, she poked Yasu on the nose to see if he was for real. He felt real enough, and she helped him strap those branches on like seatbelts. She got curious about what he was, and he joked that he was a tree with a face. The answer was weird, and Hela figured it was just a crazy dream. Then Yasu admitted he'd mistaken her for a bear at first because she was so loud. Hela thought that was a bit much, but explained she was trying to get away. Because things keep going from bad to worse, and she doesn't want Pora to, kick the bucket. Yasu was surprised. Since everything old eventually fades away, that's just the way things are. The girl knows that perfectly well, but it doesn't make it any easier. Right now, she just wanted to vanish, to join everyone she'd lost. Yasa thought those words were seriously messed up, especially coming from a kid. But to Hela, he looked like a kid too, just a really weird one. And he was thinking how he hadn't considered death before, because it would bring him peace. He's slowly dying, believing it's because he had the bad luck to be born to the wrong parents. And Hela felt bad that his tree parents were treating him so poorly. Then she confessed that her parents wanted to move and sell their land. She didn't get why the tribe wasn't valued anymore, why they weren't preserving their ancestors' legacy. Yasa figured this girl would have an easier time if she didn't care about anyone. Because human emotions create such strong bonds, so powerful they can literally rob people of their will to live. This tree-speak dialect was way too complicated for Hela. And Yasa pointed to a bird as an example of someone she had feelings for. But the girl couldn't wrap her head around how you could just stop loving someone. She just wanted the people she cared about to stay with her and couldn't figure out why that was so damn hard. While they were talking, the leaves of the tree rustled as a drizzle started. Yatre told her to head home, 'cause she couldn't stop death, no way. But Hela decided to stay put, to keep death from finding Poru. To which Yasa replied, "There's no place death can't see, it'll find him anywhere." Then he noticed Hela's eyes were filling with tears, and figured she was about to start screaming again. The next thing I knew, she let out a wail, and I instantly regretted opening my mouth. I couldn't stand listening to her cry for even a minute, so I decided to do something about it. I wanted to know if this girl's life was tied to her birds, so I asked her what she'd be willing to give up to keep it alive. Hela stopped bawling and declared she'd give anything. The answer was so quick and reckless it almost made Yasa laugh. Now Hela was clinging to me, begging to know if I could save the bird. In exchange, she was ready to do whatever I wanted. so Yatere asked her to share her time with him. She had to become his human companion and share the years of her coming of age. Hela explained that a partner is someone you're bound to for the rest of your days. The proposal struck her as odd. She took it as a marriage proposal. And now Yasi seemed like one of those annoying little brats. But he needed this, and in return, he promised to share his power with her. Hela, confused, looked away and said she didn't want to become a tree. She misunderstood him again, so Yasi decided to show her what his power was. It's not about becoming a tree. His power lies in magic. But Hela still couldn't imagine marrying a tree. Yatere gave her a few seconds to think, then repeated his question. And the girl agreed, which seemed too fast for him. For her, marrying a tree was just a funny little thing, even though she wasn't actually planning on getting hitched. Yazi was stoked, especially since he had enough blood on him to skip the sacrifice. Blood started seeping from his minor cuts, swirling around them in a vortex. Only then did Yasi think to ask his future partner what her name was. Hela introduced herself and asked him to give her his name too. The demigod with a mysterious smile gave his full name. Hearing it, the girl was a little shocked, but right now, Pora was more important. Then she announced out loud that she was taking Yasi Yatere as her life partner. And he said that he was taking a human named Hela as his partner. Blue energy swirled around them, signifying that their agreement was sealed. And then Yasi asked the girl to save him from his doomed fate. With that vow, time itself would be split between them. Then Yasi touched her hand, and it was like lightning flashed between their palms. A rune of bizarre shape remained on Hela's palm. Yater himself felt the flow of time renewing and what it was like to be alive again. The girl noticed he was healing, and his wounds were starting to close up. But she immediately went back to her main question. And holding out the bird's body to him, she asked him to fulfill his promise. But she immediately got scared when he made a deep cut on his chest and shoved his hand in there. Yasi pulled out a small crystal from there. It's half his heart, which is traditionally given to one's chosen. He broke off a piece for her little bird, so now she's got a long life ahead of her. The rest goes to Hela, and she can do whatever she wants with it. The next second, Pora yelped and her eyes went wide in surprise. When she saw Hela, she immediately rushed over to hug her with her tiny wings. Then Hela hugged Yasa and thanked him for such a valuable gift. But he pushed her away, noticing that she was completely okay now. Hela really hadn't felt this good in a long time because he saved Pora. Now she thought he was good, even though in her grandma's stories he was a bad guy, but it was never mentioned that he was a tree. Yasa decided not to shatter her weird belief. He just asked her to come back in 5 days, and he'd show her his true form. He needs this time to heal and disappear. He can't wait too long because he's still got a couple loose ends to tie up. Suddenly, he noticed a really weird look on her face, one he'd never seen before. Hela thought she'd made a friend, but Yasi clarified he was a powerful tree spirit. And just so she wouldn't stress about it, he said she was basically the luckiest girl alive now. The girl didn't doubt his power for a second. He healed Pora. And Yasi asked her to go back now, but not to tell anyone about him. Happy as could be, the girl promised to meet him in 5 days and took off for home. And before she could leave, Yasi wished her a happy life. At first, that struck her as a little strange, like something was left unsaid. She just wished him a happy life as a tree in return, though. By the time she was heading home through the woods, the moon was already up, and she had no idea people were tearing the place apart looking for her, clueless about where she'd vanished to. She was almost back to the village when Hela suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and collapsed. She barely heard Ko's voice as she was the first to find her. Hela was out of it for 2 weeks, and when she finally opened her eyes, her mom was sitting there, totally freaked out. She started asking what happened, but the girl couldn't remember a thing. She just had this feeling she was supposed to do something important, but she couldn't recall what. Later, she ran into Rodrigo, who was complaining that his mom had taken off again. He was holding a pendant, saying it would have to replace her now, and he didn't want to hear another word about his mom. Hela saw the pendant, and it seemed like she'd seen it somewhere before. Time passed after that, and people started moving out of the village. Rodrigo was heading to the city too, but promised to be back in 3 months. And Hela was practically alone, often going to their favorite hill by herself. One of those evenings, Pora flew to her with a tube strapped to her back. It held a letter from Rodrigo, the one Hela had been waiting for. But the guy wrote that things were good in the city, and they'd have to move there. Going back home, she suddenly remembered she'd forgotten to light the street lamps. It was her way of, keeping the village going. But when she looked outside, she saw they were lit on every single pole. It struck her as weird, and she didn't even notice anyone else was around. Right then, she was missing Rodrigo like crazy, the guy she'd give anything for. And Marcos too, and everyone else who used to live in this settlement. She was living, trying to fill the hole her grandma left behind. It was like her grandma never even died, like Yahello was her grandma while fading away herself. The girl just really wanted her grandma to have a happy ending. She couldn't quite figure out if she liked the tribe or the time she spent with her grandma more. Then she remembered Yasi holding her close, unable to bear the sadness on her face. Yahello herself didn't even know what she'd lived this life for anymore. And now Yasi was holding her in his arms, begging her to wake up. The girl's eyes snapped open, but they were filled with tears and pain. Yasu couldn't even tell if she hated him in that moment or just wanted to check out